There she is. What up, girl? Are you ready for me? Yes, ma'am. I'm ready. Everybody out there. We're ready to see one of the greatest performances in the history of humankind. I've got my girl, Miss Aquarius, here. She's going to show us all how it's done because she has an invitation. Alright, let's see what she did. What did she do? Oh, girl. Nice. You're welcome. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Extremely lovely. Did you get your nails done?
Yeah. Yeah.
How was
I
it?
did.
How was that?
It was good. Good. We'll get explanation and come home.
Excellent. This is
Yeah,
a
it's
tough
been raining and third ever since we got home so fast, but we got home just in time.
Excellent. This is a tough shot, Mr. First. Get two. That's all
I
right.
know.
That's all right. Now look at this. Garbage.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. This is guaranteed. Look at these three. 1, 2, 3. They're all going down. Get it. Ooh, and she put some curve on that. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was terrible. One of the worst throws I could have had. Garbage. Garbage, Miss Aquarius. Oh, no.
It's okay. You got it.
Not now. Look at this girl. She takes a big old lead. Get it. No doubt I got it. No doubt I got it. Come on. Give me these two. This is one of the most difficult shots of the game. No. Miss Aquarius is cruising to a lead. Just like we said, she was putting up numbers today. Huge numbers. Look at this. Look at this. She's got 68. That was not good. That was not good. Give me this. Look. Everybody, everywhere, knows Miss Aquarius is the champion. Miss Aquarius is the champion. All right. Oh, for sure, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. No doubt. I don't doubt it. I know you don't doubt it. The president of Plato doesn't doubt it. Everybody knows. Oh, get one more. Get one more. You got it. You got it. Okay. This is tough. No. All right, you've got to get these two. I know you've got them. Ooh. No doubt. No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. Guaranteed. Oh, no. Unguaranteed. Alright, but here we go. No. No doubt. That's right. Oh, look at you matching. Look at this, folks. This girl just matching away. Give it to me. Nope. Now, this is one of the most incredibly difficult shots in the game. Give it to me. Oh, how did I get the one but not the other? Garbage. All right, folks, look at Miss Aquarius here. She's getting big amounts. She takes the lead. Get it. All right, folks. She made it tough. Get it. We tied. We tied. For the win. FTW for the win. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
And another one. You win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yay, it's X Aquarius. Thank you, madam. Wait. Yes, ma'am. Sounds like a. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. 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 Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Go play like a champ, son.
It's a Spanish purposes, and later on, ultimately, the worship will tell you that such a tree does have the ability to affect and become custom. Lahat Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda Summer, Ivan Shnatul Rasov Abdul and ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that if a tree is planted initially, again, I want to snap and only worship later on, that has the ability to come us and Sanya, and Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, the folks, so when Yossi Rabbi Yehuda Mikol Shene'emad, Elohim Al Ha'aret, Ha'aret Elohim. What's known as that shadow, just a part of the mind. The pasuk itself overcloses the first phrase. The second phrase is the drasha. The first phrase is God came down himself, wiped out all of the Avodah, like what? Like Elohim Al Ha'aret, like their gods on the mountains. The drasha, the Gemara is Elo Ha'aret Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. It's enough to transform the mountain into the Katsa of Avodah. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim Al Adnos, the gods on the coast. What did he mention? Elohim below the coast, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would say, Shomea Halim, Kachas Kovis, La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim, is out of the Gashi. Plus it says, Kachas Kovis, La'anan, underneath every tree. I would have thought the original was saying, but that if you find the that is Avodah, the Rola Anan Elohim, the tree itself cannot become Avodah. And the Gemara after the pasuk says that Shneim is looking in place. The pasuk says, "In the fingers you shall destroy the entire." It wasn't still in the blood. Torah is explicitly said that the trees are to be destroyed. However, Tachas Koritz La'anan Yachid. That's the case. Then why do I need that phrase happening? It wasn't. The answer is happening here. The phrase itself is confusing. I understand as Elohim Al-Hori, Halalim, Ba'alat Kos. So this says, you shall destroy your gods which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to stand with his own is that which is on the hill, but not in itself. The mountain itself is what, even if the mountain itself is what. Yet when it comes to our Shira, what does the Torah say? Hachas Kotuch La'anan. Why is that so fast? Hachas means what? Underneath itself, then how is like the way you play something? The tree itself cannot come up with each other, but the idol is underneath the trees. But what's happening? The Torah itself says that's very specific. The Torah itself says that what? That the Yeshua tells me what? It tells me what? That the Yeshua is trying to come. Yeshua is trying to come. Have all these guys. What's going on? So if that's the order of Yeshua is trying to come all these guys, then why use what the Hachas or La'anan? Who is the people? Okay, that's complicated because that is that's like a little bit of that. Let me like you know, I mean, all this about other para. When the person is coming, and you see the thing about the church, outside of the person, come up and try to work out the world, you know, song. You do so, it's not like there's much of it, but you come from it, and you can see find a high mountain or a high hill. Yeah, it's the high mountain or it's the that's the sound of the public. No, look at what? No, it's the that way you got it. This is fascinating. I was like, yes, it's one of the with the phrase that I said, with this phrase. One way, you do not say nothing to the other side. Was a good understanding to you that the street initially planned before Zara, Rabbi Zara. It was the Yossi that you did not need by the law. And listen to the Yossi, that constitutes teaching on both sides. Not going to say that it's teaching, but if the tree was initially planted by Rabbi Zara purposes, then what? Then Rabbi Yossi gave us awesome. So we're just going to get out of Rabbi Yossi did not need by the law. How can I? I was lifting up trees, they will call it front. But the initial tree, okay? The fact is subsequently grows, they will be awesome. Lifting up a place like that. And they all know, even cannot do for the myself. What's the best first And then what? Ultimately, again, is the constant use of okay, let's just take this chapter one more time. Yosef only comes to Yosef, you can understand. It says, Hashem to that vision. So, by 1,000 Hashem by running that period. The other part is that Hashem to that vision. Cut down the screen. Now, why do I need to cut down the screen? Because the burn is quicker. I burn through the same right? You destroy. Why do you get cut down? You will see a really simple fact of the doesn't need to be burned down, which is that case. That's the case of an activity which is planted or established subsequently worship. So we'll say what becomes hostile, the idea of the happy with mouth afterwards, but what happens in reality is that that is appears that only that which grows after the actual result that in fact becomes hostile as others say. So if I go to a person who worships and I feel he is like the purposes, a person who worships it, only that which grows after the point of our result designation ultimately becomes our result. That's why the person says, I think to God deliver. And in that kind of case, we have to destroy the tree. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. I'll assume you're able to make it somewhere. So also, therefore, it's two different species. And if we said that here is a Kiraya, that even a tree initially planted for mundane purposes, and subsequently worshipped as Avodah it was back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says, God says this is the Ishkanasima. So, Asia you do also the current, but the only either speaking about self-help. So, say, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part of the circle. That which is cut off, and that which goes afterwards is going to be water. So the Gemara says, the only either speaking about self-help. I have a hard circle between the Asia and the Talmudah, which we must go outside, but we're talking about the must be in the hospital. You must give the hospital and give to something by actually not inside the class. That's interesting about Ishmael. See, but he also had to do the Talmudah on the day. In the base of the Talmudah was so confused. So the Russian people know that much. Let's listen to this. And yet, you must give the hospital of Hashem to something by not the hospital of Hashem to by which was either learn that much. Let's say, here's how you do that. Either learn that much is something by had the hospital not said, you have to burn, you have to shade up, I just see Omer Hashem to the day. I would have said that cut down the water. What is that talking about? The Iman should not be the Tefillah the path. Listen, I would have assumed that would, you had the Torah not said, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id, and all it would have said is Hashem to Ba'id. I would have assumed that is referring to a tree which is initially practiced by Abu Yisrael. The path, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id, was a matter of Tzikim, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id, working to Ba'id. Therefore, both sides have to have Hashem to Hashem. Actually, that's the simple thing. Therefore, it's an aspect to destroy. So now, what do I do with the extra function of Hashem to graduate? I can tell you, Hashem to graduate, the Kula, Shinato, what about self-concept? What's the next one? Which was initially practiced for regular purposes and subsequently used. The Gemara says, my Abdullah is the sorry. Rabbi, I have actually to the day of my hand. Now, according to Yosef Rabbi, we have the street for mundane purposes. And then, subsequently worship. That the tree becomes also as a holy zone. So the verse is that what about according to the Rabbi? The whole also you try to tree worship for regular purposes and then lost. And then worship it. That the tree remains water, and the tree does not transform into a so what are the trees to God? What's the amazing? And that's my idea. It's a troublemaker. What's the amazing? This is for the judge and children. What's the troublemaker? Come to a lady. You do it, although that's no problem. Ultimately, Hebrews Eretz Yisrael told them in the fear of Avodah Zarah. That's what this is amazing. So, the very things that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. So literally, he keeps cutting it down to the idols not to be over. And then, but then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed that neighborhood. And that's what the reason we say. So what happens is that we really open for public holding the people, so the knocking down of the that's the seed and conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, ultimately they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying things. Right now, again, it has to be keyboard. So however, keyboard says it's not holding the gears. Also, the conquering of the land has to proceed ultimately and the destruction of all this will come. We're going to be back to this moment. You do over this public holding the keyboard says it's not actually says, if you sasa, it's taboo, the gaza on the yard. When you enter into land, you're obligated to go ahead and what? You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the obligated. You will have to people to trust the Akharim. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you uproot. It was like, you incredibly so right. Sometimes you say when you work with sometimes you're going to learn that you have to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue lesson through a number of different licenses teachers, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. I know that about 70%, but I need to start going forward. And I'll find this time ultimately don't fulfill the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, my college is right. And I'm just saying that what's happening is competition again. You go was I will start to knock out of commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of the year is keep. The goal of the year is to conquer the land. It's destroying the whole results. That's the this farm level. We're taking a lot of time. So as you can remember again, people just do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down the whole result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and that's what you want to do. You touch them is supposed to now again, still see conquer. As the Yosef says, you shall go at a little and destroy them with tables. But so actually, they touch them also people see the touch them is instruct. You teach instruct. They touch them, you will teach instruct them with tables. And you should back in this match table stuff, their match tables. And you start nice. So you know, like, what's the burn? That is next time. You know, I'm going to you go, the Akasha, right? Okay, so the go two and then burn. The activity of us is the kind of the land. So because of the land is ultimately the kind of the land, therefore, the application was not level to go out of destroy the stones, keep the stuff in the tables, protect the stones. Don't keep the time ultimately to the first year. You have to have follow Haifa, they will open the open level to cover the studies after that. Also, the follow ultimately use this responsibility that when you up level the story, it's not just enough to destroy the after. It's not the studies after that. Also, the studies after that means you have to take the use and the best of the advantage. Starts at Rabbi Yossi, you go to studies after another. Where the Yossi is in burn, you have to go ahead and uproot the level start afterwards. Not the land, you do the balance and extra and knock them up. Ultimately, you have the place which is trying to destroy the enemy from this place. That's giving an extra. That's just like you have to start giving one extra uproot. All of the apple desires, and this is again, it's incredibly said well. Because it teaches you, listen, in general, you have to do those also. The negative speed so this is incredible you showed. So I kind of played so this is so incredible. If we sing in that book that is not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the sons, sorry, Shakara, first of all, negative English, not negative English, no blood English. Not just enough to make the character, because the story is everything we do is really something. Everything negative is really something. Not just enough to stop the danger, and a person's sorry, Shakara. go ahead and ultimately you can find the third part and put it. Transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something something dramatically amazing. So sort of offers us this incredible and dramatically amazing or regarded apprehensions. So it's like silence what something about the level says something I love to eat. That's called a social glad how much you do that's up to your discussion. But I'm putting that that's kind of So although we're not going to be like Cody Level, we just go with like Cody Mishnah. That's the message here. So Hanoknim are open as the heart. Remember again, let's begin. So we speak this film in chapter of Avodah Zarah. Specifically again at what could be done with Avodah Zarah. So Hanoknim are open as the heart. So if we have nothing, we can't go to worship a mountain. That's how it goes. Or the goes. Only part, we match the Aliyah and Asir. So the words are there. So inanimate objects that well actually define the scope. But for our purpose, we got the apples now, maybe what is in these mountains go to those. Can you make it solid? So that's just on the mountain, that's on the road. Can you make it solid to go up? But the mountain or the hill itself is not. As the Pasuk says. The sun will set up the Zohar al-Layl. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Really, you shall not go ahead. You shall not go ahead. What you set up the Zohar, gold and silver, which is upon them. Still here, there is only that which is God. That's sufficient time. And now, for the hill, not the mountain itself, which is compromised. Some of those guys. Dios es because it says a baby can be responsible for the object of a relative as Elohim al-Fahar. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountain. So remember, and you should read that Elohim al-Fahar, Elohim. That means the God on the mountain. But the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim al-Fahar. You're not allowed to worship the God who come on the hills, or most Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become the gods. It was a super. Of course, it lags. It's lags. As the Harakat. As the difference between the but the mountains, the hills cannot become the gods. That which is on the mountain, that which is on the hills, and the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just see that in some different places. Kanakama says, well, Sakmo Kesef Zahab al-Leikai. Ultimately, Kanakama says, do not cover the over somewhere that is on them. This indicates to us that it's not the mountain or the hills to become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And as Yosef really says, Elohim al-Harim, and again, that is Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same, because only that which is on the mountain becomes us and our not the mountain itself. As poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Asherah? The Asherah, let's remember again, this is something that by definition by definition is part of the earth. We see it so what's it using when we just learned before, or Elohim, why would I say that? Because when we go, it means to use, it means to use by the East Yad. Because it looks like you really translated it has East Yad on the literally say, that's not fingerprint. The idea is that this hasn't had man involved, that's the word between man involved. Now, I don't know how a person can so what's the important person to answer is something by man, or is it something by man, and therefore by
Oh, look who the fuck it is. This motherfucker's like, hey, I'll hang out with you. And then he ghosts me. Then he says to me, hey, I'll hang out with you again. I just have one question about some project I'm never going to go anywhere with. And then he's like, oh, and then I'm going to ghost you. And finally, this motherfucker comes in here and is like, hey, everybody, watch me masturbate openly on the internet for the world to watch. Welcome. How are you, Riser? It's not harsh, it's the truth. I know, baby. Because if I recall, I said on Tuesday, the last we spoke, that you should be here at 8. Maybe both, maybe. Who knows? What's good, son? All right, that's tight. So, how far did you move on all the 50 projects you've got going? Dog, let's count them, folks. We've got yellow on red. We've got the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. We've got Upcake or whatever. Group Spark or whatever. Crowd Spark. We've got the University of Vancouver. We've got Salmon Cannon. We've got that one. There's already something called Salmon Cannon, dog. The funny part is that is the worst fucking idea of all the ideas that you've had. It's worse than every idea I've heard of Zeus. Mermaid grenade is better. Baby, I've done everything. Fuck yeah, I started it. Riser said that he's going to be here last Friday. Then all of a sudden he didn't come, so I was like, "Fuck, man." Last Friday you said you're going to be here. And then you were like, "Oh, sorry, I'm such a bee." You're good, big dog. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologize to the people of Iran. Yeah, they got. They've got a lot on their hands. No, I didn't say Iran. I said Iran. I said Iran. Dog, I live with Iranians. I live with Zoroastrian Iranians. I should know how to fucking say it. Dog, it's actually should be pronounced Persia, but we won't get into that, baby. All right, yeah, so I know what's going on. Is it a surprise to me? No, I've been talking about war with Iran for 18 years. And I just think that it is something that when people have their minds to do something, it gets done. But as an advocate for world peace, I don't want anyone to get hurt. And I hate war. And I especially hate war when Israel's involved because the people there, the people deserve peace. I hate when war's involved with the United States because the people here also are sick of war. We just had 20 years of it in Afghanistan, and it wears on you. And I personally am someone who I can't, like, when I was a little kid, I wanted more. I wanted, just because I wanted to be part of history. But my mentality has certainly changed, and I think, like, children, I don't know, war's cool. It's romanticized in film and television and such, and so I always thought it was interesting. But as I've gotten older and mature, I recognize that it is perhaps the worst invention of all time, and I've dedicated my life to peace. And I don't want anyone. I have a feeling this is going to be a very long war and a very bloody war. And I am of the mindset that World War III started September 11th, 2001, and the global war, whatever you want to consider this, is just a part of that. And I am just not a fan of it, to be quite honest with you. If I had it my way, we would have tried to address things diplomatically. If we really wanted something, or the United States or Israel or whatever, there are bribes that are available. There's blackmail that's available. Anything but killing children, and that is basically inescapable at this point. And I don't know what's going on in Canada, but at least in the United States, they went from, we bombed Iran in the summer, and then this war has been going on now for 7 days, and the news went from we will be there for 4 weeks to then 8 weeks to then boots on the ground. And when you start hearing that, you recognize that people are going to be called into service. There won't be a draft. That's the one thing there won't be. And I'm quite confident of that. The last time the United States had a draft was during the 1960s and 70s during Vietnam, and that really got people negative towards the war. It's one thing if you volunteer to go to war, people feel, but it's another thing if you're forcing people who don't want to go to war, and then you get their parents involved. And so that's, if I could say anything that I feel that is a potential something that will be avoided, because I think there won't be. I don't think there'll be a draft. Do you guys in Canada have a draft? Did you say knowledge? Oh, technology. It was declared September 12th, 2000, with the War Powers Act, basically ground free, and it basically gave the president carte blanche to invade anywhere that he wants without having to go to Congress. Oh yeah, for sure. It's been more than it's been more in Latin America. Latin America is the big one, where at least we have, even if we haven't invaded, we have promoted coups. I mean, like Latin America between in the 20th century was just like, especially after 1949, it's like the CIA's playground. They get somebody in there who was for the people, and the United Fruit Corporation or Dole or with United Fruit, which became Chiquita, would just come in and say, "We don't like this guy," and all of a sudden they opposed, and then there'd be somebody else. And because of something generally known as the Monroe Doctrine, the United States stated to Europe, hey, you have your own wars and stuff to fight. We won't get involved with those. But in turn, you don't get involved in our stuff. And for like 100 years, that was followed. Almost 200 years. But war in the United States hasn't ever been extremely popular, except there were a lot of people after 9/11 who just wanted to fuck something up. I mean, that's how we like no one from Iraq was even known to be involved with 9/11. It was, depending on who you accuse, but it was definitely not Iraq. And publicly, it was stated that it was Saudi Arabia. Those guys are Saudi Arabians. Yet there was never ever once a discussion, let's invade Saudi Arabia. Even though at the time people would be like, Saudi Arabia is the greatest, like creates the most amount of terror cells in the world. At the time, nobody ever talked about invading Saudi Arabia. And I mean, there's a documentary, it's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick. And generally the only people who benefit in war are bankers and the defense contractors. It's quite a sad situation that, I mean, they didn't even like try in the United States to be like, oh, there was like an imminent attack. They were just like, no, these guys had nuclear weapons, we're gonna fuck them up. And they weren't even like, you know, they bombed a subway station or a bus stop. There was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. And the Iranians that I know, that I lived with for many years, had as friends, they're very peaceful people. They've never wanted anything but peace. And it's a sad situation. Every single person who is like in line to become the supreme commander of gets killed. They've all been fucked up. And I mean, Iran has even come to tried to talk to the United States intelligence and say, hey, we want to at least have like a discussion here. And the United States is like absolutely not full, complete surrender. And I hate to say it, but it makes you wonder what kind of dirt the intelligence community has on Donald Trump, and especially with the files that were released. It's very difficult for a reasonable person to say that someone doesn't have him implicated, be it Mossad, the CIA, the MI5, MI6, whoever. Somebody's got dirt on him, and when you have dirt on someone, especially if it is a heinous act, you can make them do anything that you want. I've heard that blackmail is more beneficial to the intelligence world than having that person live or die. Basically, because if they live or die, they can't do it. They can't do anything for you. But if you have them blackmailed, you basically have them by a leash to do whatever it is that you want. And if you've read the documents, it's quite obvious that there's at least a there, and in order to distract people, we're now in a major. Or when I say we, the United States is in a major. Now, then you're an ostrich with your head in the sand, and you just haven't seen what's in there. I mean, have you read the documents? Dude, absolutely. I have. In fact, there was a drop within the last 48 hours of Trump implicated in raping a 13-year-old girl. Like, these things drop every single day, and if you're not in the Epstein subreddit, you're not going to learn about this stuff. But if you are, you can literally sit in that fucking subreddit, and every 10 minutes, something new is dropped by someone who finds. I mean, there are 3 million pages that have been released. There are another 3 million pages that people want released, like Bernie Sanders are asking to be released, and Thomas Massie are being asked to be released, that have yet to be released and will never be released. But if you just sit in that fucking subreddit, you will read the most vile shit. It's a nightmare. People ask me what my opinion is on it, and the only word I can give it's an absolute nightmare. It makes me embarrassed to have association with many people involved, and it is American. I'm Jewish. I don't want any negativity for any of which I belong. And things are like this. People read this and they think we're not. I'm somebody who just thinks that it's to be made like many of the people involved who people think are Jews are not. Ghislaine Maxwell. Perfect example. People think, oh, this is this Jewish bit. There's an argument to be made. She may have had a conversion in 2023 at a jail, but whether that was legitimate or not, nobody knows. But her mother's not Jewish. She's not Jewish, yet she's in the public spotlight as one of the conspirators of this, and people associate her with Judaism because her father was a Mossad intelligence agent, but she's not Jewish, or at least not halakhically. And it's not blurry. It's not blurry. It's absolutely not blurry. It's absolutely clear as fucking day. If you haven't seen the well, let me just ask you this: when's the last time you were on the Epstein subreddit? No, 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 no. That is not it. The shit that you see in the Epstein subreddit is not available on YouTube or on social media. That shit gets taken down. I'm talking to people who are like taking exactly from the Department of Justice documents and they keep it. I'm just saying, like, I just asked a question. When's the last time you were in the Epstein subreddit? Okay, well, you should recognize that for the last like 44 Okay, that just makes me think that you're not a very critical thinker, and that's okay. You can live in a fairy tale world. No, it's not. I've known about this since 2008. I've known about this far longer than you've even known the man, Jeffrey Epstein's name. I've known about this entire ring. I've emailed on it. I've talked to people in my community about it. I've known about it at least in 2008. I've known about that island since at least 2008. I was emailing people about, hey, did you know that there's this island where all these people go, and people would that doesn't have any credibility. He was convicted, and then it was like, well, but it wasn't convicted on anything on the island. People just stick their head in the sand. For someone to not, if you haven't read these fucking files and read dude, I mean, even in 2016, Katie Johnson, have you watched the Katie Johnson testimony? Okay, perfect. So we were talking about this long before the files came out. And that woman's story, wherever the fuck she is, has been corroborated. Not only her story, quite a few other women as well. I mean, look, if it walks like a duck, it talks like it. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And I hate to say it, but this one, for as much as anybody wants to protect the president, does not look very good for him. Look, I'll tell you this. You can go through my whole background. You won't find... What did you say? What are you talking about? There have been people who have made FBI there have been FBI whistleblowers. Remember half of the files. Remember, half of the files have not been put out. So this is just the shit that they feel comfortable with people seeing, and it's vile. In the United States, none. Really, the only person who was arrested but not detained was Prince Andrew, and that's just going to happen. Look, I'm not saying that arrests will happen. When you have the scum in charge of investigating themselves, nothing's going to happen. But for you or anyone out there to say that there can't be the most significant intelligence drop in the history of the Department of Justice, if not the history of the United States, if not the history of the world, and then within a month, we are in World War III, full blown, and you don't see a connection there, that's cool. I don't think you're a critical thinker. A critical thinker looks at this and says that Iran says Iran says that they have. Israel says that they have intelligence. The United States says that they have intelligence, all corroborating that Donald Trump raped people, and that there is perhaps video of him raping children on camera. And wait, it's not about getting him out of jail. It's about getting that story out of the press. And so whenever anybody pushes him on it now, he just gets able to say, we don't talk about that anymore. That's done. I've been. Right, sir? You don't understand how the American system works. He's in charge of the Department of Justice. Those are the people who would take, who would be able to perhaps bring charges against him. He's in charge of them. His right-hand woman, Pam Bondi, is the same person who exonerated him in the state of Florida, is the same person who helped broker a sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. This is a deep swamp. And he's put these people in power purposefully. And the reason he has is because he has dirt. And absolutely. And so basically he put them in prominent positions, knowing that they would protect him. They have no other way to be able to provide for themselves. And they get huge contracts from the government when they do this, which is a big thing. It's basically, if you protect me, you can start a company, and then it will get millions of dollars in consulting fees. Pam Bondi got $3 million from Trump media just for consulting. I mean, that makes you a millionaire overnight. So, of course, you're going to help these people. And if you don't, only a few things will happen. One, they'll come after you. Or two, you'll be found in some hotel room dead, and they'll just say that you offed yourself, basically, and that's the end of the story. Nobody's going to investigate you. I mean, look at this situation with, I'm sure you've probably heard of it, but with Savannah Guthrie. She's the Today Show host. She's one of the most prominent news anchors in the United States. She's one of the very few people who had any courage to investigate the Epstein victims in 2019, and then all of a sudden her mom's gone, and they can't find her. Now, do you know how easy it is to find someone if you want to find them in 2026? You know how much shit that they have on you? They have satellites that they can find you. They have Ring cameras they can find you with. They have cellular data that they can triangulate. Yeah, this bitch is gone, and all of a sudden nobody can find out anything about her. It's basically to hush up the media that says, look, if you help to investigate this, the same shit's going to happen to your family. And so her mom's gone. Her mom's been gone for a month. Do you know how hard it is to be gone for a month without anybody finding you? And not that, but your body not being found, even if you were killed. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the intelligence world is obviously in control of this administration and in control of the Israeli administration. Benjamin Netanyahu's son said in, I believe, 2019 that, specifically Les Wexner, but that he was hoping to run a blackmail operation, not just on the United States politicians, but on Israeli politicians. And it's obvious that's what's happened. Ehud Barak's been in this, former prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's son, tried to speak out about this. He was sued over this. I mean, it all comes down to the powers that be. And for anyone out there who does not think that this war has any motivation regarding the silencing of the biggest story, perhaps, in the history of the intelligence world, okay, that's cool. I got a bridge to sell you. I've got oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. I mean, basically, like, if people are going to be that naive, that's fine. It's not that, at least in the United States, people are not that naive. They know what's going on. They just that they're powerless in it. and that their sons and daughters are going to be sent tens of thousands of miles away to go fight the war that perhaps does not have excellent grounding. And much of it has to do with the fact that the current president is implicated in some of the most heinous shit in the history of the Department of Justice. I mean, you could not write a nightmarish novel this bad that you have a pedophile ring that basically has complete and utter exactly autonomy. And with that being said, you can tell I'm passionate about this, but for anyone who doesn't see the writing on the wall, that's fine. I get it. I think there's perhaps a naivete in that. To anyone who has been in the Epstein subreddit and reads the documents, and I read them, it's the most heinous shit you've ever read. You're like, man, this guy sucks. And it's another interesting thing. On top of that, you have compilations of Donald Trump saying Barack Obama's going to invade Iran. I'm the peace president. I got us out of all of these different foreign altercations. And then all of a sudden to do a 180 like that. What else would cause you to do that if somebody didn't say to you behind closed doors, hey, here is a video of you with this 13-year-old girl, and we're going to put it out, and it's going to bring down your entire administration. And the American people are going to want your head on a fucking platter. So you either do what we say, and we'll make you look good, we'll make you look like an excellent wartime president, or you don't, and you're going to jail. Not only that, we're going to take down your family, we're going to take down your sons, your daughter, we're going to take down your grandchildren. We're going to make sure that you lose it. Absolutely, 100%. All right, with that being said, it's about control. Money doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about control. Yeah, it's terrible. I can tell you it's been 25 years or so, 23 years or so, since the invasion of Iran. And prior to that, we had Operation Desert Storm, which was the first invasion of Iran, like the liberation of Kuwait or whatever. And to this day, I can't tell you one person who was an Iraqi person, whoever killed an American, like on American soil. It's not like there was ever an Iraq terrorist attack. And I can really say the same about I can't name it killed an American. I know maybe overseas that's happened, but never here. And that's a sad situation. Anyway, it's a very sad. Oh, you can definitely call it that. And that's a world war. That's a world war. The definition of a world war is really. That's what World War One was. That's what World War Two was. This is World War Three. No, World War Four. To quote Albert Einstein, I don't know when World War Three, how World War Three will be fought. The World War Four will be fought with sticks and stones. That's exactly right. And look, I'm not. This isn't just like my theory. This isn't my theory. Just read Albert Pike's book that there would be three. This is before World War One. There would be three major world wars before the ushering in of the New World Order and whatever you want to consider that to be. And he's named where they would be. He said the first one would take place in Europe. The second one would take place in both Europe and Asia. And the third one would take place in the Middle East. And that's the same thing that Werner von Braun said, the head of the Nazi rocket program. I mean, a lot of people have said this. I mean, to have a unified globe under the same set of jurisdiction, you basically need to destroy all nations that don't follow your way. And Iran wasn't. There are talks about, well, Venezuela wasn't. That was another war, or whatever you want to consider a coup. We got rid of their leadership. And the only two countries that really exist that don't play ball anymore are Cuba and North Korea. And this is something that has, I mean, George W. Bush in 2002 in the Axis of Evil speech stated that the Axis of Evil consists of Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. I mean, Wesley Clark was told that there would be 7 nations invaded within 7 years, and it happened. It was Somalia, it was Libya, it was Syria, it was Afghanistan, Iraq, and what did you say? Both Muammar Gaddafi, who was the head of Libya, who was shit on in the American press for many years, was actually trying to set up an African Union, basically a way for Africa to no longer have colonialist powers take the resources, and to have, it was going to be called the Africoin, basically a currency that was one of the names for it, but basically a currency that was no longer going to be controlled by fiat currency. And Hillary Clinton, under the Obama administration, literally her quote was, "We came, we saw, he died." That was her fucking quote, and then she capped us after. Basically, they took his ass, they dragged him through the streets, they put it on video, and it was a message to anybody else in Africa: if you don't fucking play ball with us, we will destroy your country. And that's what happened. All right, with that being said, are you ready to lose? Dog, I'm gonna beat you in everything.
Still need to watch $1 Billion Bowling, but I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I mean, it's not even gonna be fun, but I'm gonna dominate you in literati, and let's be honest, you don't stand a chance. I'm gonna let you go first. I'm gonna give you every advantage that you'd ever want. You have an invitation. Do you see it? Okay, baby. So I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna give you a head start, and now we're ready for you to play. So how is Upcake doing?
Then what? Why do you need that? And we even said the first act is giving us geographic markers. So it's giving us all these other GPS. By the way, you get into and you have to read up the Avodah. I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah. The Avodah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah is on top of the trees. Excuse me, on top of the hills. The Avodah is off of the big green trees. So therefore, again, that the Kiva understands the Torah, and the Kiva is not that disagree with that interpretation. I mean, it could be very well agreed. Because then this is kind of camera that we see. And really are not disagreeing. Everybody actually seems to be on the same page. Also, some people forget this Mishnah. That's part of it. They have to say, Shalom, a Mishnah without Machlokas. A Mishnah without Machlokas. It doesn't get better. It's not like spiritual jackpot. It doesn't get better. Mishnah without Machlokas and a good Achos. All that the keeper is saying is in addition to the halakhic ramifications that the Tanakh listen we brought out of Pasuk, there's another reason the Torah applications identifying for us where to find that result, where to find it out, where to find it in order to read. So listen, so
Dude, I was reading on the Kill Tony subreddit that William Montgomery. Did you watch the most recent podcast? Okay, then what did he say? Dude, I mean, if you're such a fan, be able to tell me word for word everything he said in that fucking podcast. What did he say about Casey Rocket? But he didn't say where Casey was, right? Exactly. And then the next question, the same fan or a fan asked him, or in the same discussion, about him opening. And please brief me on that. Yeah, dog, everybody would know this if you're a real fan. I'm the one mentioning it to you. That was a good one. Fave is a good word, man.
equally hard to hide. So the mountain itself is of the people. Shaila is, let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? Shaila is, what's the status of the covenant? Like, it looks like this recovery mountains or not. Remember again, why? Because I'm covering is different than the rest of the statues. So I'm separate from this. However, again, on the mountain, the Shaila is a part, and therefore can't be kept.
Do you think he's done with closing? I for him to close. He's been doing it for so long, and he's got this thing that to which I look forward at the end because I'm a real fan. And I also think that he is someone who I was reading, and I tend to agree that, well, like if he's on, his interview could go for like 20 minutes. Like if he's really got good shit, mood, and he's like, Tony, I ain't never gonna stop closing for Killing or whatever. Like, you know, when he's in that mood and they can play it up, that's good. That's in my opinion, good. Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Excellent. I was going to say, well, yeah, energy is a great word for it. But if he starts, they can't have him go 10 or 20 minutes. And then I've already known that, like, the best is, I don't know if he's the best, but, like, the most consistently funny person on that show is already done. It's kind of like eating the dessert as an appetizer. And but I get it from his standpoint where he's like, it's got to be nerve-wracking where you're like, all these people are going and they're bombing and people are shitting on them and you don't know if your jokes are funny because no one's heard them yet. And then you've got to be on, so why not get that all over with at the beginning, and then you can chill and, I don't know, do DMT or whatever the fuck he's doing in there. So I get that.
It could be
and that's an excellent. I just did Nas, which I think was a really creative idea, by the way. There's that element of it too. That if you, and I know you don't watch him, I get that on Kill Tony, but he has not had. Okay, but you got to know, like, you know, I watch it, I eat it, I breathe it. I'm birthed in Kill Tony. I've seen them all. I've seen his first, I've seen his last, most recent, and he's just not the same. And I hate to say, he's way funnier when he's an alcoholic on cocaine. And I don't want him to be like that, but it's just, he's funnier than that. He's funnier that way. I think that he is. You know, he's got to say to himself, am I going to do Kill Tony forever? He's been doing it now for like 10 years or something. And I think it would be a major mistake on his part to leave the show. Because frankly, he isn't I know people say he goes out and he kills, but when he's not able to fill shows, it's not like he's becoming like a major time comic like Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr or Shane Gillis. Like he's not at that level. I don't think he's. I know like I may be a bigger fan of his than you are, but I don't think he's not that creative. He But people love his shtick, and so he could perhaps make people laugh harder than some of those people. But it's just his his apologies, I was taking some to put that down. Dude, you're playing really well. His his comedy to me is not like that creative. It's like one line punchy, and it can be really funny. And I know people say he does really well when he does an hour long show. And you nor I have seen a full hour of his, so let's be honest, you nor I are like the best judges of his long form comedy. Though you watch his podcast a lot, and I've seen it. It's kind of boring without Casey out there. He is a he's someone who I think just does really well on Kill Team. And if he leaves that stage, I mean, Tony needs, or Tony says, there are only so many there are only so many positions that they have, and he's gotten more people who are funny. Well, here's the thing, fuck all that. William is very inconsistent. Wait. Oh, that's beautiful, baby. It should be worth more. Here's a big thing about it. He's very inconsistent. If you give William Montgomery, if you say he has to perform over the course of the next month, he'll be sick 2 times.
mountains cannot become their gods. So thus can transform mountains
Smashing
into
Pumpkins.
the cancer of Avodah. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim halak.
Yeah, fucker. What album specific? Melancholy, bitch. Yeah, were you surprised that I knew that? He said it on Kill Tony. That was actually a question that I was going to ask you.
So that's pretty hilarious that we both had it as things we were going to ask each other.
Then why do I need that phrase? Half an hour wasn't. The phrase itself is I understand
Dude, you were playing like a G. I don't know how I'm down so many points. Well, that's a big thing. I don't have the ability to see how many tiles are left because this game fucks me.
The tree itself can actually come up with each other, but the items underneath the trees can. But what something the Torah itself says,
Don't call it a comic.
tells me what? Tells me what? That the Asheris can't come. The Asheris can't come about each other. What's going on? So if that's the case, we're getting the Asheris can become about each other. So then why use Lashon of Kas of Yitzhak and Kabul? I said that's how the teachers of the Rabbi. They say, listen, Kabul is the Rabbi. Anyway, Kiva, and it's all about underneath that.
What did you say, Tim? Where did you go? Oh, zoo? That's pretty good, dog. How the fuck did you play it? Oh, there you go.
With the phrase that I showed this phrase, violate, you do not should not be together. Also, they understand this to be a reference to actually initially planted for about the Florida for about the other purposes. So because when you'll see that you can have to be violent on. And this one you also need that possible teaching on both sides. That sure to support the Asian teaching. But if the tree was initially planted for about the other purposes, in what? When the mice again it's awesome. So where is he made that from? So the mice says, Rabbi Yosef, we did not mean violent on. How can I? Now, if you have well, we call it shrub, or trees, okay? And that is subsequently grows is going to be us looking at the trees like that. And the owner, Elon should not do with the self of was that the first way is a tree that was initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again,
Nay, no, or.
let's just look at the question one more time.
I'm busy. I'm got shit to do.
By assurance. One tells me assurance is simply by burning the assurance. The other part says assurance to by daily. Cut down the assurance. Now, why do I need to cut down the burn? Because the burn is pretty good. I burn that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. So I don't cut it down.
Programming robots.
It doesn't need to be burnt down, which is that case. That's a case of an Ashira tree which is planted for stamp purposes, subsequently worshipped. So there's another case
You know I could.
But what happens when you have a case like that is it appears that only that which grows after the apple desired designation, if that of icons of a person who worships an Hashem. She prescribed to Islam purposes, a person who worships it, only that which grows after the point of Avodah Zarah designation ultimately becomes Avodah Zarah. So that's why once he says, Hashem to God, and in that kind of just you have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew and bring Avodah Zarah designation. I'll assume that it was measured in some way. So also, therefore, it's referring to two different things. That even a tree initially planted for mundane purposes and subsequently worshipped as Avodah Zarah will in fact be possible. So the Gemara says, so Ezer each should be also the carnival. Now the only good should not rule myself up. Also, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part is movement. And only that which is cut off and that which grows afterwards is going to be better. So the Gemara says, the only good should not rule myself up. I am a high shelter of the Revolution and Nasiba. Tatabida. Which we want to go 1 second. But we're talking about the Gemara reading the Muslim. Reading the Muslim, Hashem is something by Hashem. Lashes from the Asian Nasi, but you also need to have a good also. Or the base of human struggle was off of you. But if the Russian people know now, listen to this. But yet, reading the Muslim of Hashem is from the Asian. Not the Muslim of Hashem to the Asian, which was Hero or Nehemiah. Also, here's how to do it. Hero or Nehemiah is from the Asian. And the Muslim, not said, you have to burn the Hashem up. I see Omer Hashem to the Asian. I would have said that to cut down the Hashem. What is that talking about? I would have assumed that would see how the Torah not said Hashem to support Ba'ish, and all it would have said is Hashem to Gadol. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially counted for Avodah Zarah. The Kaf Hashem to see Hashem to support Ba'ish was another way to assume Hashem to support Ba'ish, Hashem to Gadol. Therefore, both sides actually Hashem to Hashem to support Ba'ish. So that's the simple case, which therefore again has to be destroyed. So now what do I do with the extra concept of Hashem Tigadei? I can tell you, Hashem Tigadei will be Ilan Shanato Olabasov, a person that comes to the that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, I have to say that you should have. I'm sorry. Rabbi, I have Hashem Tigadei on my Hashem. Listen, this is nice. Now, according to Rabbi Yehuda, who opened the sheep of other resources, and then subsequently worship, that the tree becomes asur as Avodah Zarah. So the learning it out is Hashem Tigadei. Fantastic. What about according to Rabbi, who holds that also if you plant the tree initially for regular purposes and then what? And then worship it. That the tree remains smoker, and the tree does not stand side of Avodah Zarah. So we one of these three with the phrase Hashem Tigadei. This is amazing. I'm actually to my activate. You think that the show is amazing. They use it for the Russian show. The show maybe doing all those no problem. Ultimately, Bush Eretz Yisrael. Keep Bush Eretz Yisrael. Hold them in the pure Avodah Zarah. This is amazing. So the Shimon holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael site, there are 2 steps destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. Like literally, we used to choose cutting it down and these idols not to be over. But then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So that's an amazing story. So what happens again? Putting all people up, we call them in bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down Avodah Zarah. That preceded the conquering of the land. So as they're rolling through the land, so they're going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying them.
I mean, everybody knows I was
So however, Kibush Eretz Yisrael called in the beer.
distracted.
Country of the land has to be ultimately the destruction of Avodah Zarah. That's the slogan. You know what this talking about? Kibush Eretz Yisrael says, if the sunset is not really that done that. Actually, to land, you're obligated to go ahead to us. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah.
What a great play this made for him. I mean, he did go first, and I was distracted. Are we gonna watch $1 Billion? All right, are you gonna stream it? If I find the link for you, will you stream it? Absolutely.
Right or wrong, but how it managed to pass on us. So the goal was I would just knock that cut it down, knock it out. But the goal will be destroying that one is essentially the bottom level. As remember again, people should feel it takes 14 years. So first part, after the land, knock down a little bit as you go through it, conquer it, then go back to the
Yeah, you're Chris. We're done. Doug, I know everything about everything. Okay, first and foremost, you should know that $1 Billion Bowling is available on YouTube. But it says preview only. Okay, but let me. Okay. Yeah. So the way that Google makes money, its number one revenue stream is AdSense and or AdWords, I should say. Have I used it? Yeah, as in both a consumer and an. So basically, you create an account. You have to get your business verified to be able to advertise on there. And then there are certain words that you basically will pay for people. Okay, so there are words that you can choose, so that when someone searches those at Google and they click them, you will bid for those words. And if you bid higher than your competition, then the person will come to your website, basically. So the number one, at least this was how it was 5 years ago. I think it's still true. The number one Google, the most expensive word on Google to promote is the word insurance. Insurance, it was $5 per click. Companies were willing to pay $5, which is a lot of money in AdSense. You got to think that's a lot of people clicking that word to show up number one. And the way this works is basically if there are ads shown before the results, and you can get your brand there. And then if enough people click that, it will show up higher in the results. And that's basically how that works. A word like insurance is very powerful because it's not like even something like, I don't know, ball or dog or whatever. It's something that you're going to need and you may have for the rest of your life. So there's a lot of competition for it. And so basically you have an account, and I can tell you the words that we would at our organization bid on were things like car wash, mobile car wash, and there are phrases that you can do. Car wash app, those kinds of things. And those weren't expensive as insurance, but car wash is pretty expensive. And then people compete, and then you have your ads that are shown before the results in Google or on the sides. Okay. With that being said, if you use an ad blocker, that removes all of that. so you'll never see that stuff. But for those people who aren't smart enough to figure that out or don't have the ability, you will be shown these ads, and then sometimes it has the word promoted next to it, and you basically have a budget as an advertiser. And if you get, so like in realistic terms, let's say you're bidding on the word insurance and it's $5 per click. If you get 20 people, so 5 times 20, if your budget's $100 and you get 20 people to click that, then your budget will be exhausted after 20 people click it. And that doesn't matter if they click it and buy insurance from you or they just accidentally click it. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that somebody clicked that, you're going to get charged for it. So you can imagine you need really big budgets to be able to do this, and they just get depleted. And you do get a little bit. You can focus where you want to advertise. So it can get really specific. Though Facebook gets even more specific. I'm gonna get into that. But you can do like, I only want to target people in, like, we didn't want to target people in Southern California. We wanted to target people in Los Angeles County, Ventura County, Orange County, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County. But before we expanded to San Diego, we did not want to promote in San Diego County. So basically, we would turn off anybody who was in San Diego County because we didn't want to promote there yet. We hadn't expanded there, but later on in the history of the business, we will. And you can focus it down to the zip code. And so you can choose the different zip codes. They have like a map, and you can click it, and then okay, so there's that. We've talked about this before, but basically the European Union has told Google that you have a monopoly on AdWords, on online advertising, and you have a monopoly on the browser that people use. You can't have both. You have to give up one of these. And this is when I've said to you that the ChatGPT or the OpenAI browser, it's known as Atlas, is going to be the biggest browser in the future someday, because their browser is going to just it's going to take up Google's market share. Basically, Google's going to give up the European browser market. Eventually, an Atlas browser will take over there, and it will spread. And that is a prediction, certainly, but I think it's a good prediction. I was predicting this before OpenAI even talked about having a browser. I just had this idea that an AI company would be doing this, and that's going to be ChatGPT. And they have a browser that's available, the Atlas browser. It's only available on Apple desktop right now, but eventually it will be the best browser out there. All right. As for Facebook, Facebook allows for really targeted advertising, even more targeted, I would say, than Google. Google, you can get like general approximations of people, like, okay, I want to target women or men. Facebook will let you target women who are interested in Prada bags or Louis Vuitton bags or Gucci bags, like if they've clicked on this kind of stuff. And I've known people who, I have a friend who basically ran a purse of the month company. Basically, this was a company that would send you a new purse every month. And the way that they had very slim margins, but the way that they would target their customers is just through Facebook. And they would just say, we want to target women between the ages of 18 and 30 who are interested in fashion bags in these certain high net worth areas. And because they targeted stuff so specifically, they didn't drain their whole advertising budget, and they got a lot of people who were interested in what they were. And Facebook will also let you target people interested in certain movements, or like based on like whether they're married or single. Facebook has a lot more data on people from an individual perspective than Google does. Facebook will not tell you exactly who clicked on your ad, but they will tell you in general, like of 100 between the ages of 18 and 5, say you had a 5% click-through rate or something like that. And there are different metrics that are used. There's just the click metrics, and then there's the click-through rate, which basically, and then there's like click-through all the way to purchase. And like that's the key one. You could care less if people are just. I mean, it depends. If you've got like an ideology, you want people to click on it. But if you want people to purchase something, that's a lot different. And they've got to keep going through the click through. All right. The ads on Facebook generally run on the side, and are not as widespread as Google, meaning the ads on Facebook are just when you're on Facebook, and then Instagram's different. Instagram's its own. It still uses Facebook advertising, but if you're advertising on Facebook, that doesn't mean that your stuff's going to be shown on Instagram. Instagram's different, and their advertising is much the same way. It's the same kind of system, or at least was the last time I used it. And again, you could focus on people who had a certain number of followers or were in a certain region, etc. All right. Google allows you to have a much wider net. Not only will your Google AdWords be shown perhaps in like banner ads at the top of the page, but also on like you can have it so that depending how you want, you can focus your ads on people are using mobile devices versus desktop devices, or Android devices versus iOS devices. Those are some pretty interesting. You get interesting results on that. And you can say, I don't want to target people who are using certain devices. So I only want people who are on the old-fashioned Google page. I don't care about people who are using it's expensive. So I think you can start at, they have a limit, they have a minimum, but I think you have to put in like either $100 or $1,000. You have to connect your bank account or a valid debit or credit card, and you buy like basically credits, and then it can get your account can get automatically replenished once your credits are below a certain number. And I can tell you as well, one of the things with Google, you can target like Google Play if you have an app that you want to promote on there. And I know a lot about the App Store as well. But we don't have to go into there because you just have to put Google and Google and Facebook. How much does it cost? However big your budget is. They do have a minimum. I'm not exactly. It might only be $25 or something like that. And you get a really nice dashboard to tell you how many people clicked through, how long they were on your landing page, whether they purchased your product or whatever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've ran them. Absolutely, 100%. I've ran campaigns on both Facebook, Instagram, and then on Google, I've ran Google Ads, Google AdWords, and Android, Google Play Store ads. I'm trying to think of anything else. I've designed the ads. I've designed the copy. I have written App Store and Google Play app descriptions. I've done both. Yeah, I mean, you don't get the reason why they are interacting with you. Actually, a lot of it is. The really big thing that I found that Facebook and Google, or at least Apple, but Facebook and Google would be included, they would not tell you what apps a person had downloaded who also downloaded your app um, or clicked on your ad. And I always felt like that would be very valuable to a company, but they would not do that. But they would tell you, Facebook especially, down to the street. You could be like, how many people clicked on my ad within this city? They would tell you their demographics. They had something like it had to be at least 1,000 people. But basically, if it were a population of 1,000 people, it would tell you everything about those people: their average age, their gender, whether they were single or had children, what kind of interests that they had. It was very specific. You're saying that that's what your marketplace would do? Yeah, I agree with you. You're going to have the comment section, which will be extremely powerful. And you'll be able to parse that with AI and be able to get summaries for different organizations. And so instead of someone saying, just you get data that 1,000 women between the ages of 18 and 35 click this in this area of, I don't know, of Brooklyn or whatever. Instead of doing that, but not knowing clicked it, you're gonna, because there's no comment section for that, you're gonna get instead people who can comment on it and say, I love the purse that this woman has in this ad, or I love the way that she smiles at the end, or this model is so pretty. You're going to have specific information about what attracted someone to a given ad. And if I may interject, your or whatever uptake or whatever crowd sport or whatever is not a competition is not in competition with Facebook and Google. It is an enhancement of Facebook and Google. Basically, like Facebook owns Instagram, Meta owns Instagram. Okay. Currently, people, if you ever want to run one of these campaigns, you upload graphics or a video. What you're doing is you're making sure those graphics or that video is better, and that it will be better for the people who are advertising on Instagram using the Meta platform or on Google. Does that make sense? They'll love it. It's positive. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It will allow their platforms to continue to replace your standard over-the-air television and radio and billboard or vertical ads and digital spaces. It will these ads will become the top producing ads of anybody in the marketing industry.
Somebody else, like within planting, myself, I don't think
like currently the way you do this trial and error with different
That's correct. That's correct. And the thing that advertisers do nowadays, it's called A/B testing, and these platforms allow for it. You upload ad A, you upload ad B, and you see which one performs better. And then let's say A performs better than B. Then you change something slight in A, so you have A1 and A2, and then you compare those against each other. A1 does better than A2, and then you've got A1 and you change something slight on that. So you've got A11 and A12, and let's say A12 performs better. Then you take A12, you take something slightly, and you got A121 versus A122, and let's say A121 is better. And then you fine tune this until you have an ad that has very high click through rate. At the beginning, you wouldn't necessarily invest as much because you don't know what ads are best. And so you basically do digital focus grouping this way, just using click-through rates. But again, that's cool, but it doesn't tell you directly why people like it. So let's say you've got A112 or A1121 or whatever I said, and that's really good, but you'll never hear anybody say, I like this of why. You won't tell you. And your platform does. You've got a comment section. I agree with you, but I do not. Yes, absolutely. Oh well, yeah. I mean, you can integrate it with their systems, but as an advertiser, you get an average watch time of whatever your video is. No, it's not public. So they would. That's within their own dashboard. No, it's just proprietary. Unless they decided to share it with you, or you had some kind of integration. Basically, you could go to Instagram and say, look, we're giving you a lot of really good ads. Is there any way we could integrate with a user so that they could see their metrics on our platform? Anything's possible if you're able to sweetheart the people at Meta, then yeah. And if you're really performing well, they'll say, yeah, you can. But generally, they want to keep that information on their own platform, so they may not be. That's true. But what I think the most powerful part of this strategy is not any of the stuff that you have mentioned. I mean, it's all good and the click rate and all that stuff is good. But to me, what is key is that you're going to have some amateur person who creates something and puts it on their social media timeline, and it stays there. And it might stay there for 10 years. And that's an advertisement that will affect every person who looks at their page for the next 10 years. And you don't have to pay anything for it. Like, there's this. I don't follow many Instagram people. Even though I'm on Instagram right now on 5 different devices, and I'm on TikTok on 4 different devices. And I'm not talking about just my phone is on. No, I'm live streaming on mine. I don't look at that many creators, but I have been recently. But sometimes I do. But I find it sucks me in, and I'll be like, wow, 2 hours just went by, and it was mind blowing. But I can tell you, like, there are people who have, like, there's this, I'll just give you an example. A creator in Pasadena, so like just a suburb. She did all. She's like she's an actor, but she also does like music. And during the pandemic, she moved to like being an influencer. And she went to the salon. I don't know, 3 years ago, and I was going through her shit because I think she's really funny. She's in a Super Bowl commercial. Like I've seen, she's really funny. And basically, this salon, because they let this influencer get her hair or whatever. 3 years ago, I know exactly where that fucking salon is. I know they have a location past it. I know they have a location in Burbank. Like that sticks out in my head, and that salon isn't still paying ads. It's just they made an impression on me because I know that this woman made a reel about it or whatever, an Instagram post about it, and so long as this woman is alive, and she continues to get bigger, basically her audience is going to be affected by that. So I don't know. It costs. It's evergreen. Exactly. And this happens all the time. Now, one of the reasons why, as I recall, Instagram had your posts, but then they had stories, and stories were only supposed to go for like 24 hours or something like that. And the reason why is because they did not want influencers to have these evergreen posts or to manually have to delete something, because that is kind of insulting to the place. So they would do a story where they would promote your business for 24 hours, and then it automatically goes away. And as I understand, that's why stories became big.
So that's the why use
Exactly, and that's all. That's right, and that's all. That's all to be determined with the discussion that you have with the creator and what you want to determine to be your comfort in as an influencer promoting a business, and as a business how much you want to pay that influencer. I think I might have told you this, but when we so basically in the app that we created, you can have an avatar. And very few people, I mean, some people would like upload a picture to the avatar, but this one girl uploaded a really cool picture to our avatar, and we had a member of our organization who was like, "Oh, I know that person. She's pretty famous." We're like, "What do you mean?" And she's like we would get big time celebrities, the Kardashians, Quentin Tarantino, those kinds of people using our service, which was cool, but they're a different level. Even though we did have an agreement with the Kardashians to wash your car every Friday, which was a different deal. So we would, if we wanted to, get really big people, but we wanted to start to get to like mid-level influencers who weren't as expensive. And one of the things that we would do is get like the way we got in with the Kardashians is through Scott Disick, who was Kardashian's husband and like the father of Mason Kardashian. I hate that I know all this about these people. But basically, we knew we had a connection to him, and basically they would do posts for us occasionally if we would wash their cars every Friday and whatever it would be. And that's expensive, but it works out. Now there was this muralist who this girl told us about. She was an influencer. She basically, if you know what Bratz dolls are, they're like, I don't know, kind of like not Barbie, but they're like, you know what a Bratz doll is? Yeah, so that's like its own art form. And so this woman would do murals around LA that were very Bratz dolls-esque. And she, the reason why she caught the attention of the owner of the business was because not just because she had a really Instagram following, but she had a nice Bentley. And anybody who had like a really nice car like that would get his attention, and it looks really good on social media and stuff. And so we reached out to her, and we're like, hey, we would like to offer you like premium services for like 3 times a month or something like that, for in exchange for you doing one post a month. And this girl was really expensive. I remember she was like, I'll do it, but plus you have to pay me $3,000 a month. And that wasn't all that expensive. We could afford that, but it was like, you've got like 50,000 followers, or I don't know, maybe she had 200,000 followers or whatever. It just wasn't the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, basically, with her. And the reason why I mentioned, no, I don't. I didn't know who she was then, but we had someone who worked at the business was like, "Oh, I follow this person on Instagram. They're really big. They're a really big person." And I was like, and that was another interesting thing. Like everybody knows who the Kardashians are, but like I'd be like to somebody, we'd be washing a car like somewhere in Beverly Hills and look at the address and it'd be, oh, that's Quentin Tarantino. A lot of times these people would not do it under their own card. They would have their assistant do it because they don't want a whole bunch of like paparazzi and stuff like that there. They just and I said to one of the people, and I'm like, "Oh, Quentin Tarantino, that's Quentin Tarantino's house," and she's like, "Who's that?" You know, this girl didn't know who Quentin Tarantino was, but she knew who this fucking muralist was. It really just kind of depended on whatever your interest was, and you know, with something like getting back to that evergreen content, we would find influencers, not that necessarily that muralists, but other people who would be like, "Thank you so much, Mold Wash, for cleaning my car. It's been so nice. It's so nice having the car wash come to you. It's like Uber or Lyft for car washing. It's amazing. I got to go have my nails done while my car was being washed, and I'm just pampering myself. Treat yourself. Go get yourself. Go use this service." They would say those kinds of things. But guess what? That content stays on there for years. So that's why, like, if they wanted to, and so that would be an agreement that we would work out with someone. Hey, if you leave this up and don't delete it, we'll continue to provide you this service indefinitely. And even though the state of California shut down that app, many of them still have their testimonials that are way down on their timeline. But if somebody's interested, they'll go down there. And, with our organization, that was a little different. But if you're like if you're like a clothing brand or something like that, that is more visual, not that ours isn't visual, but that's the kind of way that you want to promote your content. The fact is, if somebody's wearing your shirt on their social media, they're not, if they like whatever they did and they like their look, they'll keep that on there 20 years from now. You know what I mean? And so, from your perspective, if you have somebody who works really hard to create an ad for whatever it is, we talk about like a mom and pop coffee shop in San Francisco, and they're proud of it. They put work into it. They'll leave it up just because it's art that they created, and they want their friends to see how creative they are. 5 years will go by, and that'll still be an advertisement, and that advertisement is not being tracked. It's not, just seeing how many views a post, but yet that content, like using your phrase, is evergreen.
But they can't spend maybe you don't know when so however people start to start putting this here. Listen,
That's correct. And you will have, I see it all the time on social media. People put up a post, and then in the comments, someone says, "Hey, I really love this. Please DM me. Let's collaborate." You see that all the time. And so people will just say, "I'm going to keep up this advertisement that I made for this company because I might get somebody who comes out and wants me to do something for them." Not even related to CrowdSpark or whatever. Just exactly. It's like it's a way for people to showcase their skill. You did this.
Now, again, still same topic. As the Yosef says, you shall go out of the room and spread in his goals. But so actually, it's constantly also actually does be constantly construct. You should back this matzah son, break them matzahs. Bahana, and leave it. But it's not that between the legs, what's the burn? Rather against something you are you go the akakah surah. Right? Let's say so we go to the
That's correct. Like in Enemy of the State, like in Minority Report, like in The Born Identity. Oh yeah, no, totally. And I've discussed this, like the Super Bowl. Some of the most powerful advertisements I've ever experienced were because I was around people when I saw the advertisement, and it had a connection with me. We discussed it immediately, whether it was funny or whether it was moving, whatever it was. It was a piece of art that we digested together, and that is an incredibly powerful marketing tool. Yeah. Very soon thereafter, you'll just get brain-computer interface advertisements that you might not even be able to escape. All right, so we've got. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I've seen this before. And they were doing this in malls. Malls were an interesting place to advertise, and we did a little mall advertising in the. There was a new mall that opened up in Glendale, which is known as the Glendale Galleria, which is like a famous mall. It's one of the nicest malls in the LA area, and they had some kind of like you know when you go in the mall and there's like the directory and you can like on the sides of the directory they'll just put like advertising there. Uh, we did that. One of the things though that they were proposing, and they didn't have it rolled out yet, and it still hasn't been rolled out, but that there would be a camera on the other side of the, let's say, the information booth or whatever, and it would recognize your age and your gender, and then automatically show you ads that it perceived as something in which you would be interested. And I think in the future, that's kind of what you will find. So you may have multiple people looking at the same screen, but seeing different advertisements simultaneously. And you could do that. Like imagine, I actually saw this on social media yesterday. Um, you know when you have like 3D glasses and like one side is red and the other side is blue, and if you look at them simultaneously, it looks 3D. But if you only look with one of the sides, you're only going to see one of the pictures, like with the red. And if you look at the blue, you only see the other picture. Does that make sense? Okay, excellent. So the same idea, we could both be, or let's just say a man and a woman could both be looking at the same screen, but the man would see something that was targeted at men, and the woman would see something that's targeted at women, and they'd be looking at the exact same screen, but the screen would be displaying different uh, different images to them. And this is becoming, I think, probably, well, and so the idea is in the future, if you've ever seen, I think it's Minority Report, they also, I think, do it in The Born Identity, but also Enemy of the State. There, I think it's Minority Report where Tom Cruise is walking through a mall, and um, the advertisements in the mall are saying his name and like trying to target him, and he's like trying to escape them, something like that. Um, that would be a reality. So instead of it saying an advertisement saying, you know, are you sick of cleaning your toilet? Well, use XYZ toilet cleaner. It's the best toilet cleaner around. It will say, Riser, hey, come here. Riser, yeah, come here. Are you sick of cleaning your toilet? We know that you own a Kohler toilet. Use this certain kind of toilet cleaner for the best results for your home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or whatever it is, you know, like wherever they want to target you. It'll be very specific, and it will. It's just a matter of legislation that they allow advertisers to be able to target you for such information. And I've heard it said before, the way that the New World Order or Skynet or Big Brother or whatever you want to consider it will be ushered in is through your advertising ID. If you're not familiar with your advertising ID, you should be. If you look in the settings of your phone, you will see that you have an advertising ID. And you can reset that ID. But that just tells the server that you reset it on March 6th, 2026. And instead of before when it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. But that you changed it. So basically everyone is connected to an advertising ID. And then in the future, legislation will be passed and there will be all kinds of loopholes for you to be tracked based on advertising. And when you say that you're going to be tracked, that sounds really scary to people. But if you say to someone, we're going to be able to enhance your experience and give you a more personalized environment that will make things more efficient for you, that sounds positive. When in reality, we're tracking your every movement and we are going to target you specifically for certain political beliefs or certain products or certain behaviors. What I'm saying is that under the guise of advertising, we will be able to I mean, even you said to me, I almost bought a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 number shirt because I just see you wearing it. Now, I don't promote it. I mean, I'm not saying, hey, when did you buy this? You know, I'm just naturally doing this. So even like, I think you do, and you just don't recognize it. If you're ever on Amazon and they feature a product, it's like, oh, that's a cool product. I'm going to buy that product. And it would not have been featured if somebody wasn't buying Amazon ads to be able to promote their product. I know that's a big one for me on Amazon. I'm like an Amazon junkie, and I would see cool stuff on Amazon, like a digital mall, and I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, but even cooler. And they would promote it post. I have one for you. I'm right now streaming on 5 different tablets, not just phones, tablets. And when I bought these tablets, they're Amazon Fire tablets. I remember them. And say to buy each one, I'd say it was like $150 to buy one. I bought them refurbished too. But I was buying so many different devices a few years ago that I was like, I was buying them in bulk. And so I'm like, okay, if I buy 5 of these, I could buy 5 of these for at $150 each. But I could buy 6 of them, which is, one more or whatever, if I buy a different model of them. In the model, the only thing that is different in the model is that it shows advertisements on the home screen, and you can't get rid of those advertisements. So like literally I have 5 different tablets that if I shut them off, they just show Amazon advertisements on the away screen or whatever. Now there is a way you can call Amazon or contact Amazon and they can shut that off for you. But basically Amazon, what I'm saying is Amazon sold a tablet that was less expensive if you allowed it to advertise to you. And I think in the future, that will become the norm, that you will just buy an iPhone. There'll be 2 kinds of iPhones. There'll be one that shows you advertisements on the homepage or whatever, and then one that doesn't. But the one that doesn't is much more expensive than the one that does. Oh, look who the fuck it is! Okay, well, we're asking you a question since you can't ask the question. Are you ready to lose? Because both of you have invitations to do so.
It's just the biggest. And you find out she's on the sex call. What would you do in that situation?
How hot is she? That's the most important question out of all of this. 0 to 10. Give it to me.
Well, it's Rihanna. You Chris Brown in this situation.
But Rihanna, I mean, she's okay looking, but like, if you're Chris Brown, you could get some bitch in you. Look, all I want to know is, Riser, why haven't you accepted my invitation? Are you talking about when he punched? Are you talking about
How about I just ask you the question? Are you talking about when he punched her before the Grammys or whatever?
Yeah, she was calling Rothschild something about that was doing eventually
I don't. I like justice, so I would think that you should be prosecuted and whatever.
fair enough, but this does prosecution and they not supposed to that.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody has the permission to put their hand on somebody else without consent. So if she didn't consent to it,
The children, sex
all right. I mean, then he could go to the authorities with his money and perhaps have some kind of prosecution. Okay. Then, yeah, I had heard that it wasn't because of that. I had heard it was because she said that she gave him herpes and didn't tell him about it, and he got pissed off about it. Yeah, Zoot, the king of STDs over here. Zoot, did you ever get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea? No, you didn't. You're lying. Riser, Zoot came in here the other day. He was trying to win the lottery, and he felt that if he was like absolutely honest with everything that he said, that he could win the lottery. And I just he just basically straight up said like I just randomly come in here and lie sometimes. And
he is good, but that can't be a test
okay, that's fine. Why wouldn't you get tested after the people who emailed you to get tested asked you to get tested? Okay, if I ever had an email that suggested I get tested for an STD, I would get tested. I wouldn't like go around being like, oh, trying to hook up with people that glory holes or whatever. I mean, you're just putting people in danger. Riser might have one of the best shots ever.
What do you mean? That's what it
No, I did not. There's no hit his ball. Yes, hit his ball. Badly, Zoo. Yeah, we have. Yeah. All right. Well, the fact that you don't recall it doesn't necessarily mean it's untrue. All I know is I'm sucking major league dick. Cool. Was he good looking? Maybe the greatest looking motherfucker ever.
still nevertheless not considered to be like now. And therefore again, I'm sorry, that is a
Dude, what are you doing? Collusion. Oh, thankfully he went in. If he hadn't have gone in, there was a really good chance that I would put his ball in. That's a terrible shot. Dude, you know what to do, big dog. Hit the cow, and then I'll hit the barn. Or the windmill. No, it's not that difficult. He might fuck me though if he does the angle and hits my ball. There's a big chance he could fuck me. That's a great idea. Razor's got a great idea for you.
Somebody else, right? You wouldn't plant the tree, not for the sake of a Avodah, not for the sake of Avodah. Myself, I don't think you're going to only to worship it.
Oh, what a great shot. Hit my ball.
And then subsequently worship. So kind of have a whole tree, and then when you do the on worship, you treat it like you count. Therefore, again, there is no high school. So, what is the Ashura, which is
Yeah, baby. No.
About not to value Ashura, although that you shake like that level is recovered. In the mad way, the cat has come from that level. So, the time comes up, I think the message is that initially just for study purposes, and later on is worship as a Avodah.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
Why? Because he was at that point in time, that tree is like what? It's like
Did I say soup? What is this bullshit? No, I didn't. Yeah, he can. He could fucking resign.
So then the Mesa, that's not what Jesus you can Adam call. And then the Mesa is motor. On the other hand, you see that
So what the fuck is this talking?
Ilan şunatı garina kuşe maşira. Burası abdu. Asır. Kılan tanı da har. Şimdi sen oturmuş görüşmeyesiz ne? Even if you plant it in the street for just standing and then you do the off, you worship it. That is not
Oh,
the right.
I didn't even see the whole video.
Why not? So you use but he says the other community. Because also listening, he says that you have to be a person because a person here ultimately is going to have to go to once worship. So once it turns out that according to this approach, actually let's leave it aside. Because this is the Sheshes. So Sheshes says this is second line of the Kama Saga, Kilo Shmetal myself up to water, Tanakama holds, the issue is planted for the stamp intentions. Not about each other. Just plant the stamp. And then any worship.
Riser has one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen.
Because you're going to Tanakama choose that type of light, like the mountain or like the
That was great.
Did you hear the
The who? Is that some Australian bullshit? Dude, why did they end it?
Just stop. Without any specific intention. And only worship afterwards. Nevertheless,
What did he say? That Zoot's funny?
Oh, Zoot just helped me. Maybe more than anybody.
If he wins that, I know he's supposed to be. I don't know how I can't count. I don't know if
Okay.
One biggest sports in Australia right now.
Okay. Well, that sucks. That radio show's done. Did you like it? Did you like the Jackie O show? Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the most controversial radio figures in Australia.
Is it like Howard Stern or something? It's who? Oh, is Howard Stern hated? Oh, by some people.
Imagine this
Oh, wow, that's a lot. Yeah, Don. Do you think Riser's going to make this shot? Because I think they have a very good shot at making it.
Wipe out all of the apples. Like what? Like your dad's
Riser, why didn't you make your shot?
Similarly, Torah says, Elohim halakos, your God's on the hills. What did you mention? Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become your gods. I would have said, Shomea Hani, Kakas Kovis, Ya'ana.
What website got banned in Australia today, Z? Was it Reddit? Okay, what was it, dog? Is it Pornhub? Oh, no shit. Man, Zoot's going to be VPN his way into the netherworld. What did you say, Zoot?
I understand
How to make those decisions. I think people should be able to do what they're going to do.
itself is worship. Even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to our shade of Hanukkah called each the idol. Why Hanukkah means what? Underneath you say, okay, I refer to what is the Torah telling you. The tree itself cannot come out of the Zara, but the idol.
That's what he just asked, son.
But what's happening? The Torah itself says that.
So what did Bonnie Blue retire at? She's still top 10? So you've already been there 50 times. Zoot's going to be protesting government interaction. People will be like, what are you doing? He's going to be like, you didn't know? We're like, what? They shut down Pornhub in Australia. People will be like, there's like 1,000 other porn sites to go to. It's like, I know. But that's my favorite one. Zoot, when does she give? Zoot, when does she birth? When does this bitch give birth? I know. Remember, you were going to have stand-up bit on it? Probably in the fall. Yeah, okay, fine. But I mean, that's technically the fall still. Okay, well, nobody gives a shit what you call it on the other side of the world. I'm talking about real people, baby. No, that would be spring for you, right? Yeah, it would be spring for you. Yeah, generally. Wait, well, no one. Do you call it shrimp on the Barbie? Yeah, you do. I was going to ask that. I was talking to somebody from the UK the other day, and they were like saying prawns. That's hilarious. Shrimp.
But what happens when you have a piece like that is it appears that only that which grows
Okay, do you call it prawns on the Barbie? What do you call it when people eat prawns on barbecue? What do you call a barbecue? Call it a Barbie? You don't put a Barbie at all? Okay. And do people drink Fosters? I know everything about Australia. I know all of the stereotypes, and I know that people don't drink Fosters there. It's just something that's marketed in the United States to get Americans to think that you drink Fosters. And I know that you call them prawns, and I think shrimp on the Barbie comes from like 1970s Australian stereotypes. like most all knowledge that Americans have of Australia is Paul Hogan.
I would have said you have to cut down the extra. What is that talking about? Listen, I would have assumed that you had the statutory not
That's
said,
right, baby.
and all it would have said is Hashem doesn't.
Hey, Riser, what is it like to allow me to have a perfect game?
Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra? Actually, I tell you, you learn Shinato over myself. Which was initially planned before regular.
I think I'm the best person ever at this hole. Zoot, what's the name of this hole? It's not. It's the pee hole.
And then subsequently,
All right, so
then worship it like the true like the true does not transform into Abu Zara. So what do they do with the face
So what did you think of my shot? Did you just sneeze? What did you think of my shot, big dog? Yes, it was.
So
Collusion. Collusion, folks. Collusion, folks. Oh, fuck.
Then they went back and destroyed. So what happens again? These three people come so they're knocking down and cutting down a that preceded.
No way this works. What a beautiful shot. Making it very difficult for him to water bubble now. How are you able to do it? You douche. I know, but I almost did a better shot. This is a tough water ball. What a water ball.
It's not a right or a wrong.
This is a difficult water ball. So.
So first go ahead
Fuck you, dog. It's gonna send me back really far.
So actually,
Hey, collusion, baby. Collusion. What are the odds that Dude never returns?
right?
Riser, you're so interested in marketing. You should really watch Billion Dollar Bully. It's like it baby. Baby. Big dog. I'm ready, baby. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I have to position. I didn't mean to dodge the question. So, what was your question? You just said I dodged the question, and I'm saying I didn't mean to, if that's what your interpretation was. No. I'm saying that I didn't. I'm saying that's your interpretation.
So this is an incredible result. Somebody check it out.
That's true.
It's not just like to start worshiping it or to destroy or to go and destroy
Excellent question. The ad that a woman would see would be crowdsourced to be really impactful for her, and the man would see would be crowdsourced to be very impactful to him. So you would just use crowd spark or whatever to get ads that are really specific to women who are shopping or whatever, and then ones for men that are really into shopping or whatever, and they could be staring at the same medium and be given two different ads. Okay, so at that, it'll just have a camera that knows who you are and then shows you advertisements that are geared towards you at that time. Okay, that doesn't answer your question at all. So you're asking, so how does crowd spark, how is it still relevant in that world, right? Well, nothing's forever. And so at that point, once AI that's like generating perfectly curated videos for people, you're out of business. Yeah, but I mean, that's like not happening yet. And, I know. Remember we said that advertisements that are linked to humans will have more of an impact on them emotionally than AI ones. So you still have that advantage. So at the very bottom, it would say like at Zoot, who created this ad for you. You'd be like, oh, that was created by a real person. Zoot, I'm gonna look them up. I'm gonna see what their shit's about. As opposed to just, something that you would get from Sora or something. I'm cutting you off right now because I want you to know that AI is getting so good with these Instagram models that I don't know if they're real or not. I I know you may be like, well, I can tell, but like followed by I agree. They have to start making them worse, meaning like like the way that I can tell is just everything is too perfect. When everything's too perfect, it's like um it makes me suspicious, especially in the background and stuff. Like, but if it's if these people like the people so that the background doesn't look perfect or whatever, isn't perfect or whatever, I can't tell the difference. It's very close to the point where I'm in the uncanny valley. Well, that's the thing is you don't always people don't always use it, and especially if a woman uses a filter that makes her look a little artificial, I can't tell. Like there are some of these that I look at that I'm like they are AI, and then there are others that I'm like I think that's a real person. They've got like 500,000 followers or whatever, but all their content looks exactly the same, and I don't know. And who's to say that like if you create a Facebook or an Instagram account, I've been creating a bunch of those recently. You create the Instagram account, and you don't have to like upload your ID at the very beginning or anything to prove that you're a real person. And if you have really good AI models and you never tag it as AI, there's a good chance nobody will ever think that that's AI, or at least for over the course of a few years. I'm sure that you've been fooled by at least one of them, and you don't know. I'm sure I have too, and I'm sure Zoot has by thousands of them. Zoot, we're about. Yes, sir. Zoot, are you ready to watch a movie? $1 billion bully. Zoot, do they have Yelp in Australia? Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. I would bet money Zoot does not have the attention span to watch an entire movie. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much for showing me. Yes, sir.
that is on them, which indicates to us that it's not the mountain or the road will become also the rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef really says, Elohim Elohim, and again, that's Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes us about the Torah, not the mountain itself. I asked Mishnah Ram Kasha, when the thing about Ashera, Asura, so it's this, I don't know Ashera. What about Ashera? This poses existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera, remember again, is something that by definition is on the structural landscape. By definition is of the earth again. This is Avodah. So we'll say, using what we learned before, we'll start using Aleha or Elohim, Elohim. Why would I show you the answer? Well, so here we go.
That's exactly right. If you caught what the guy said at the beginning, it's beautifully put. Did you catch what he said? What, just start it over. Listen to what this guy says. It's the perfect summary. Just watch it again. Just watch it again. I'll watch it. All the way to the beginning. All the way to the beginning. Come on, start it over.
Therefore, this identity transforms into an aspect of our Israel. The first is that the other person, that is, the other ultimately has Jesus, whatever was created in his heart by man, obviously, the human's heart is not created by man, it is practically grows on own. And the nicest species of that tree is something learned by man, therefore by that I'm going to give you the says I mean, over the other Yufana. So the Kiva says, I'm going to dash Nashi says that over the other and follow the other Yufana. So the I'm going to teach you how to dash it. وما هو شأنت موسى الجماعة في جبل النساء لإيسا God should use Sham for us. So I say that you don't understand that you are a spouse.
I really think it is.
Are in fact going to have to keep us. The markers as to real things have already started. What's the second? The recipes actually come on the commercial shop. Destroy the places. We take out the worship and damage. So I can let you off. Elohim al-Hafari, the Allah drops on the roads. It's called Israel. Was it Israel? They remove every green tree so that if people come to Lord, and the people say, you understand, so it's not just coming to the application. Israel will be dropped. How do you know that? It's simple. There's a Torah Yosha just coming from the word Israel. And the Lord, then what? Then what? What do you like? What's happening back there? Versus Torah could have just said, it's not about the Torah. Why do you have to get into an announcement on your own? Why do you need that? But even says the Torah is actually giving us the exactly markers. So he's giving us like a whole Torah telling you that I will change command and you have to root out the Avodah. I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah. The Avodah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah is on top of the trees. This is on top of the hill. The Avodah is off of the trees. For a thing that we keep on this thing. So you should have left that, but this is really that you can before. You could be very well again. Because then it's just kind of camera that you are not. Everybody actually sees you in the city. spiritual jackpot. That's the better thing. Mishnah Machlokes and the actors. All that the same is in addition to the halakhic ramifications. That's kind of coming and listening really brought out of the muscle. There's another piece that identifying for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it.
Which is it? That actually isn't a bad idea.
But I love the next stuff. Even if one worships the mountain or a hill, the other side has one that has a it is only one worships that is not a pirate, so it's only one worships that is on the mountain. That is on the road, no time for the final. Ashira is different, Ashira is exception. Why? Remember this phrase that is used much use as the other. Because it's a person that has been brought involved in the family of the tree, therefore by definition the person has the ability to transform the identity of the tree into the cancer of the apple. This is just an aside to the Bible. But it's true that the type that usually has a lot of strength, so see that time is historically they want to be that happy as a person going around to that. And again, what it is Hashem is always supposed to be praised on the highest point of view of existence. That's the follow the council of the Good stuff to Gemara. Now Yosef and the Shadakama all see Gemara asks our Kashra. And Yosef and the Shadakama are saying the same thing. And Yosef both are saying you worship the mountain, you can't worship the mountain, but what? You can go ahead and take that which is on the mountain and travel with Sarah. They both said, yes, you do the mountain company rock for a couple of times. So you know already the definition of that was. What was? There is some, there is people that they argue about something. But when you go to the kind of camera, everyone knows that person is so good. You say we behind the camera, our camera, our reflection. See for your heart, because of that. That's what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? See for your heart, so the mountain itself is covered in gold. The Shaila is, let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? Good. And so I think the Shaila is, what's the status of the cover? As it was that he's considered to be covered now or not. Remember again, why it's covered? Because of the covering is different than what you're separate from this entity. However, again, it's on the mountain itself, the Shiloh is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into Rabbi Zara. There's a second existing entity which can't be transformed to Rabbi Zara. Tanakama Saba, Tanakama holds, see for your heart, Egel Jihad. Tanakama holds that is not like the mountain, and therefore, it is sin. Therefore, if you worship it, it's not just becomes Rabbi Zara. That you'll say, you suffer, see for your heart, Hallelujah. You hold the note, covering of the mountain, managed to what? Managed to the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, the covering is not and a commissary sequence, you know, how you say, was sat for test on the culture, so you kind of commissary. Plus, he says, was sat for test is so hard on labor. And some of that must be covered in his face. Even if the test of the God is on the test of the God really healthy, still, nevertheless, it is not considered to be like part of the mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, not considered to be part of the mountain, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes possible. And you'll see that you'll see some of people have that, and you'll see people hold that covered of the mountain like the mountain itself. But will got it out. Still not the cover is but will to the mountain itself. The favorite, the high level is still covered in the mountain. Can't carry from like that. For the mountain is going to be covering also does not become us. There was a lot of that. They had is not referring to covering, not referring to what? I believe it's just although it kind of the fact that the part that now is covered in gold plus the status of gold kind of have a whole. It's not like enough to therefore it's possible. It's also right enough and therefore Switch summer. Including how bodies when I begin to have such almost in reality every piece that the covering of the metric is not to play and also ultimately remember guys feel like this kind of camera that Abraham, that son is some of Abraham comes to not just the separate and distinct either situated on top of the mountain, but value was, but even a covering, a covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the matter with this? The alpha was the other days. The alpha, that's very interesting. The Ivan should not do with myself of the coming. What's that about this? Sorry, I'll be back again. The alpha believer should not do with myself of the coming. One second. The issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it some of the leaders come. You got to this point. You run to it. Shalom Hashem Hashem. Since I planted a tree, take on it. Somebody else, like you then planted a tree, not to sake of Avodah Zarah, not to sake of Avodah Zarah. With myself up you, and only again, only this worship it, you are. So remember, as you mentioned, a tree is this planted by Avodah Zarah, which you have something to do with it. In this case, I'm going ahead and I'm planting to tree that means come up. And ultimately, only begins to worship it through the art. So the Gemara says, kind of comes sovereign, so the kind of comes he wants to actually play this kind of national. He wants to not being South actually like on the page 45 in the first line. He wants to not show myself up. The family is kind of come a Hollywood bow show. So it's kind of come up with them. The mountains and those of them who are in Tokyo, go ahead. So the foreign, although I see lots of our stuff. The 87 says therefore again, kind of come will say. By the time we say that the tree is planted not to the level of the solar emission. Common trees, and the love becomes a whole other. The tree is the most important mountain. Right? So that is the mountain. The mountain is there. That level reserve is just there. And then subsequently worship. So by the time a whole tree planted initially for regular purposes, tree purposes, and then when you give up on worship, it's treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, the reason Royal High School that's level is called the reason actually is the reaction. So according to Tanakama, what is the Ashira which is actually? So should not do the Tito Makach, the Tisas Yad Adam Ino Klot, and the Pinky Skill Shima Boris Boham. About not to Gary Shobish and Ashira, Pinky Tisas Adam, although that you shake the Lak Dai Boris Boham. In the Mahat, you let Kakas for Israel, for Israel. So say Tanakama is a view. The fish, the message is kind of initially. And later on, his worship as Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be transformed into a culture of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? It's like a mountain oracle. And what about Kisas Yad Adam? I'm not going to put it in Kisas Yad Adam, only to the role of the trees which is private, so that Avodah Zarah. But if it was private, practice, you don't establish it. Other of oil and trees. Right? So then again, the Maisa, that's not what Jesus is the Adam bowl. And therefore, the other side is water. On the other hand, it's that can increase us from words. We can see it from tomorrow. Once we listen to the right? And you're saying from the Lord to say, you have to carry that to the solution. So with ourselves, also, to the Dalila, so what's the whole thing the issue is no. Even if you translate the trees for just stamp reasons, and then you go ahead and watch, you worship it, that is not like the mountain or the no, why not? So you use what Jesus says. Because also when he says that the end of the because the person who ultimately is going to have the ability to transform his level of God, wants worship. So once it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's really myself. But this is the Shesha. So Shesha says, one of the arguments, probably mentioned that for myself, it's a second line of damages. Kind of a summer, you know, she went to myself up to winter, kind of holds, the tree is planted, it's just stunning countries. not about each other. Just stamp. And then only worship afterwards is mutter. Why? Because you're going to kind of come and treat that type of tree like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about Jesus? Jesus is the underbone kind of conversation. It's only a principle of why when the initial planting was not travels is our purposes. And you'll say, maybe Sundays, maybe he says, no, we run Shanat to myself up to ourselves. And you'll say, maybe he says, no, the tree, even if the tree was initially planted, just stand without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. Like we'll say, again, that you'll say, really planted because those trees are the other law person planted this. So you know, initially, there was no intention to travel to Zara. Since the intention now to travel to Zara comes later on, therefore, I must advise that you should spend from the identity of the tree, and it is not like the mountain or the hill. You must agree, right? It will be 26, right? It may not Ashira Asira. What's another again? What do we say for them? Why is it Ashira? Why is the Ashira Asira? Because she is but Isa Ashira other. And you'll say the Ashira was planted by a person. Because she is both Isa Ashira other Asira. And anything that has involved association, that anything I see involved has been involved in the process of abolition. You will be transformed ultimately into abolition. Use both Isas Adam, the Asir, as somebody in the Mishnah says, anything that has Isas to be Adam, what does that come from? My love, the Asir, Ilan Shinatu, Ulvasova. What's it, does that not come from you? In the case of a tree that is planted, which is stamped purposes, and later on, also is worship, tell you that such a tree does have the ability to that manifest. The after Yossi that in the summer, he learned nothing of herself of the awesome, and ultimately again, even that Yossi that he holds, that the tree was planted initially again also to stamp purposes, and only worship later on, and then as we go to Hamas with the Samuel, and Yossi that he hold that. Coach, so listen to the said as follows. The Torah Shema Elohim al Bahari. Harim Elohim. What's the only thing that just tries to keep in mind? The blessing itself only poses the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God shall God himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al Bahari. Like the gods on the mountains. Russia, minus is although Elohim, the mountains cannot become their gods. So that's and transform the mountain into an answer of abolition. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim alakos, your gods on the hills. What is that? Elohim propose Elohim. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Halim. Takas for La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim, is everything. Process, Takas for La'anan, every I would just like to look at the other side. But that is defined that is a Mokara, so La'anan Elohim. She itself cannot become however, when the person says that they have to description of the flesh, the process and the triggers destroying the fire. What's it destroy? Torah Goshen says that he's arguing. Ella Nafa is Ya'adan Allah. What's that case? Then why do I need that phrase after us? What's it? The answer is happy with you. The phrase itself is I understand as Elohim, al-Harim. But I like both. For reason it says, you shall destroy their gods, you shall unannounce it on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to stand with the others back to this on the hill for not in itself, accepting in itself is worship. Even if not in itself is worship. Yet when it comes to our shade, what does the Torah say? Achas called Yitzra'ana. Why is that like Achas? Achas means what? Underneath is okay, I would have thought, what is the Torah telling you? The tree itself cannot become able to desire, but the items underneath the trees can. For one second, the Torah itself says, not very physical damage. The Torah itself says that what? That the Asheris tells me what? Tells me what? That the Asheris can become. The Asheris can become. about Zara. So what's going on? So that's the reason why the shares can be called about Zara. So then why use what's the Achas called to Adnan? Who is the Rabbi? So that's completely the Rabbi. The Rabbi is saying, listen, how is the Rabbi? Anyway, Kiva, and he told me about other products. When you must be small mission. And we are keeping people on the set, how much they must come up with that about the world, if you're going to sound.
So, yeah, watch.
I actually put my happiness. So I think that one of the phrase that I think is violence, even should not be the was a villain things to be erected. For about it was a no see that you did not be violent on. But this will be also that possible teaching about sides. That shared teaching is a true resolution practice about desire purposes. In what? Then when I say get a pastor, so we're just going that out. Rabbi Yosef, you did not be violent on. How can I? Looking at the institution, the most common struck with the initial tree, okay? And that is subsequently grows. Like that. And the other, you learn should not do over myself on what's the benefit for this resolution. And then what? And then ultimately again, we can find what's it? It's the best of the discussion. This is the principle of the face assured that they by 1,000 assured by burning assurance. The other part is assured that they cut down the assurance. Now, why do I cut down the assurance? It's a burning and then you put that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. Slightly people cut it down. You see a new system fascinating consider that which doesn't need to be burnt down, which is that case. That's the case of an Ashira tree which is planted for stamp purposes, subsequently worship. So most of the becomes hostile that again doesn't even happen tomorrow's after this war. But what happens on the other piece of that is it appears that only that which grows after the apostolic destination, if that becomes hostile as apostolic. So if I go up, a person worships an Ashira, this by the stamp purposes, a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of apostolic destination ultimately becomes apostolic. That's why the person says, Ashira to God. And in that kind of case, you have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the apostolic designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that somewhere. So also, therefore, it's referring to two different cases. And then there is a really section of years in Israel that even a tree initially planted for mundane purposes and subsequently worshipped as Avodah will in fact it says, no, I should so, easily should you also be colorful. Tell me, oh, maybe you should not myself up. So, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part is winter. And only that which is cut off, and that goes afterwards is winter. So, what it says, the only you don't myself up. I should is the revolution of us. Tell me, though. You can rest for 1 second. But we're talking about first, the muscle. You might speak in the concept of ashur to right across. So the Asian cross, the ocean have people will say, so the simple mention will also help you. So the Russian people know now, so let's listen to this. But yet, you must begin the concept of ashur to simple Asian, not the concept of ashur to the which was still learn that about. Let's say, here's how to think about it. You don't learn that about to simple Asian. Had the concept not said, you have to burn the ashur up, and you see, Omer ashur to the I would have said that we cut down the extra. What is that talking about? The Iman cannot be mixed with the fact. Listen, I would have assumed that you had the Torah not said Hashem Yitzchak Ba'ish, and all it would have said is Hashem Tibadim. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for apples to sell. The top, Hashem Yitzchak Ba'ish, was saying now that we have two psukim, Hashem Yitzchak Ba'ish brought into Badim. Therefore, both saying next to Hashem Hashem Yitzchak Ba'ish was saying the initial possibility. That's the simple case. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra concept of Hashem Tika Devon? I can tell you, Hashem Tika Devon, Mechila Shirato, over myself. Also, when it comes to the Shirato tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, my Abdi is the Shirato tree. I'm sorry. Rabbi, hi, Hashem Tika Devon, my Abdi. Also, this is much. Now, according to Rabbi Yehuda, she put initially for mundane purposes, and then subsequently worshipped, but the tree becomes usher as a Rothschild. So the learning out from the thing is actually fantastic. Everybody comes to that now, that's kind of cover. The whole devil says, you plant the tree initially for regular purposes and once, and then you worship it, but the tree remains maker, and the tree does not transform into a Rothschild. So what do they do with the phrase Hashem to God, the most of the season? I've actually taken my Abdullah, the kid that you're showing there, what's the reason? The reason for the judge I'm showing, what's the reason? You do it of all the scope of them, ultimately you push Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, call them in the Peter Avodah scope. What's the reason? So, the conquest of Eretz Yisrael looks like there are two steps in the first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. So literally, these trees cutting it down, these idols not to be over. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So that's amazingly so. So what happens again? The three openings of public order, so they're knocking down and cutting down of Avodah Zarah. That is as they're rolling through the land, so they're going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be kibush. So, however, kibush are so called in the Bible. Also, the country of land has to proceed ultimately. This moment. We do over this called in the kibush are actually says if the sunset is starting
not as much, but like if people have they there's some sort of record business, and one thing that I feel is business that were close to us. So then somebody did a car wash, even though we didn't have a brick and mortar car wash anymore, our name came up. It was like free. And so what we would do is we would register a bunch of businesses throughout Orange County and LA County. And so wherever we were, we type in car wash, and all of a sudden it says car wash, and it was free everything. And then we could add reviews to it. So we would sometimes I would just create 100 Google accounts in a day, and just say great service, 5 stars, and that would work for some of the locations, but other locations it just depended how much I pushed them. But some of those reviews are still up. You know how I it was easier about the name I would just do it because I'm getting paid, and this is like, and that's on the well, and so if you need something to do, or just bring it. I gotta say that one of the reasons why I know so much about all these social media accounts, I have tens of thousands of them, is because I used to get paid to manipulate the system. So, well, it was a combination. It was a combination. So, the owner of the business owned the property throughout Southern California, and wherever he ran like a warehouse or something, he would put a Google My Business page. What I did, we would use something called fan cam addresses. So basically, some places would allow you to have a mailbox without a brick and mortar location, and we would register throughout cities where we wanted to gain a foothold, register an electronic mailbox, and then we could get a Google My Business. The way you get a Google My Business account is you have to receive a piece of mail in that location physically, to your email, and then you have to put a number in, basically to confirm that you received a piece of mail. Especially in places where property values are extremely high, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, we would register a Google My Business location in that area using a email address, and then basically I had a list of one time I bought 1,000 Google accounts. That was about time. I bought like a ton of them. The thing is, they didn't max that level. They eventually got the but I didn't pay. But I would take those accounts and say, great car wash, easy service, super easy, great customer service, 5 stars. And then all of a sudden, when somebody on Rodeo Drive, where the price of real estate was extremely high, they would look on their map, and all of a sudden, that's this car wash. That's advertising. So I started doing it in places that were really high profile, and when you would type car wash anywhere in Southern California, we were going to pop up. And brick and mortar car washes hated it because basically we were looking like there was a physical location there and there was not. It's an excellent question. Eventually Google got hit with this and they would not let you use mailboxes, and they would also do research on Google Street View, but it worked. Like here's the thing, we might have tried it in 30 different cities and 18 of them sucked. That's great, maybe not all of them sucked, but I did. And that allowed us to have a huge footprint so that anywhere from the Mexican border in San Diego to Santa Barbara, far north of Los Angeles, when you type in car wash, we are going to advertise it for free ads. And you can click on it. And especially in places where you not get a car wash. I mean, nobody gets a car wash in Malibu. The price of real estate is too expensive, but we wanted people to know that we get our service. And so we really hard to do that. And it worked really well. I mean, I think I could still do it. I could make it, but I just had car wash. I mean, I can remember one in Irvine. I put a bunch of Irvine, and it worked for years. Right down the street. Irvine. That looked like a car wash this way. And well, so here's what the issue is. You had to get a postcard at that address. If you could get a postcard at that address, you could do it. And so we used to send postcards to like people associated with the business. Hey, can we get this number set for you? Read us this number over the phone. And then all of a sudden, I mean, I have it. And all these places along the coast where there's a lot of money, but nobody has the price of real estate is far too expensive for a brick and mortar car wash. We're dominating those areas because somebody would type in car wash in Newport Beach. There aren't any car washes, or like maybe they're in like a gas station or something. All of a sudden, you can get car detailing coming to you, and they advertise. Worked really well, and it worked really well for SEO, search engine optimization. When somebody would type in the Google car wash, boom, we're going to show up on the map. We're going to show up in the results. We dominated. Our SEO strategy, we show up. In fact, we were doing it sometimes multiple in the city, so that if anybody we were sending postcards all over Southern California just to get somebody to read us the 6-digit code, and then all of a sudden, once that happened, we got a pin on the map so that over the course of a year, we kind of had 50 pins for us in Southern California. You type mobile wash you'll see it close, but you'll see it show up. The thing with Yelp, and I thought this was an excellent argument that we made. We weren't a physical car wash, so we're a technology company. So why are you able to Yelp us? You couldn't Yelp on Uber, you couldn't Yelp on Lyft, you couldn't Yelp on DoorDash. Those weren't brick and mortar places. So why are you able to Yelp us? We're not a brick and mortar place either. And I think that's a legitimate argument that basically could have potentially been, but we never pushed it further. Eventually, we did what all these people did. We just started paying, I think, $5,000 a month, which is a lot of money. And we just embraced it. And we just be like, okay, we'll get business from this. Yeah, we get paid. When this I used to go to every business all the time. Whenever we got a 1-star review, I would get a call immediately. It was like the bad call. And he'd be like, do everything you can to try to get them to reverse their feelings. And when I first started the business, I did this. And I could work magic. I really could. I could convince people to change it to me whatever I wanted. Because I was good on my phone. But eventually I said, I don't do that. I'm not a customer service manager. I'm managing directors. And if I got somebody to do that, it was very stressful and I didn't like doing it. And the reason why was because I could not, like, basically, when I have somebody on the phone, they could say that so-and-so told me that I would get a free car wash. And I didn't like that. And I also didn't like my name potentially being used in a review. I didn't want somebody to say, my name anywhere because then it's stuck there, and I don't want that. I can't give out the whole argument. So when people used to ask, who's the manager? I used to say, just call me Jake. And people would say, why Jake? And that's the name of our Yelp. That was the name of our Yelp representative. So I just said, my name is Jake. Just call me Jake. And then when people would be like, oh, I had a bad experience, but then I spoke to the manager there. FYI, her name is Jake. And they made everything better and gave me a free wax or whatever. And they'll give us free stuff. But I never wanted that in a negative way, where I never went off on anybody and no really, but I didn't want my name. So eventually, I told the owner of the business I'm not doing this anymore, and so we had somebody else do it. And I had a very good argument. I speak English, my Spanish is very weak, and many times the person is trying to figure out what happened to customer service agent needs to be bilingual. They need to be able to speak to the person who did the washing and to the customer. And I would say that you're basically forcing me to get someone who speaks Spanish to speak to the washer. And then that person has to communicate that information to me. And then I have to communicate that to the customer. That's 4 people involved. Why don't you just have a person who can speak to the customer, speak to the washer, have more efficient, and there's not the lack of communication that can occur. And eventually I was able to make that argument. It worked out that one of the guys there who had been working longer than I had, he was like one of the first ones to raise, but then he had to try any bad customer experience. And he did a really good job. Sometimes he would need to be coached or whatever, but he was able to deal with those people. It's a really interesting. She had a nice, you would get by their clothes, and I can still remember she had an excellent and you would learn all this information about these people because you would like look through their Yelp profiles and see what they do. Her dad had an insurance business in like Marina Del Rey or something, like a nice area. And this one. And this shouldn't have anything to do with the customer experience, but she, I have to say it because it's a really interesting thing that happened. She would call every single time she went to her car wash, and she would say, do you have any promo codes? Because you get like $5 off, and we would give people promo codes. So every single time she would call for a promo code, and she would say, yeah, is so-and-so working, or can so-and-so wash my car? And that's the thing, we wouldn't, like that person might not be working that day, they might be in a totally different part of the city. We couldn't guarantee that you get the same person every single day. And this woman happened to be African American and said, and don't send any brothers to where I am. I want somebody named Jose or Julio or something like that. Don't send any. Like basically, she's African American saying, don't send other African Americans in the organization. Now, I understand that she wanted to make this request, but that is discrimination. Now, I understand why she was saying she is very attractive, and I think a lot of guys might try to get a picture or something like that. And but that's not something that we could do. We could not just by saying, oh, we send somebody to you based on color or whatever. But a very interesting situation. And this one had 50 good watches. And this one time she did not have a good watch. And she said, I told them I wanted to come to my car wash or something like that. Do my car wash.
and they weren't able to send us her. And I thought that was a really bad situation where we had someone who was discriminating against her own race, basically, and wanting someone of another race for whatever reason. Yeah. I just wasn't comfortable with those kinds of situations. Anyway, she ended up. I think for the legendary she had hold on, I have to change my originally she had written like a 5-star review, and then she came back and she said, like, I've used these guys all the time, but like basically I asked them to send out someone named Jose. They weren't able to bring out Jose or whatever, and they sent somebody else, and that person didn't do my tires the way that I wanted or whatever. And I remember we really went back and forth on how to respond to this, because that was the thing. We would respond to every single review and say what we tried to do as a business to give our side. And this one woman in particular, I said, let's just say what happened. Let's say exactly what she said. She said, don't send any African American people to, she said, I think if we put in quote brothers, don't send any brothers to my location. Send me a quote Jose or someone like that to wash my car. And she went and denied it later on. She's like, I would not do that to my own blood, etc., etc. But boy, did she. And that was one that always stuck out in my mind, that this was someone who was discriminating against her own race, and for whatever reason, and now it had to be like a public ordeal. I did not like doing that, so I basically just said, I'm not doing it, and held firm on that. And I did it one more time. What the fuck did you end for? All right, will you do that? We had one person. I only did it one more time. We had this guy from South Africa or Australia or something, and he was really upset about something with his race. And I didn't really care about that, but I did care that we had an employee who was upset because this guy was being abusive on the phone. And she just gave me the phone one day, and she's like, I can't do this anymore. Like, she was gonna quit. And so I took the phone and I went outside and I gave him a wedge. So I remember, and he was happy with that, and then that made everything okay. I remember saying to the owner of the business, you can't expect me to do this job, be able to give things to people at some point. So I want to be able to give one free car wash away every day. You should allow me to be able to do that. We should be able to eat that. We have a big advertising budget that it's a $30 should be able to allow me to do that. And so he did. Exactly. And I never had to give a car wash away except one woman, and she was like living out of her car, and she wanted like a deep clean of her car. We'll do like deep clean living in your car, like that's like a service that we'll give you an hour of our time. We're not going to give you 8 hours of our time. And she didn't even order a premium. She ordered a deluxe, which was like just like a basic package. And I remember I gave one car wash away on that one. And but it was, as you can see what these people are doing in this documentary, there's no accountability for this business. They're like the mafia. All right, well, you go take your dog out. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll come back and we'll finish it, okay? Listen, this motherfucker doesn't even respond to me. This is garbage. Don't ask me the question if you're not going to listen.
both Tanakama holds that it's not like the mountain, therefore it's usher. You'll see he says it's much the mountain, like the mountain, and therefore Shusha Sama. Shusha says, you can how much, look at how, so Shusha told in reality, everyone that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain. And also, remember, that's like the Tanakama, that Alehem, that's that the Sahab Alehem comes to include not just the separate. I was situated on top of the mountain, but rather what? But even a covering, covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the halcha? What's the emirates? The halcha is actually very interesting. The iman should not do with myself of the coming. Let's say watch this. Watch this. What is the argument back here? Halcha b'yurim should not do with myself. Also, the issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it some later time. You could actually just know. You learn to not do it. Shalom Hashem Asherah. I planted a tree. Somebody else, right? You wouldn't planted a tree, not to sing about the Sarah, not to establish it. With myself up to, and ultimately again, it only begins to worship it later on. So what's the next part of the tree is a tree planted by the Sarah, in this case, I'm going ahead and I think the tree that Jesus is going to come up. And ultimately, only begin to worship it later on. So the Gemara says, kind of come discover, so the kind of come holds either. So let's actually the point of Yuvan Shitabashi, let A and the base 45B first line. Yuvan Shilatu, Shilatu, so Shaman is kind of come a horrible motion. The Kama says, the mountains and those on the third. Who I told you, see my head. Should it? Although I said to us, it's still coming. The 8 someone says, therefore again, the Tanakama will say, the tree that is planted is sacred of Avodah Zarah, and the Stamach tree, and the Rabbi comes Avodah Zarah, the tree is not just like a mountain. That's the case of the mountain is the Avodah Zarah was just there. And then subsequently worshipped. So Tanakama holds that a tree planted initially for regular purposes, tree purposes, and then only later on worship is treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, there is Royal Hyacinth Festival is called. He's the Ashira. This is the Ashira. So, according to Tanakama, what is the Ashira which is answered? So, Shenatu Metula Lekach, the Tvisas Yad Adam Enoklo, and the Inkin in the Shrevolis Bocham. About not to Garish or the Shemashira into Tvisas again. Adam, Oro Garishite and Labdak Levolis Bocham. Haya, in the Mad, letting Kakas called Israel, or Israel. So, Tanakama is up here. Essentially, the likes of the tree is planted initially just for standard purposes, and later on is worshipped as Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be transformed into a festival of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is a mountain or what about Tvisas Yad Adam? What about the fact that Tvisas Yad Adam plays a role when the trees in the planted and say Avodah Zarah. But if it's planted correctly, those are just standard tree purposes, other arboreal intentions. Right, so then again, the Maisa, that's not called Tvisas the Adam mode, and therefore you're both saying it's mutter. On the other hand, it's just Rashi, that Rashi kind of gives us the whole verse. So just read, don't see the Torah. Once we listen to you, right? And you say, really comes along to say, Ilan Shemot is Gary, Akidu Shoshin Ashura, will have myself of you, Usher. You know, dummy the heart. So they'll say, ultimately, this case is no. Even if you planted initially for just some reasons, and then only later on, you go ahead and what? Do you worship it? That is not like the mountain or the no. Why not? So you but Jesus. Also, listen when he says that.
Yo, dog. Yeah, what's up with you?
That according to this approach, actually that's what we need to start. No, this is what Shakespeare. So Shakespeare says,
can you hear me? Yo. Dog.
Just planted stamp. Then only worship afterwards, it is more.
Big dog.
Why? Because again, the kind of comic trees, that type of tree.
Big dog, can you hear me?
What about Big,
can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. That lady. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That lady. I was thinking about it. She did not have an Alfa Romeo. She had an Aston Martin Ghibli. I like. That's how fucking well you would learn these customers. That-
Maserati? Is it Ghibli? Is it Maserati?
oh yeah. That's right. Was it a Maserati? Yeah, it was a Maserati
It's like
Ghibli.
a TV.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Was it a Maserati Ghibli?
Is it the James Bond one?
No, I didn't ask me. Maybe it sounded like Ghibli. Hold on.
Aston Martins are have really garbage build quality.
Well, I wasn't selling cars. I'm telling you what this lady had. Types of cars. Maybe she did have a Maserati. But I thought it was. Yes, I think she had a Maserati.
Garbage build quality.
Yeah.
Probably tied with our bus. It's funny how like these luxury cars built well.
Well, the idea is that if you have that kind of money, you don't need reliable space. Man, I'm gonna say she either had a Ghibli, a Maserati Ghibli, and I want to say she had like some kind of car that not a lot of people have. Let me look at it now for a minute. No, I think it was an Aston Martin. Anyway,
They both kind of operate like
they do. But I just thought this was really bad that this lady was
I think
discriminated.
I think like she initiated the bad review.
Well, originally, no. Originally, she had like had 50 watch attempts. During her third watch or whatever, she gave us 5 stars. During her 49, she updated it and gave us another 5 stars. During her 51st one, that one didn't go as well as she wanted, and she changed it to 1 star, like that, saying that we accommodate what she wanted. And then we just got and said exactly what she said on the phone, which is, don't send any, send me a Jose.
I guess at that point, you're kind of backed into a corner. You might as well tell the truth instead of just making it seem like ridiculous.
I agree. I mean,
But then did she really her review after she saw that?
I understand
Where are you guys paying? Like, you're paying
no, it doesn't work that way. They had a system of like 180 data points that they would use, and you could not choose what was going to be on the map.
Sometimes business models long as okay, and they'll actually show you people the good ads.
They wouldn't do it exactly. Okay, so you remember you were like, hey, like I can see a lot of the, yeah, wow. Remember I said like if you type in mobile watch instead of California, a bunch of
Can't do it. There was the DC chunks of Batman. It wasn't like Batman.
well, keep in mind, it was 5 years ago and the business was closed.
Yeah, no, there's still a bunch of closed ones.
Yeah.
Which I guess you have to maintain the the ghost mailbox or whatever.
Yeah, you do. You had to pay like something like it depended on the area. So higher uh, value areas were more expensive. Yes, sir. I know you're not fucking enthused because somebody's not swimming down to Amazon, but you're someone who wants to fucking be an advertising mogul. You got to pay attention to this shit. It's not just interesting, baby. This shit is fascinating as fuck. This is the modern day mafia, son.
I mean, yeah, we still watch the other
Baby, we're watching Bear Man. Baby, we're watching Bear Man after this. Dog, that's what we're looking after this bad boy. Just waiting on you to start. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, like computers.
I won't make fun of that because it's better than I can do right now. I could show it, but I could not stream it. It would be one camera looking at another stream. Probably not.
Yeah, my computer just crashed. The MacBook Pro laptop was 2019.
Did you see the what is it, the MacBook Neo or Neo MacBook that they're launching for $500 or $400 if you get an education discount? It uses an iPhone hardware, an iPhone processor, which I guess could work for like if you're a young person, but if you need anything strong, you need more than that. I think it's in this documentary that Italian guy who's at the beginning who's like, in Italy we call this the mafia. In the United States it's called Yelp. You know that guy? I think his business after he made this became very popular, but everyone would just give him 1 star. And like that was his thing. Like, give 1 star. I don't care anymore. Like, give me whatever you want. And then it became popular to go. And you know what? It's really sad. It's like most every single person we're seeing, all of their businesses have closed by. Now it's already tough. 1 in 10 restaurants make it past their first year. Like, you know, like you hear that lady from Australia, she was like, I worked hard to come to the United States. I was the first and youngest, or the youngest only woman, like, with a restaurant in San Diego. And then she's just looking at like a boarded up place. Like it's a digital mafia. Yeah, and now she's got to go back to a Pornhub-less country. Yeah. Like, yeah. And if you ever watch Kill Tony, and anybody ever has a business on there, they're always like, oh, let's look up the Yelp reviews. And literally, these Yelp reviews they only read the 1 stars, and then they had this one guy on. He had a like a kebab place, like a Russian kebab place in San Diego, and his business blew up because of it, to the point where Yelp locked the page and wouldn't let anybody do new reviews, and so did Google, because he got 3,000 reviews over the course of a week or something. Everybody just wrote how much they seemed to have never been there. Yeah, I love this story. Yeah. So what Yelp would do when any business gets like a huge amount of attention is they lock the page and they won't allow new reviews for like 90 days.
Now, according to Yossi Yehuda, and then subsequent portion, that the tree becomes asr as a reason. So the learning of that from the Pharaoh is actually to everyone. Fantastic. Everybody according to the Rabbi, he holds the also if you plant the tree initially for regular purposes and then once, and then you worship it, that the tree represents water, and the tree does not transform itself with Sarah. So what do these do with the Pharaoh's asr to God? What's the amazing? I'm actually to go to my activate. If you can determine the what's the amazing. The reason for the Russian children, what's the amazing? Doing all bonus for public, ultimately push Eretz Yisrael. He push Eretz Yisrael for them to be pure abolish for public. So the children holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael was like there are two steps in the destruction of Abel Yisrael. The first step was cutting down the Abel Yisrael. Like literally in this case cutting down the Israel not to get over. And then, but then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was captured, then what? Then they went back and
Just pause for a second.
So what happens again?
I love this guy, and I love what he says. He's like, I'm in the restaurant business. I don't think I'm getting 500 fucking restaurants in my life. How are you 21 years old with 5,000 reviews? I just think it's kind of nice.
So, however, the charity saw Kogan the Beer.
That's it.
After you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. So it's like you're incredibly so like sometimes you get a sometimes the website doesn't have to focus on finishing like one goal at a time. And sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue less with a number of different life issues, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. I know that about 70%, but I need distraction going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately to get to the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong about how it's behaved, not just depends on what's happening. So again, the goal was I'm going to just be knocked out of commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying that one is essentially this volleyball level, it's taking a lot of time. So as I said, remember again, people should do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, that kind of overshadow as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and so some whatever that is. That goes back. So you said circle the other. Tell me about it. You pass that to Hosam, so what's the answer? Now again, still in conquer. And from Yossi says, you shall go ahead and destroy those peoples. But so actually, the constant was actually because the constant is to deconstruct. You deconstruct. The constant you deconstruct the mistakes. Bahana, and leave it. You should back in this material break their materials. Bahana, and leave it. Bahana, stop right there. So you know what, so to burn it, rather against such, you are a Hamrakuna, you don't, the Akakah, right? Let's say, so don't pursue and then burn. The idea being a message was the mandate here to conquer the land. Because of the mandate was to conquer the land, because the application was not the Avodazara out of the destroy the stones, deconstruct the staples, and then be told, don't be the kind of ultimately to burn it down. after Rabbanon, Hagibai, they were okay, go okay, well, this will come in, should have the Shanish Acharech. Let's say Rabbanon ultimately uses that when you talk to that Mokhtar, it's not just enough to explain the market. The Shanish Acharech, it's Shanish Acharech, you have to take the root and the message of idolatry. Yossi, even the Shanish Acharech, where the Yossi was being burned, you have to go ahead and uproot the Mokhtar afterwards. Ultimately, you have the face that you shall destroy the name from this place. Like giving us not just destroy the name, not just destroy the name, not giving us the anger of the all of the Apple products that I listen to, yeah, it's incredibly disordered well. Because it teaches you, listen, in general, practice feels also. Negative I got nothing. Mazel tov. So this is an incredible result. Incredible result. Somebody got this contact. So I sort of point out. So in this episode, incredible Muslim Hashkafa, which is also the same thing I hope you sort of that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the Bam, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, Shakara, most of the world is negative people have negative leaders, looking us, it's not just not stop the negative character, it's not the showy Shakara. But everything we do is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the negative, but a person is starting to showy Shakara. That person has to go ahead and ultimately you can find the church by that sort of. So what's that? But, something dramatic. So what it offers us is incredible and for starting comprehensive change. So listen, show me what question gonna punish level says something has to be how much you think that was that's up to your discussion. But of course you have to do that's not how much you also so these are also nice that see the observe a lot of you, so the culture of just a lot of life. Someone stands there and you have to so Shaman is so that unfortunately that whoever stands there and watching my shepherd is watching the person, whoever stands their hand knows. Today everybody is here. Everybody is here. Besides the man that is part of the I have to come about with some greatness of course similar to the number two passages and no customers ask so dealing with after my customer that had variety said my concept of design I ordered some mushrooms with the storage of product. Even if someone is good, even if someone is even if someone is good, we have to have all those to do a color which is yes. There's so much kind of itself, a little bit like a little homeless, sometimes it's a little singular, but the part of nature is very amplified, it's actually from everywhere, and go down, and it's not fun, it's amazing, because you just see everything, it's very concentration. This is the news, so you have to just come up behind the just be that point, it's like, it's like, I know I'm not a weird, I know I'm not a connected, I know I'm not a weird, right, for that reason, I have a business, I have that, I have my values. So although we're not going to be like Cordillera, but we're just going to be like Cordillera. And so let's begin. So Hanochim Ma'okim Nasahar. So it says, remember again, let's begin. So we speak still in the topic of Avodah Zarah. Specifically again, as what to prevent this Avodah Zarah. So Hanochim Ma'okim Nasahar. So if you have nothing to check out in worship of them, that's how close, or the notes. Whom Tarik Masha Alei Nasi. It says according to them. So inanimate objects that well actually define the statement. But our purpose is like that open out, those brushes and these out, those are those. Can't be made trouble to that. So that means on the mountain, or that is on the hill, can't be made trouble to Zara, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot be shaken at night. And the Pasuk says, with Satan Kesed Zohar Alei. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead and touch. Because you shall not go ahead and touch the Kesed and Zohar, gold and the silver which is upon him. So we see over here that it's only that which is upon, that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is comprehend. Some of those drawings. But listen, these are listen to these things. Elohim al Pahari. So what's a Yosef was the Pasuk says, David had good as strong as possible. Also, shall Allah and Sha'at and Yosef also. As Elohim al Pahari. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So remember, Yosef began Elohim al Pahari. Elohim. Your gods on the mountain. But the mountains themselves cannot become a God. Elohim Allah devotes. You're not allowed to worship your God which are on those. Elohim. But the those themselves cannot become gods. So listen to first glance. The reason we say as the Palestine. There is no difference between the rest of the ocean which is. But the mountains themselves cannot become a God. That is not the mountains, that is how the hills have, but the mountains themselves cannot. You just see the dashing from different places. The Tanakh says, ultimately, the Tanakh says, do not cover the open someone that is on the stretch. Which indicates to us that it's not the mountain or the hill which can become us, but rather that which is on the stretch. And if you say, Elohim Allahim, and again, that's what Allahim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same. That it's only that which is on the mountain becomes Hasadam or Zara, not the mountain itself. I asked the Mishkan that Kasha, and you think about Ashera, Asura, which was this, I don't know Ashera. What about Ashera? Which poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera was remember again, is something that by definition is part of the struggle landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see it is Avodah Zarah. So what's like using what we just learned before about Saki bin Aleha or Elohim Alaharim Elohim. Why would I share it? Well, so there you go. Because the what's like literally translated it has the essential organism that is very safe. That's now fingerprint. The idea is that this animal has nasty involvement, rashes, emergency nasty involvement, so other not all. A person is tragic. So it's a person who actually is something by that, or is it something by that, therefore by that. It is subject ultimately to being transformed to travel desire. So it's like, anyway, this is anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be transformed into a practice of enhancing the Baba Zara, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship this mountain, mountain like the Baba Zara, I using that Shada, I was introduced people worship, shooting Baba Zara to this, and my choosing Baba Zara, as the true is by now. Since that, true is by now, recently issued from 2003 policies. Therefore, this identity transforms into an object about Islam. The first speech what Jesus today has, but also what ultimately has Jesus today, whatever is created and used by mankind. There's no authority is not created by mankind, it grows on its own. But my sister, the only thing that is something made by man, therefore by definition, can be transformed into our Islam. I'm going to be a keep this as honest. I need over the other products that is even sliced and goes to dash and actually say that we are going to do that over the other product and follow the other product so that we keep this. I'm going to teach you how to dash it into hospitality. How do you dash it into hospitality? فممكن شخص موسى هالجبار بجيب الرصاص بإيش لعنة ضاف شبيش الشام على الرسول. Those that you keep on the story that scholars. And in fact, seeking that we mentioned before, are in fact those that have been giving us the markers as to where to find Abu Zara. Also, what is that? It has to be a big happiness called a promotion of the Shalabari. Destroy all the businesses, the Gentiles went ahead and worship idolatry. So I can worship also, this is the language wrong kind of thing. As Elohim al Hafarim Hagat. The gods on the throne now. The Allah God, on the nose. The Tachas called Israel. And you read every, was it Israel? Every so that you come to Lord. Come to Lord. And you feel the same, you understand. So it's not just telling you the obligation. Sorry, I don't know that. It's simple. In the Torah, Joshua just comes to work with Israel. On Jordan Mark, then what? Then what? Copyright, it's actually that good. So the Torah could have just said, describe what is us. Why do you have to get into an outfit on the nose of the why do you need that? But even says the first act is giving us geographic markers that is giving us like a whole desire to be us. Telling you that by the can, and you have to root out the whole desire. I mean, it's telling you where the fuck the whole desire is on top of the mountains. The whole desire is on top of the trees. The on top of the hills. The whole desire is often in the trees. So therefore, it's going to be people on the stairs. So that people knock down this is really that which you mentioned before. I mean, you could be very well again. Because then it's true, it's not a camera that you see. We are not to see. Everybody actually sees the other city. It's a beautiful thing. It's important. It's the atmosphere. Manage a Mishnah out of focus. A Mishnah without focus. It doesn't get very good. It doesn't manage like spiritual joy afterwards. All that you're teaching is the issue to put ramifications that they are using what out of it. There's another piece which is the correct which identifies where to find that one, where to find it out, where to so it's the bottom line, what comes back from the stories as follows. What comes back from the stories as follows. There are a lot of nice stuff. Even if one worships the mountain or a hill, so one does not transform that object into an entity of a desire. It is only if one worships that which is on that other existence so it's only if one worships that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hill, those objects are what we call. A Shiva is different. A is the exception. Why? Remember this phrase which she used, but we technically agree. Because it's the person that has to was about the planting of the tree. Therefore, by definition, the person has the ability to transform the entity of the tree into the texture of apple design. This is just an scientific development. I would put it out because I would enjoy a house now. Historically, that often did not happen because of anti-Semitic persecution. But in adoption of what it means, the base Hashem is always supposed to be based on the highest point of the particular example. We don't follow the concept from us as well. For example, the Gemara, that Yosef knew how to kind of come out. Oh, so the Gemara asks our Kasha, that Yosef knew how to come out are saying the same thing. And Yosef both are saying you worship the mountain, you can't have the trouble with God, but what? You can go ahead and take that which is on the mountain and drop it with God. They both said, no, see, you believe in another country, rock the up there. So we know already that what? There is some basically my hope we're arguing about something. Because it is very not necessarily the same thing. You say we don't have a I was like to see for your heart can happen in that. But this is this not here book is between you. The mountain is covered. See for your heart can hide. Itself is covered. The Shiloh is let's say then what's mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? That's good. And so I think the Shiloh is what's the status of the cover? Or it was that is the cover considered to be part of the mountain or not? Remember again, why? Because I mean, cover is different from the rest of the statues sitting on top of it. Statues sitting on top of that is separate and distinct. However, again, the corner on the mountain itself, the Shiloh is a part of the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into a Zara, or is a separate and distinct entity which can be transformed into a Zara. Tanakama Saba, Tanakama holds, see for your heart, Eno Kihab. Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, and therefore, if you worship it, the planet becomes Abo Zara. That Yosef really suffered, the sequel of Parapolling, Yosef really holds the no coupling of the mountain is managed what? Managed by the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, the covering does not become us. What's the secret of that? And a conversation with sequel of Har, Shreen of Har, the side, was Sachmon Pesach Amen. Kosher, so that's a kind of story. Plus it says, was Sachmon Pesach, the son of Amen. Considered to be like part of mountain, and therefore again, not considered to be part of mountain, separate than the mountain, and therefore becomes us. And you'll see that you'll see summer super hashtag, and you'll see really holds that the covering of the mountain like the mountain itself. But what God they have, shows that the covering is bottled to the mountain itself. The favor, the high level is called up to the mountain, can't be turned into the sun by God. See point damage from yourself. Therefore, the cover is also does not become us. A may and a considered by the institution. That was a lucky Yaleh. Yaleh is not referring to covering, but Yaleh is referring to what? Is referring to idols situated outside. Although the cover is the same thing, the fact that the part of the Lakotius is secretly high. The mountain is covered in gold, plus the status of gold. Kind of come home, so it's not like the mountain, therefore it's lesser. And you'll see it says it's bumping to the mountain, like the mountain, and therefore it's Shushi Sama, Shushi Sama. The Kuli Halma, the Sequoia, the Yaki. So Shushi's whole in reality, every one of these, the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain. I want to remember, that's like the Tankama, that Alehan, that's that the Zahab Alehan comes to include not just the separate and distinct other situated on top of the mountain, but rather what? But even there's even a covering, the whole covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the matter? Yes, the Halfa was the other day. The Halfa is actually very interesting. Ivan should not be with myself or to come. It's a lot. The issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it at some later time. If you actually just know, you learn to love. Shalom Hashem Hashem. Since I planted a tree, somebody else, right? You then planted a tree, not to the sake of Avodah Zarah, not to the sake of Avodah Zarah. You will myself up you, and ultimately you're going to only begin to worship it later on. So let's remember, the Arabic entities of a tree is a tree planted for Avodah Zarah. The tree has a coming beginning. In this case, over here, I'm going ahead and I'm planting a tree that is in Kabbalah, and ultimately only begin to worship it later on. Was a kind of summer, so the kind of holds Eva. So let's actually before we get to the Eva should be Kabashi, then in the days 45 to the first one. Eva should have to show myself up. So come and come up, Hollywood folks, and the second time of the says, the mountains of those under the who are doing for the Otiba and should have foreign, although Hudson, the rest of our others go. The 87 says, therefore, kind of come and say, it's planted not for the sake of Avodah Zarah initially. It's stammery, and the God becomes Avodah Zarah. The tree is the most, that's just a mountain. Right? That's what's piece of the mountain. The mountain is there. Not for Avodah Zarah, it's just there. And then subsequently worship. So kind of a tree planted initially, a regular purposes, and then when you gave up on worship, it's treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, Hello has levels of the easy actually, it's really actually. So the kind of time, what is the actually, which is actually? So now to the tree on the car, the tree says, God, other people, and the entry level is for public. And I'm not saying that you should actually that entry tree says, the other, although that you shake and not that level is for public. I have to mad to let you have public shine out for a piece. So also, how is that the opinion? I think that's the trees planted in the tree, and we don't worship as a Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be shown to a temple of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like a mountain forest. What about Isas Yad? What about the fact that that's also important? Isas Yad doesn't anything at all, but the tree is planted in the Avodah Zarah. But if it was planted rather than those who just stamp tree purposes, other arboreal trees. Right? So then again, the Mesa, that because that's not called Isas, the Adam bow. And therefore, the Rosa is mutter. On the other hand, you see that kind of gives us no words, or just really no simple. But we listen really later, and we listen really comes along to say, Elon should not be very happy with Roshim Ashira, to the self of you. Also, to the Gamila, so also, the risk no, even if you try to for some reasons, and then only do the odds, go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like the mountain or the God. So you body says the argument. There's also listening to say that you have to because the person who is can have no people to transform his level. Once worship. So also it turns out that when things approach, actually that's the music side. So this is what Shesha says. So Shesha says, what they argue about Raka B'Yesh, not to myself up to perfectly. This is second line of the Hamid Tanakama Sabra, even Shemata to myself up to Mutter, Tanakama holds, that the tree was planted for just stamp intentions, right? Not about the Zara, just planted stamp. And then only worship afterwards, it is Mutter. Why? Because again, Tanakama treats that type of tree like what? Like the mountain or like the hill? What about the Isas in the Agam bow? Isas in the Agam bow kind of comment says it's only a principle applied when the initial planting was done for Avodah Zarah purposes. But you say that he says no, Elon should not talk about self Abdu Asa. And he says no, the tree should be planted just stand without any specific intention and only words afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be us. But again, but he also really planted because he also Isas in the Agam bow person planted this. So initially, there was no intention for Avodah Zarah. Since the intentionality for Avodah Zarah comes later on, therefore, Allah reminds us that the transform the identity, and it is not like the mountain or the hill. The last night, it claims itself, it may match a Shiva Asura. Remember that what it was Why even Ashira? Why is Ashira Shiyasa? Because she is what he says to the other. Because also the Ashira was planted by a person. Because she is what he says to the other person. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its creation, also which means that anything that has human involvement has the ability to evolve into a practice of Abodizah. As the ability to transform ultimately into an object of Abodizah. Because usually Shisas are La'asiyan, as much as when the Mishnah says anything that has Shisas to the other, what is that function? My love, La'asiyan Ila Shenatu Ulvasova. What's it does that not come to include this particular case, a tree that initially was planted, which was stamped tree purposes, and later on, ultimately was worshipped, to tell you that such a tree does have the ability to in fact become blessed. The after Yossi that we do this summer, he learned struggle with ourselves how to also, and ultimately again, even that Yossi that we do the holds, that the tree was planted initially, again, and also the stamp purposes, and only worship later on, and that has the ability to become us as a sign of Yossi that we do the Omer, we told you, so when Yossi reads some of the topics, we told Shema'ana, Elohim al-Hahari, Elohim Elohim. So it's an early again, that is just a point to keep in mind. The pasuk itself only quotes the first two words. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God telling God Israel, wipe out all of the Abimelech, like what? Like Elohim al-Hahari, like their gods on the mountains. Russia, the Gemara is Elohim Elohim. The mountains cannot become their gods. Because the can't be transformed in the mountain into a Netzah of Avodah. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim ala Kavos, their gods on the hills. And what did he mention? Below Kavos, Elohim. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Hani, Tachas Kovis, Ra'anan, Elohim, below Ra'anan, Elohim. So I would have mentioned, plus it says, Tachas Kovis, Ra'anan, underneath every tree. I would have put that in the other side. But that which you find underneath the green trees, because I would say, that is Avodah, below Ra'anan, Elohim. Tree itself cannot become Avodah. I'm going to go by the pasuk says, Bashreim Tisrefun Ba'ish. The pasuk says, and your shoulders you shall destroy your fires. It wasn't sealed in the blood. Torah Dosh explicitly says that the trees are to be destroyed. Ella Tachas Koritz Ra'adan Alam. That's the case. Then why do I need that case afterwards? Wasn't until it's happening with you. The case itself is confusing. I understand Elohim Alahori. Running, but I like the both. So physically says, you shall destroy their gods, which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to destroy Avodah is that which is on the hills, and not in itself. The mountain in itself is worship. Even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to our Shira, what does the Torah say? Achas called Yitzha'ana. Why do you mention Achas? Achas means what? Underneath the tree. So okay, I would have thought the way to start something. The tree itself cannot become a Avodah, but the idols underneath the trees can. But one second, the Torah itself says, Bashrei Kisum Bench. The Torah itself says that what? You have to destroy the Asheras, which tells me what? That the Asheras can become. Avodah. What's going on? So if that's the case, the Asheras can become Avodah. So then why use Russian of Achas or Itzla'anan? Ahu, different. So that's constitution to the Rabbi. But the people say, listen, I would look at the people. Let me keep up. I mean, talking about other than that. Then there was this thing that the people came along and said, I'm actually a Muslim. Come back to the track of us down the road, we give them a song. We give it very first, but Russia is telling us, we sometimes can. And in case we find the high mountain or a high hill, say it's or a green tree. That's the Shabbat is no public. No, we'll say that. What? No, there's that whole reason. This is just fascinating. That was the record. I was man. Fuck, I'll be so good. Such market says, see an mountain, it's sorry. See a hill, it's always sorry. See the trees, it's always sorry. But I bought them. I actually but it's my absolute. So what did I bought them with the phrase that I showed you? That's what you need to do with this phrase. Why later, you might show nothing to see on the top. Also, they understand this to me, and you do reference to a tree initially planted for Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah purposes. So he was Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda Nami Bailah. Rabbi Yossi we also read that passage of teaching on both sides. Hashem is supposed to teach me that if a tree was initially planted for Avodah Zarah purposes, then what? Then the mice again is Asher. So where is he going to get that? Rabbi Yossi Yehuda Nami Bailah. Hachanan, waking up situation where we'll call it struck, or the initial tree is better, but that which subsequently grows is going to be awesome. Working at a case like that, and the owner, even Shenatu, will the basal out. Was the that refers to the case of the tree that was initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again, let's move on to the tree travel design. So let's just look at the structure one more time. If you also really understand, you'll see something, so you would understand the phrase Ashrei to that is. So listen, you're speaking by Ashrei. One tells you Ashrei to speaking by running Ashrei. The other part says Ashrei to the day. Cut down the Ashrei. Now, why do I need to cut down the Ashrei? I say, burn is pretty good. I burn it, you can't really cut that whole forward, right? You destroy it. Some of you can cut it down. You'll see a really just fascinating. This is because it's a piece of an Ashrei tree. Which doesn't need to be burnt down. Which is that case? That's a case of an Asherah tree which is planted for stamp purposes, subsequently worship. So what's the what becomes also that again, this is the topic of tomorrow's after going to see more. But what happens when you have a case like that is it appears that only that which grows after the Avodah designation, in fact becomes also as Avodah. So if I go, so if a person worships an Asher, tree is planted for stamp purposes, a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of Avodah designation ultimately becomes Avodah. That's why the Pasuk says, Asher to that woman. And in that kind of case, we have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that in some way. So also, therefore, it's two different pieces, it's going to be two different pieces. And then there is a section here as a Kedaya that even if she initially planted for mundane purposes and subsequently worshipped as Avodah will in fact be possible. The Gemara says, so, Ezu H should do also the color. Probably only even Shmetu Basal. So, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? Where the primary part is moving. The only that which is cut off or that which grows afterwards is going to be moved. So, the Gemara says, the only even Shmetu Basal. I, the Harsha, is the first that we should come out of. Tell me that. Which we want to go 1 second, but we're talking about the Gemara's leading the Pasuk. The Gemara's leading the Pasuk. Hashem is actually right. Hashem is from the Asian. So the Yosef will be the Talmud will say, well, the base of the Shmetu Basal of it. So the Gemara people know that. So let's listen to this. But yet the Gemara's leading the Pasuk of Hashem is from the Asian. Not the Pasuk of Hashem to the Lord, which he wants to learn that. Let's hear how I would have said that he cut out the tree. What is that talking about? One should not be the tree. Listen, I would have assumed that would see how the Torah not said that Hashem is and all it would have said is Hashem Tidadim. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Avodah. Mekach, Hashem Tidadim was another Tidadim. Hashem Tidadim. Therefore, both sides actually must that's the secret. Therefore, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra person of Hashem Tidadim? I can tell you, Hashem Tidadim, the Pilar Shelato, over myself. Also, I come to teach you that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, I have to go with the I'm sorry. Rabbi, I have Hashem Tidadim. This is much. Now, according to Yosef Yehuda, we come initially for mundane purposes, and then subsequently worship it. But the tree becomes us as Avodah. So the learning that is that. What about according to Rabbi? Let me tell you something. So we'll say you plant the tree initially for regular purposes, and then what? And then you worship it. The tree remains smoker. Then the tree does not transform into Avodah. So then what do they do with the place? I said to God, Have actually to go by activate. If you show me what's the discrimination? The use it for the judge of show, doing all those ultimately Kibush Eretz Kibush Eretz Yisrael, Kodem and the Peter Avodas Kotam. This is amazing. So the Shimon holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. Like literally, you basically cutting it down, making it out of these idols, knocking it over. But then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So that's an amazing story. So what happens again? The three people come quoting the Kibush, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Avodah Zarah, that preceded the conquering of the land. So as they're rolling through the land, so ultimately again have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now again it has to be Kibush. So however Kibush actually saw quoting the beer. And also the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and then the destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is what the back at this moment. The deal of all this quoting the Kibush actually says, if you saw establish the God of the land. You're obligated to go ahead and you're obligated to go ahead and cut down the obligation. You will after Kibush and Sharshi Achareya. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. So it's like you're incredibly soul in life. Sometimes again in the world of accomplishment, there are different ways that a person has to pursue goals. Sometimes a person has to finish one goal at a time, and sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue lessons with a number of different life issues, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need strategy to keep going forward, and I'll find the time to eventually the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how I feel like it depends on what's happening. So you come slow again. The goal was I want to be knocked out of commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying of all these others, get this volume of all these other times. As it says, remember again, people should go ahead and conquer the land, not as you go to do it, conquer, then go back and destroy. Listen, love is like this. Love goes like this. You should say this. Tell you this. That's the Mishmachosam. So what's that? That's still seeing conquer. As the Yosef says, shall go out of the room and destroy the vehicles. So actually, the pastor was that because the pastor needs to deconstruct. You deconstruct. The pastor, you will deconstruct those things. Bahana. And leave it. Yeshibat was massive, break them out so also. Bahana. And leave it. But I've started out there. So, anyways, what's the burn? Rather again says, you want to, you go. The Akatach, right? Those things that we go to pursue and then burn. The kidney of us is the mandate here to conquer the land. So because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore the obligation was not the Avodah Zarah out of commission. Destroy the stones, reconstruct these vehicles, and then move forward. Don't take the time ultimately to burn it now. So after Rabbanan, אני בעיני לאוקר אבל יש לך שצריך לשריש אחריו. Also, Rabbanan ultimately uses this possible teaching that when you upgrade Avodah Zarah, it's not just enough to destroy the aspect, but it's not לשריש אחריו. Also, לשריש אחריו means you have to make such a new and vestige of the idolatry. So it's nice. Sharish Acharav. Rabbi Yosef, you can Sharish Acharav of it. Whereas the rest of you can burn, but you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodah Zarah afterwards. Not to burn, you can banish them as Shimon and Amachamas. Ultimately, you have the face that you shall destroy them in from this place. That you can not destroy this place. Not just as you destroy this place, not looking at us and actually uproot all of the Avodah Zarah. This is incredibly so well. Because the teaching was like, in general, you have to do those also. The negative so this is an incredible yesod. Somebody check this contact. So I just want to point out. So from this yesod, incredible Moshe Hashkafa, which is also the same way Avodah Zarah, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the Mizbeach or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again one of the Shari Shakara, what's in the world of negative ego shows you don't have negative egos, no blood ego. It's not just enough to stop your character, negative ego, it's like the Shari Shakara. Listen, everything negative is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the ego, and a person is sorry for Shari Shakara. A person has to go ahead and ultimately again find the church right on Purim. So what's that? Coffee, Purim. Coffee, Purim. Transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something dramatically amazing. You should look at that. I'm used to like this. So Purim offers us this incredible and dramatically amazing for hypnotic, comprehensive shift. So listen, the shame is what is Hashem whatever says something absolutely amazing. You experience that and Purim is amazing a lot. Now look at these, then Kolaposhik Yad knows that you know that Allah is an officer. Somebody comes to practice do that stuff. And according to Allah, it is Kolaposhik Yad knows something. And she asks, well, why don't you do that? You give them, how much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But I put have to do it. That's not Allah. Kolaposhik Yad knows something. Israel also writes that the same way that we observe Allah is here, we also observe Allah. If someone extends their them, so Shaman is the same as for a kosher life, whoever extends the hand of worship of Hashem, which is kosher the hand, whoever extends their hand to the woman Shadurah, knows. Today, every other day we work, every other day we work, so I extend my hand up and try to I have to earn that extension, so to speak. I have to come up with something. Make the supporting things the same way that the letter G asks me, because no questions asked. I give. So today when I extend my passion behind you, I extend my passion as a desire. This is so beautiful. He says this is unanimous to this is beauty when it does so. What do we say after this is like this is Sharas Yaakov? What do we say to Sharas Yaakov? The jam of Oma suffered even if someone is silent. What's the next time? I've always some mushroom with the church of color of destroy. Even if someone is good, even if someone is nothing, even if someone is spiritually nothing, the grand Kavona suffers. Today is the color of the justice. What comes to this? What you have to go to the point of the day about you. What you can learn to do this spiritual work because there's so much sometimes itself is something a little bit like a little horrible. Sometimes it's a little bit sinuous. This is good to contribute to the day. It's amplified, it's saturated, and then running around, it's not funnels, the whole thing was supposed to be seen every day. And the contribution, it wasn't the least. So you have to make sure you have a time to just do that. I'm not a spirit. I'm not a spirit. I'm not a so, no sleep. beautiful mathematics of space, managing to do that. So let's begin. Then, got it? There you go. So although we're not going to begin like 40 minutes, we'll just go begin like 40 minutes. So let's begin. So another thing that opened us up. So let's remember again. It's still in the pattern of Apple results. Specifically again at what could be better Apple results. I don't think the whole best approach. So if we can check out to worship the man. That's how close. Or the hills. Torrent, the master Ali and Asi. So it says the word of God. So inanimate objects, inanimate objects that well actually define things. Or for purpose, like example, the mountains, wood watches, and the mountains or the hills can be made in travel design. So which is on the mountain, or that can be made in travel around, but the mountain or itself cannot, as the process. The Sahel Kesef is Zohar al-Lay. The Pasuk says, do not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead. You shall not go ahead and worship the Kesef and Zohar, the gold and the silver which you on them. So you see only that which is behind, but not more than the not more than the itself which is behind, which can come about the soul. So you imagine, Yosef, Yosef says, Elohim al-Kahari. So let's say, Yosef is the same process in different ways. The Pasuk says,
Isn't that fascinating? What'd you say? No one can hear. You're getting silence? Sirens?
You're not allowed to worship the gods which are on the hills. Well, had most Elohim. So what's this? First glance, you would use the base of the same as the Katakana. Like there is no difference between the two. The nice thing is which is that the mountain is that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hills, and the mountains are themselves.
What did you think? What did you think? I didn't say it was the best documentary you've ever seen. I said it had to do with advertising, online advertising industry, and you came to. Dude, when I was in college, I was really fortunate. I was a senior when this came out. I had a lot of friends who were prominent individuals, not just this, but globally, nationally. They were like now figures. I don't want to name them, but basically, like they're a lot of athletes and stuff. And I remember my friends talking about a website had been founded called Juicy Campus. I was like, what's it? And they're like, dude, nobody can write anything about body on it. I miss it. So like I had a lot of friends who were like hooking up with chicks or whatever, and they let's say some guy hooked up with some chick, but hook up with her friend. And could write basically an anonymous statement about the person saying, hey, running back of the team has herpes. Way to validate this, you could just write literally any lie. And I remember being like, man, I'm glad this came out like exactly. My name is Jake, 100%. And this website was taken down, but it was. So I'm like a free speech advocate, but when you are that, then you have to be okay with Juicy Campus And Juicy Campus, it was it shut down. It shut down less than 2 years after operation. The anonymous college gossip website, founded by Duke University alumnus Matt Ivester in August 2007, ceased operations due to financial insolvency, despite having over 500 campuses and more than 1 million monthly unique visitors. The company cited a collapse in online advertising revenue and the lack of venture capital funding during the 2008-2009 economic downturn as the primary reason for closure. In a farewell message, Ivester acknowledged the site's popularity and admitted that growth outpaced its ability to secure sustainable funding. While the official reason was financial, the shutdown also followed significant controversy. Attorney General investigations in Connecticut and New Jersey were launched over allegations of consumer fraud, privacy violations, and the site's failure to enforce its own policies against abusive, racist, and sexually explicit content. The New Jersey Attorney General, Richard Blumenthal, praised the closure, stating Juicy Campus had enabled irreparably damaging anonymous posts without a reporting mechanism. After its shutdown, Juicy Campus redirected users to College ACB, Anonymous Confession Board, a similar platform that continued the model of anonymous campus gossip. The site's legacy lives on as a cautionary tale about the risks of anonymous online speech, cyberbullying, and challenges of monetizing controversial digital communities. I remember I used to read the most heinous shit on this fucking website, and it was about my friends, and I was always really worried. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, but just anybody could write something about me. And or like I had friends who were like in Sports Illustrated, and somebody would say that so and so wouldn't sign my my copy of Sports Illustrated, even though I asked them. And then you ask your friend, they go, "I don't even know who this person is. I cite everything for everybody. I don't know what they're talking about." It was basically, I had two friends of mine. One was the captain of the soccer team. The other was the head cheerleader. And there were rumors that they were cheating on each other when they weren't. They were around all the time, and they literally like we would spend our time like playing Halo, like when this stuff is being written, but somebody would just have it out for something. Like, for instance, somebody would like the head cheerleader, who was our friend, and want her to break up with her boyfriend, who she'd been with for 3 years or so, 4 years, and so they'd write the family thing about her. People would write. I mean, I remember the big one was just like I had a lot of friends who like would hook up with a lot of girls, and if that happened, they'd be somebody would spread a rumor that so and so like had a STD or something like that, like, and that wasn't true. Just that, like. It's a big one too. Yeah, people would say anybody can hook up with a chick. She's a whore. She hooked up at such and such or whatever, and there was no way to take it down. No way to argue. So the question arises. So I'm a free speech advocate. No, it was just text-based, at least what I remember. But no, there was no photo. But you would go there, it was a forum, just like the newest news was over the weekend. Oh yeah, you could write anything. So like, you hooked up with a girl and somebody knew about it, you anonymously, like, you know, Rabbi Rothschild hooked up with the hottest chick of all time. Of course, but you know that might not be something that you want out in public, or just. I mean, what if you have a situation where a guy would have a girlfriend, maybe across the country, and he wouldn't hook up with chicks. Like I knew some guys like this, yeah, they would say, oh, so and so's a football player. He's always around chicks. They're always all around him. Well, if that girl from across the country reads that, that's going to sound like he's cheating on her, but he's not. And so, what do I feel is the correct answer? There's like basically one of two ways: censorship or free speech absolutism. And I am someone who would rather have free speech absolutism. You can say whatever you want, but there should be. I don't know if like you may have to like upload your profile or whatever. Like you have to dox yourself so that you're out there and people will know who is making this accusation. Or you should just be able to say whatever you want, and people can just be the judge of whether they want to believe it or not. It was going to be the attorney of New Jersey was trying to take it down, and, but it was you would read on there just like so and so's a horse. Fucked a dude at a party and sucked another guy's dick in the car outside the bar. Like whether it was true or not, that's not all information that people necessarily want out from the open. So how would I? I think that you should be able to say whatever you want, but then somebody else should be able to respond in any way they want, and you can. I mean, then you can just basically. I think the best way to handle that is just to say that's like your opinion, man. They're like, there were some cyberbullying, and that wasn't even a thing back then, but it has since become a thing. But it was like there was some sexually explicit content, racist, abusive policies, like just abuse, and just abusive, just like I mean, you can say abusive things on the internet, but it was just, I think cyberbullying would probably take it down now. But if you think it's bad what you write on social media today, nobody knows about Juicy Campus. It was ridiculous. You just straight up lies about people. Like, don't trust so and so because they're an asshole. I mean, just everything. Yeah, I know it's not true. I'm just gonna just fuck with this person because I don't like them. So, do I think that should be allowed? I do. I'm a free speech absolutist. I think you should be able to say anything that you want and write you want.
Somebody else, like, you can find the tree, not for the sake of a motion, not for the sake of a motion. You can myself want to get worship it, leader on. In this case, I'm going to have a family tree that is and ultimately only begins to worship at later on. So the Gemara says Tanakam is Sava, so the Tanakam
Everyone just a moment. There's this girl in the United Kingdom who I'm in this Jewish server, and she didn't know if I was a real person because I'm live streaming there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a real person. And she asked me like last week, can she interview me? And I said, yeah. And I invited her to the server. She actually boosted it. The reason why it's boosted right now is because, and I didn't really know anything about her. But we spoke like last Sunday or something. She wanted to become more orthodox, and so that's a protocol to Shuva. And like basically, I could just give her the basics of what an Orthodox person does, and that she doesn't have to take on everything at once. But she really wanted dating advice, and there are ways to date from a Jewish perspective. They're like matchmakers. Basically, Shadchan, what's known as a matchmaker in Yiddish, and Shidduch is your match. You could do this other ways as well. Long story short, though, I didn't know how old she was. So I asked her last Sunday, are you... Listen. I said to her, are you at least 18 years old? And she said no. When she wanted the dating advice, and I said, well, I can give you like religious path advice, which I basically said go to her local Orthodox rabbi in the United Kingdom. I gave her that information where she could find that. But I said, wait till you're 18 years old until if you want dating advice. And so it just so happened she turned 18 yesterday. It was her 18th birthday. She was just almost 18. And I wrote her some just basic advice, and she wrote me just now some really nice stuff. And I was just happy to get that information because, when you're 18, you don't know that much about dating and stuff. It's a confusing world. Now, if I wanted to find what you were talking about, it's called, is it still up? Or is it, I'm still up? What was it called? Is anyone up? And I just go to the Wikipedia? Oh wow, this is a bad website.
Without any specific intentions and only worship afterwards, nevertheless, he will still be us. And we'll say again, Rabbi Yosef, because he holds three sides.
It looks like he got his. He had to go to jail. Yeah, it looked like 2.5 year sentence and $2,000 fine or something.
Wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Ha'ar, like your gods on the mountains. Russia, my is below Ha'ar Elohim. Mountains cannot be
Exactly. I was going to ask you, have you seen that?
Similarly, ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Hanan, Kachas Kovetz La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim. I would have said, Kachas Kovetz La'anan, remove every tree. I would have taken it said that that which you find in the movie, that is a below La'anan Elohim. Itself.
Excellent. Come back soon, my man. Thank you for hearing everything, and excellent job in literati, man. You're getting good. I might not have to give you the first go. First start, yeah, exactly. The first, what do you call that? First turn. But you did really well.
I understand but I like both. For you shall destroy the gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to destroy what is already that which is on the hill, but not to himself, because he himself is worship. Not himself is worship. Yet when it comes to our shade reference to the
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, you know I love that, man.
I would have thought it was the tree itself cannot become over his other, but the idea
Yes, sir.
of the trees or what something the Torah itself says, that Torah itself says that what you have to destroy the Yeshivas, which tells me what Yeshivas can what's going on. So if that's the zone that Yeshivas can become over his other, so then why use what's going on? So that's
So basically, there are sites that are being done to be able to get these reviews. Is that what you're saying? Say it again. Yes.
That's the case of an Ashura tree which is planted for its stem purposes. Subsequently, so what's a lot of things are certain that but what happens with the other is that then factors only that which grows after
I think so. People like the creativity of it. I mean, people. That's like saying on Instagram, would people want to see somebody with 50 different pairs of pants on? Yeah, they do. Especially if they're engaging.
Cut off whatever grew after the Avodah Zarah designation. Assuming you're able to measure that in some way. So it's like that was two different pieces. And then we said from here that even a tree initially planted forth on the purposes, subsequently worshipped as Avodah Zarah, but in fact,
You could provide a way to reward people to interact on the website. I don't know. You could give them just like Reddit does, like little rewards for in every single day, or things regularly, or give them like little trophies for having spent 1 year there, or 5 years there, or 10 years there, whatever.
That's the simple truth. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with
Take care, big dog. Excellent. I'll give you a juicy campus response based on your review. Peace, baby.
Rabbi, now, according to Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, we take initially for mundane purposes, and then subsequently worship it, that the tree becomes asr as Avodah Zarah. So they're learning it out from the phrase Hashem to God. They learn fantastic. What about according to the Rabbi, who holds that also if you plant the tree initially for regular purposes, and then what? And then worship it, that the tree remains mutter, that the tree does not transfer to Avodah Zarah. So what do they do with the phrase Hashem to God? This is amazing. I'm actually to my argument. If you go to Shulman, this is amazing. They use it for the Josh and Shulman. You do it of almost no problem. Ultimately, push Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, Kodem in the Peter Avodah Zarah. This is amazing. So the Shulman holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down on Zarah. Like literally, this is cutting it down and this violent over. And then the project was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. It was amazingly so. So what happens again? You do it. knocking down and cutting down of Avodah Zarah, seeding and conquering of the land. Through the land, so they have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. And you can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now, again, it has this kibush. So however, kibush Eretz Yisrael called in the deal. But the land has to perceive ultimately and the destruction of what is going to come. The deal of what is coming from the kibush Eretz Yisrael actually says that the sasa and establish the God on the land. When you enter into land, you're obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah immediately. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you uproot. So what's that? You know, it's incredible you soul life. Sometimes again, in the world of accomplishment, there are different ways that a person has to pursue goals. Sometimes a person has to focus on finishing one goal at a time, and sometimes a person has to go ahead and pursue with a number of different life initiatives, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need distraction to keep going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately again to fill in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong mahalik, right? Manage to know that what's happening. So again, the goal was Avodah Zarah to be knocked out of commission. So come in, cut it down, keep down. But the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying Avodah Zarah, especially this volume of Avodah Zarah, taking a lot of time. As I said, remember again, Kibush and Kibbutz takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down Avodah Zarah as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy it. That's what the Lord goes like this. So you try to tell them the other. Tell them Yosef. You pass them this before some. So what's the as now again still same topic. As the Yosef says, you shall go ahead and deliver them, destroy them as goes. But it's Bahana. So actually, this when you pass them, what's actually that's really means. You pass them to deconstruct. You deconstruct. When you pass them, you will deconstruct them as goes. Bahana. And leave it. You should buy them as matzevos some. Break their matzevos. Bahana. And leave it. But I'm stopping right for it. So you know what he's supposed to burn it. Rather again says, if you want to, you go the Akakah Silos. Right? I was saying, so the dope needs to pursue, and then the idea being also that it was the mandate here to conquer the land. So because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore, the obligation was not the Avodah Zarah out of commission. Destroy the stones, deconstructing his faith, always getting forward. Don't take the time ultimately to burn it now. So Rabbi, Hani by Leila Okra Okra was the father. She tried to sharish Akara. Was it Rabbi ultimately using this possible that when you upgrade Avodah Zarah, it's not just enough to destroy the hijack. It's a sharish Akara. Also, it's a sharish Akara means you have to make sure to remove any vestige of the idolatry. So he says, sharish Akara. You know the sharish Akara. Where's the rest of the burn? But you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodah Zarah afterwards. Not correct. Ultimately, you learn from the phrase that you shall destroy the name from this place. You are giving them practice to destroy the animal. It's not to destroy this death. God wants to uproot the Avodah Zarah, which is an incredible use of the well. Because it teaches you that you have to bring those also. The negative thing. So this is an incredible yesod. Somebody check this card, by the way. So from this incredible Muslim hashkafa, which is a Muslim is not to destroy the path, or to go and destroy the evil, but rather again, one of the certain shari shakara, also the world of negative videos also. You don't have negative videos, you don't have videos, you don't think. It's not just enough to stop the negative character, the negative behavior, it's not the shari shakara. Listen, everything negative is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the behavior, but a person is starting to sharish after that person has to go ahead and ultimately you can find each other's mark on Purim. So what's that? It's Purim. It's very perhaps again the most 40 piece of Torah. When it comes ultimately again to the Yom of Purim, there's a statement given to Purim Zah. The Purim Zah says that Purim is Yom Purim. There's a power of tribute to them. There's a power of dramatically amazing. So like, let me use stuff like this. So for a offer that's incredible and dramatically for the artist comprehensive shape. So listen, the Chinese was what is talking about partnership level. This is something absolutely amazing. That amazing a lot. I love that collaboration guys. And you know that I love the wrong circumstances, somebody comes back according to Allah, is collaboration that goes to and she asks, and I need to give them how much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But I'm putting you have to give. That's not Allah. Collaboration that goes to Masha collaboration needs to also have to be seen. So, these are also rights that the same way that we observe Allah here, so we're not going to observe Allah tonight. And you know, someone is going to have so Shaman is our approach of God, whoever extends the hand of Russia without suffering, whoever extends their hand to the today, everybody is decides to land on this part of the have to earn that extension, so to speak. I have to come up with something. Making some sort of thing, so that another two passes me something, no less than us. I today was trying to get my stuff like that. I expect my stuff to be he says, this is the other food. This is really keeping the good itself. What do you say? I can see that. This is the kind of taco. What do you say to kind of taco? The jam are going at stuff for that. Even if someone is like that, what's the next time on it? And what is the lesson we are showing the products of the store? Even if someone is good, even if someone is even if someone is good, that pagoda, such that's how it goes. Or the nose. in current Master Alina says, was a going to learn. So we have an object that well actually doesn't quite explain it. But our purpose is like that hope the mountains, no branches and the mountains go the hills. Can be able to level each other. So that means the upper mountain or that is on the hills can be able to level each other, but the mountains or the hill itself cannot. So then it has. And the passage says, the Sacral Sesef is Zohar Alei. The passage says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead. You cannot go ahead because you just have a Zohar, the gold and the silver which is on the seal here is only that which is on. That which is on. Now, more than that's the mountain itself is not there. As Elohim al-Papa. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So spread the Yosef Elohim al-Papa. That see the gods on the mountains. But the mountains themselves cannot come God. Elohim al-Papa. Worship your God on those. Allah has posed as the God. What's the truth? First glance, it says that you said you will say 6 as the character. As there is no difference between the two. That's what you say. The mountain is the lowest that is on the mountain, that is on the lowest side. The mountain the lowest themselves come out. These two dimensions come differently. Harakama says, the Sacral Sesef is Zohar Alei. Ultimately, the Harakama says, do not covet the gold and silver that is hard and fed. It's easy to us that it's not the mountain or the hills that is on us, but rather only that which is on hard fed. And as Yosef, he says, Elohim Alaharim, and again, that's from Alaharim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain that is up and down with Sarah, not the mountain itself. As what about the Akira? The Akira was remember again, this is something that by definition is part of the structural landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see the tools in the Holy Torah. So what's like using what we just learned before, of Rothschild the Aleim or Elohim Alaharim Alaharim Elohim. Like, why would I say that? So, what's there we go? It makes the use but he said God because it was says God on the so that's nice to the ideas. But this other person has that's the way to manage the problem. So I don't know. So listen, because of that, this is something that you do by man, because it's something that you do by man, therefore by definition, it is something that is a matter of anything that is not transformed in this world, by definition cannot be transformed into a function and has to have a Lord Sarah, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship Melty, Melty doesn't have a result. It doesn't have a result. I use that logic, and I say that as a Muslim. People worship. Shouldn't have a result either. Elamai is using this by a result. But the true is planted by man. True planted by man. True is planted by man. This definition of cause. True submission is what we say we put in our culture. This is foul. Therefore, this identity transforms into not just about what we say. The most used for these that we get other muscle, that will say whatever ultimately has success, whatever is part, finance, I'm gonna be a piece. I mean, open the other Nirvana. So if you say, I'm going to dance magic of the Plus, to explain back to the difference between Moses and what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? Equally hard to hide. Also, the peak itself is covered in gold. The sky is even more than mountain. What's the sky? What's the sky? Good. So I think it's true. What's the size of it? It was a beautiful facility on the mountain or not. Remember again, why it's covered? Because the covering is different from what it is now. It's still not apple. Everything on top of that facility is separate on this entity. However, again, the coating on the mountain itself is kind of a region on the mountain, and therefore can't be touched on this level of each other. Whereas the second of the state is And later on, as I was brought up, so that is cannot why? Because he feels at that point in time that is right what? Right and honest. Now what about Isas that part? What about that? Isas that anything below other of all your right? So then the nice that because that's not what Isas you do other way. And therefore it goes like this. On the other hand, that's kind of different from yours. So just you know, once you listen to me, right? And you'll say this from the one to say. You don't should not be very as good as original as you are. So with ourselves, also, you know, dummy the heart. So what's that? What you do is no. You make the campaign for just family, and then you know, go ahead and watch. You worship it. That is not right. That is not like the mountain or the no. Why not? So you but it's actually ultimately. Because also listen to you. So even if you have to because the person who is ultimately looking at you, so it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's the inside. So this is the case. The case says, what the argument about probably doesn't actually was that because it's a second line of damages, and the kind of summer, you know, nothing with myself of the winter, kind of old, if you choose plans, just stop attention, right? Not about each other, just trying to stop. And then when you worship afterwards, please look at why, because you're going to kind of tell it that type of like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. Hi, what about you shots you on the boat? You shots you on the boat kind of conversations. Only the principle of why when the original content was not travel with other purposes. And you also you start listening, he says, no, you guys should not do myself, I'll do ourselves. And you're saying you say, no, you can do it to just stop without any specific intent and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, you will still be awesome. What's that? Okay, but you also do not because you always have to go on the ball person. So you know what? Why is that? Why is that? It says use but use the other. And also, I think it was my person. The first use both use as the other. And anything that is intimately has to be involved with also that anything that has to be involved has to be involved with something about it. As you go to the same point, hopefully you can have it. Because you use those visas other, the Assyrian, as well as what says anything that has visas other. What is that coming from? My love, the Assyrian, the natural, will not show up. What's it? Does that not come from Jesus? So it says, oh, and see that this is practice and establish these purposes, and later on, ultimately, his worship tell you that such a thing does actually that the half that you'll see that Jesus suffered, he learns nothing of himself of the usher, and ultimately, again, even that you'll see that he the Holy Spirit, he was planning a mission to say, establish and only worship later on. That has people come out to decide that, and you'll see that people in that folks, the way you'll see you say this. You don't say that Elohim al-Kahari. Or Hare Elohim. What's the word that this is what you define. The question itself only for the first phrase. The second phrase, Russia. First phrase is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Kahari. Like the God on the mountain. Russia is, although a hundred Elohim, the mountains cannot become their God. It's just transform the mountain. It will have the of Abu Similarly, Torah says, Elohim Alakos, the God on the earth. What is he like? The Lord has no below the boat, Elohim. The only thing he has ever kills, the master becomes their God. I would have said, Shomei Abu, Nakasot, Ra'anan Elohim, below Ra'anan Elohim, is every God. But he said, Nakasot, Ra'anan, I would have taken it to the other side. But that which you find in the religion of Jesus is understood. That is Avodah the low Ra'anan Elohim. He himself cannot become Avodah I'm a low man nevertheless, that Shreya is the Pasuk says, Shilos shall destroy the fire. It was concealed in the blood. Torah explicitly says that these are to be destroyed. Ela Nachas Kois then why do I need that phrase? Nachas wasn't. The only thing that's happening with you. So, I understand as Elohim, Elohim, Ba'alak goes. So he says, he shall destroy the unannounced and on the road. That gives me a clear travel result is that which is held, but not the result, even in itself is one, even if not in itself is one. Yes, when it comes to our state electric stories, right? Anafas spoke to the Aina. Why do you end up Anafas is what? Underneath yourself, then how is God what is present? You see yourself, you have to come up with your brother. But the idea is underneath. But one second, Torah itself says, that there is a simple thing. Torah itself says that what? That yes, tells me what? Tells me what? That yes, there is can become. That there is can become. About the guys. What's going on? So that's the one that there is can become of Torah. So then why is what the Achas calls the Anai? Abu, so that's what Jesus said that that's what Abu is that what do you want to do about? And he told you what other product. When the movie is coming, and we have people from among us, I'm not the public. Come back and start about that, the law, the even song. You do the first, the front of the high up, sometimes that. And if you find the high up, or a high hill, what we try on, or that's the reason I'm always saying, no, let's do it. What? No, we're doing that. it as happened. So if I go, so if a person worships that here, the question is not purposes. The person worships it, and that which grows at the point of it, so it doesn't but once it says, I'm getting it. But in that case, this person, no, let's get back. Cut off whatever grew as the apple does what's the difference? Primary function. I would have said that the fuck out yesterday. What is that from, right? I would have assumed that was, you had the preparatory not said, that's very right. And all they would have said is, I feel too I would assume that is a brain which is an issue for the tax was actually see that it's no right. But the other is actually it's perfect that people what I was saying that's now what do I do with the extra tell you so myself what's the one goal that makes the person has to go out and see the number of different rights and right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to track keep going forward, and I'll find the time opening to get to the remaining 20% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's right. And it depends on what's happening. So again, the goal was I was trying to knock that up. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be to conquer the land. Destroying level results, but this far level results is taking a lot of time. So as you said, remember again, this is 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back in. Shall go and give them the spread and so actually, the country was How much you do that? That's up to your discussion. But I'm putting that's how much. That's The Apostle says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead. You cannot go ahead. Things of the soil, gold and silver refund. And the security says only that you can cost. That you can cost. But now, who or not the now because itself is not. But listen to your says a big cartoon is called most of the as Elohim al-Mahar. And destroy the God's law. Now, Yosef is that Elohim al-Mahar. But the now so is not how much is that. Elohim Allah is both. None of those is God is upon you. The those themselves are not God. So what's it? Hopefully, kind of camera says, you're not probably moving something that is on that. These interviews to us that is not enough for those who are rather only that which is on that. And if Yosef says, Elohim Elohim, and again, that is Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is still the same. That only that which is on the mountain becomes Asadam. So, not the mountain itself. I asked him about what is that? Yeah, so this is something that I can I get is part of the earth's land. So what's a using what we just read before, exactly the Elohim or Elohim Elohim. Why would I say that? Because here we go. It's used for Jesus Yadi. So the what's before are in fact going to have giving us the markers as to where we can find Avodah Zarah. Also, when it says it must be active, have this color of course, destroy all of the things in terms of what I had time worship and down. So I can learn to some people like this one. As Elohim al Hapolim Halas, your God on the throne now, the Halas what was around the nation. You can't just call each other. Every person, each other, you so that you can Lord, and what? Copyright, what's happening back there? Justice, the judge could have just said, it's like, oh, sorry, why do you have to do this one, nothing on it, why do you need that? But even said the third actually giving us exactly what Mark is giving us like I've also done in GPS. Tells you that by the way you take cash and you have to reach out to Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off of the trees. So therefore, you know, we keep on understand not that this is trees and that's one. You see very well again. Because when you see I'm going to be listening. Are not everybody actually sees the activity. So listen, it's a beautiful thing. This mission. It's important. It's happens. It's all. That is a Mishnah without Lakos. A Mishnah without Lakos. Spiritual justice. That's the better thing. Mishnah without Lakos is not very happy. All of the attention is you have also done a treatment. That's the kind of tell that you also really brought out of the there's another identify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to really what's the bottom line of production is all that's happening. Even if I got your food and treasure, but production is all that's happening. There are a lot of things like that. Even if one wants to do that, people are good. So we have to have that aspect of what you say. Because then one works exactly another. So it's only one working factor on it. And so those are the things that you are different. Remember this phrase that you use. As it looks like he's recovering, considered to be part of a mountain or not. Remember again, why because the recovery was different from the rest of the stuff sitting on top of it. After sitting on top of that, it was separate and distinct. However, again, the coin on the mountain itself, the diamond is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into Rabbi Zara, or is the second and distinct entity which can be transformed into Rabbi Zara. Tanakama holds, C40 hard, Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, therefore, if we worship it, the commandment becomes Rabbi Zara. That will say, for the higher quality, listen, holds the notes, covering of the mountain, and what management went down to the result, and therefore, even if we worship it, covering will not become just Tanakama Zara, C40 higher. Uno higher, C, Osakmo, Tesef, Hammer. Osakmo, Tesef, Sahab, Amen. Even if Tesef and Zara nevertheless, specifically like part of the mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, not specifically part of the mountain, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes, and you'll see that that you see some of the super high tonight, you'll see that coming of the mountain, but will have gotten out. So that is what it is, but will be the mountain itself, even the high level of the scope of the mountain, connects to there's a covenant also not to be seen. Again, so I can see it there was a Rashi yeah, Leah is not the point to cover it, not the what? Somebody else, like, who didn't plant it, not from seed of a baby, that's what they got. With myself, I don't put you again, only to worship it later on. So remember, should not do it to the attack. It's saciar other people and we feel about not to nourish or I say that it is saciar other oil that is trying to like that level of I have to not let it have as much as I have for these so the kind of things that and later on is working as a why? Because he knows that when you can actually like what? Like now what about this as that what about that this has other points of role other Oreo so on the other hand, that's the reason really comes along to say, 이런 신학이 나를 어제 마시다. 그러다 서 also 그런 has also consideration even if you have and then go ahead and watch. You watch it. That is not right. That is not like enough to go that. So you use body session to argument. Because also literally you take it any application you do. Because the first thing you ultimately you're gonna have to go to once more. So also it turns out that is when it is closed. That's what's the inside. So this is the Patricia. Patricia says, what the argument about property measure not to myself of the earth. This is second line of damages. Kind of cover, she went to myself of the water, kind of cover hole. She was playing, this is not about the dollar. Just trying to snap. And then only words afterwards, he was looking. Why? Because then it kind of comes to that type of speed, like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. Hi, what about these actually are the boat? Necessity of the boat kind of comes as only a principle of fun, and the initial planting was not travel with our approach. But you also have you says no, we run should not feel myself of the posture. Just stop without any and any worship. Nevertheless, we will still be what's that again? You will be planted because you all these actually do out the bosses. You know it from your city. You will go to now to therefore, I love the life not like this or the why is that why is that it was used by these after the other because you consider was because you spoke these after the other and anything that is open to involved in also was a sin that any life is involved in as you involved in the about it as you look to transform ultimately into habits of our because you could discuss other last year because you can look and say anything that has discuss to the other what is that come from? Last year, with the rest of them. But they said that last time because of schools that are usually planted with the stamp and we go on with worship plays of such a huge the app that knows that you need is summer. He learns nothing of ourselves of the altar and ultimately again people that use that use a whole she was planted and literally again a bunch of saplings and only worship you on. That has been known to come out with the sign up and you'll see that you know that we told so we're listening to the we told Elohim al-Bahar or Elohim Elohim was an only one that is supposed to be the mind. The person itself always in the first place. The second place is Russia. The first place is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the evidence, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahar. Like your God on the mountain. Russia is Elohim Elohim. The mountains cannot become like that. The Russian transform the mountain into the effects of Abu Similarly, so it says, Elohim Allah Christ, on the coast, what is the Elohim? Elohim, the hills cannot become your gods. I would have said, Shomea Hachas Kodesh Ra'an Elohim, Kolo Ra'anan Elohim is everybody. Plus it says, Hachas Kodesh Ra'an everything. I would have said the same thing. If that would define the meaning of the truth, I would say, that's the Avodah, the Lo Ra'anan Elohim. Cannot become Elohim. Plus it says, you shall destroy the fire. Listen, the Syrian as well. So that was what it said. Destroy. And I was going to die on then why do I need that big after I wasn't happy with you? So himself is working. Himself is working. Yes, when it comes to the election process, Holocaust called the island. Why is that? Happens with what? Underneath yourself, I would have thought the election process. The tree itself cannot become a with each other, but the eyes underneath it, or what sector the Torah itself says, that's very specific. The Torah itself says that. Right? What's going on? So that's the way it just can become a bizarre. So why was the No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. I'm saying this in some way. Also, therefore, the point is, but if you take the years of relying on, then even if you use this class before, my name for subsequently working as a Rizara, it is back to the so, easy to do also because of the only people to do myself. Was the one of the things ultimately again, of the tree, which is primary consciousness. So that is just cut off, that is really activated. The only people special of myself. I have a hard section for the reason of myself. That's how you get. You want to go outside, but you must going forward, and I'll find this time opening even in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or wrong about how it's played. Not just the point of what's happening. So again, the goal was I'm going to start to knock out a few. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be this. The goal will be this in terms of the point level to go, especially this bar level to go, it's taking a lot of time. So as you can remember, again, it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down a little bit as you go through it, conquer it, then go back. The land goes back. The land goes back. So you touch on this before some. So once you ask me now, that's still some content. Yoshi says, you shall go and give him the spread in the circle. But so as you use, so you touch them also as you touch them, you construct. You touch them, you construct it. Bahana, and you back in this massive stuff, break their massive, Bahana, and you can. Something like that. So anyway, so it's the verb either against that. You are you don't akachas, right? Okay, so there's no two and then verb. The idea being unless it's conquer the land. Because of the land is ultimately conquer the land, therefore it was not the other out of destroyed stone, just something to say. I'm by the open level of the other studies after that. But the one ultimately uses responsibility that when you talk level, sorry, it's not just left in training subject. It's not just studies after all, it's studies after all. You have to get the lesson of the idea. You'll see, the studies after all. With the listening to words, you have to go ahead and uproot the level of the language. Not to learn, you really got to as a tsunami that local level. Ultimately, the basics of the spring of the funky space. Like doing so this is incredible you sold, incredible you sold. Somebody kept this contact. So I sort of point out so this is so incredible what's a problem. Which is about the same way I was Zoro, that it's not just that to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idols, but rather again one of the terms Sari Sakara, what's the world of many people so you don't have nothing to do this. Don't not do this. Not just have to stop the rest of the character. Such as Sari Sakara. Also, people really something. Everything negative really something. Not just have to stop the anger, and a person starts to Sari Sakara. It's best to go ahead and try to make you get fine concerned about that point. Just like 1507 series right now. Plus, how much you never do that, but of course you have to do that. You cannot go and somehow according to the God's undertone mountains, not like troubles like those. That's not enough. And we listen, it's not enough. And we so that you keep it coming to us. And we keep it saying, sometimes it's something else that we know. I do that. It's simple. It's not like this is just coming from the religion that was done in March, then God, then what? Copy line, the fancy that way, not that way. Just as the other could have just said, just like what the why do you have to do this one out with something over? Why do you do that? And he was saying the first act of feeding us should not be from so we feed us and have all these other GPS. Everything that finally we take to man and you have to root out the Avodah I mean, it's not even a find the Avodah The Avodah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah is on top of the trees. Something else. That was so therefore it's that we saw it first, so that we can even knock down the that one could very well accuse the same is kind of camera that use and these are not everybody has this also similar to things they have to show manage a Mishnah without methods. A Mishnah without methods. Doesn't just spiritual so that my focus on the all I did was say is we have acted that camera using one out of the process. There's another what I do is can simplify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to put what is the bottom line of the definition of this and I love things like this stuff. What works now is more real. So one thing that's on the aspect is are people stuff. One works exactly like other so it's one works exactly on it. That's on it. Those actually that is why that is strange the first stop whereby that what happens is the mountain is covered in dirt. See where your heart can hide. So the mountain itself is covered in dirt. Now it is better than one work with the mountain. So let's just say what's the Shaila? Good. So I did the Shaila is what's the size of the cover? It was like if the cover is on the mountain or not. Remember again, why because I'm completely different. However, it is fully on the mountain itself, trying to use the on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed as level each other. Or is the second of the story is the can't be transformed with level each other. Kanakama fully high. Kanakama covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore in the city, being able to worship it, the planet becomes a very bright. Rabbi Yosef really suffered, simply had hallelujah. Yosef holds the note, coupling of the mountains and mountains of one, mountains praising the mountains of itself, and everything that he worshipping, covering was naturally promised. Was the people of Jackson and the Kamasala Sequel High, New York High, was Sacro Tessa Hale, contrary to also the was Sacro Tessa Sahab Hale. Sorry, not physically part of the mountain, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes hostile. And you see that God is in the sea, summer, seeking hard God, and you also really holds that the covering of the mountain is recognizing itself. Bottle is having high, still at the cover, it's bottle to the mountain itself, but even the high level of the smoke of the sea, now you can't see the formed by God. Simply the mountain is making itself. With the covering also, but does not become us. Aliyah and Mikra and the cities and the field of the there was a lot of the Aliyah is not the way the cover is not the Aliyah. What? It's a word to I don't see you at now it's covered in gold, what's the status of gold? Kind of come a whole thing. It's not like the mountain that was also you'll see it in the mountain, right now, this is summer. You see how much we have to look at. So this is always the reality everywhere. The covering of the mountain is not the way to go. That's the like this kind of level. Layhan, that's that the Zohar. Layhan comes to in that sense. Exactly what? But even a covering on top of the mountain as well. What's the matter? Okay, so the Halakha, what's the evidence? The Halakha, that's very interesting. We even say not to be with ourselves all frequently. This is what when you have that for years, the Halakha we even say not to be with ourselves all frequently. Also, the issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, you planted a tree, and the only began to worship it, someone created it. This is not true. You don't say nothing. So what we say not true? It's like planting a tree, somebody else, like you didn't plant the tree, not to be seen of that Lord's Nara, not to see that Lord's Nara. You will myself of you, and ultimately again, worship it in legal art. Worship it in hand to hand, which is three thousand levels, in this case, I go ahead and apparently and ultimately basically worship it in legal art. So you might as well kind of come from so you kind of come up with Jesus. So what's the actual point of that? You learn to know, you tap out feet, next 8 on the base, 45 feet, first part. You learn to know, you always see my shit, let's look at myself on. Somebody kind of come up Hollywood boat, the kind of come up with them. And now please the whole number who I been called the Otiba Hex. So the foreign, although I said to Russell, I want to stop on it. The 87 says different again, kind of come with say, kind of come with say, it is quite a not to say about the Java mission. It's kind of cheap, and the love comes about the Java. This is the way to get to the mountain. Right? Much trees and the mountain is there, not level is only just there, and then subsequently work. It's kind of come over with a tree, planted in this tree for regular purposes. And then when you go onward, it's like in mountain. Therefore, again, the reason Royal High School that's not what's up. This is the actual last. This is the actual. So, when the time, what is the actual of the answer? It's not really to kill the task. It's such guys, what does it of you? And when you increase the level of responsibility. About not the value of the machine, I say that increase the sensitivity. Although then you cite the last guy level of responsibility. I have been mad to many practice of this side and of this side. How is that? The lights of this campaign is and we don't see what has happened. So that is not even what the effect of it. Why? Because he was at that point in time, that is like what? Like a mountain or what about these that of Oriole. And so then the that's on the other hand, that's also, and then that is not right. Why not? So you use what he says they are because what he says is once worship. So we'll say that according to this approach, actually that's what's really inside. One of the argument I talk about that's the second line of the kind of myself up to what the kind of come on, kind of right, not about the dollar. Just find the sun. And then only worship afterwards, it is worship. Why? Because you're gonna kind of come and keep that type of belief. Like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about Jesus who put up on both? Jesus who put up on kind of compensate only the principle of blood, and he was not about the and you'll say, he says, no, you learn should not talk about self help to us. And you'll say, he says, no, the tree, even if the tree is in the time, just stop without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be us. And what's that? Okay, and you'll say, you can't because he says they are the law person. You know, there is no attention travel Zara, since the attention now travel Zara is coming to the on. Therefore, I want to like this is the center of the regular and it is not like the mountain or the one. You must be nice. It will be 26 which may not actually not see. What's another again? What do you say? Why is it actually right? Why is it actually because you what he says to the other. And also the Ashura was planted by a person. Because you spoke he says to the other. And anything that is taken has involved in the possible that anything has been involved has the ability to evolve into the about it as you look to transform ultimately into a level. Because the usual usas are like last year, so the Mishnah says anything that has usas in the other. What is that coming to? My love, last year, like Shonatu, will wrestle us. What's it does that not come to this particular case of a tree that is planted? And later on, ultimately, the worship say that such a tree the after you see that you need to suffer, even regular of also, and ultimately, even that you see that you need a sense, the fact that you suffer, and only worship you are, that has you go to us inside of no see that you can hope, so they listen to you say that. Hope, so that Elohim al-Ahad, or Ahad Elohim, was known as that is what you can mind. The first itself only goes the first place. The second place is the Rothschild. The first place is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the others, like what? Like Elohim al-Ahad, like the gods on the mountains. Russia is the mountains, below Ahad Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. Into the character of Avodah. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim ala kavos, your gods on the earth. What do you imagine? Elohim below kavos, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Ani, Nachas Kovis, Ra'anam, Elohim, below Ra'anam, Elohim, is everybody. First it says, Nachas Kovis, Ra'anam, I would have taken a video of it. But that is defined in the trees. That is a Bodhidara. The low Ra'anai Elohim. She itself cannot become a Bodhidara. And the Rabbi as it says, that she lay on the full of fire. The Pasuk says, Tefillos, you shall destroy the fire. For you seal them in blood. Torah Christians, you simply said, are destroyed. Ever Tachas Kois Ra'anai Elohim. That's the case. then why did I need that? It's after I was like, everything was happening with you. So, I understand Essalonian running, but I like both. But this is the guys which are unannounced moving on the road. That's why. That's the application. That is on the road, not doing it himself. Is what even if you're not doing himself, is what Holocaust called to the island. Why do you guys get I would run the program. The team itself should have to come up with each other. But the idea is or what actually the code itself says, that's the code itself says that what that tells you what that the actual is can become. Yeah, can become Abolizar, right? So that's the source of the can become Abolizar. So why use what the Hakas is the Ayan? Abu is the I have a hard time to the base and not some which means for us, I just talk about the must be in the hospital. You might be in the hospital, I think it's in the last night. That's the issue. But we also need to have a little say. In the base of the special myself of it, and you might the Russian people know that much. What's the serious? But yet, much in the person of a fix, not the person of a fix, which was either one that much. What's the other thing about it? Either one that much, but had the person not said, not bring the Ashura, as you see, Omer Asher Filadeo, I would have said that cut down the Ashura. What is that talking about? Which is like, so not the Tila Mata. I would have assumed that would, if you had the Torah not said, I think it's a mistake, and all it would have said is, I think it's a mistake. I would assume that that is referring to a tree, which is initially planted for apple to start. The cat must be Ashton, so that it's was another Ashton is a woman, Ashton does it work. If I was saying, that's the simple thing. Therefore, it then has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra person? Actually, does the word I can tell you, I think this is when you are Shirato, all of us are also, when it comes to Shirati, which was initially planned for regular purposes and subsequently my says, my activator is what you should have. I'm sorry. Yeah, Baba, I have actually to get on the activator. Now, according to the Yossi of the Ego, we can issue for money purposes. And then, subsequently worship. But the tree becomes Esther as a holy God. So the learning that we're playing back into God, you know, fantastic. What about some time on the account of all the holy God, you see, or they can see in March. And then worship is, but the tree that you see, like the tree would not come from the God. So we want to do the first action to God, one of us. I've actually figured that not my activate, the people that show me that was the experience. The use of for the such a show, do it although there's no problem, ultimately push Eric to sell. He push Eric to sell, hold them in the pure apple of so considering holes, but in the context of Eric's sell was like, you're two steps in the destruction of our design. The first step was cutting down the other stuff. So literally we just keep cutting down the IT style of not over. And then, but then the primary objective was to counter and capture the very stuff. After it was countered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the other stuff. So what happens is that truly only for public holding bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down all of each other. That's the secret of conquering of the land. As they roll through the land, so they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be key bush. So however, key bush actually start pulling the beers. Also, the country of the land has to receive ultimately and the destruction of what is called public. That's the slogan. You over the stuff called the key bush actually start after says, if you such an established God on the land, when you enter into land, you have to go ahead and watch. الأمر بالله فتن لغنطرة وآخر كيبوش بشارع أخرين and actually conquered any forgot any of it. It was like there was incredibly solid life. Sometimes you get a whole accomplishment. There's different ways of business people. Sometimes when I was like person has to work his time finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go out and pursue less with a number of different life situations, recognizing that right now it's all about 70%. I know that I'm 70%, but I need to track to keep going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately against the winner the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right and a wrong, how it's right. It matters depends on what's happening. If you come to slow again, the goal was, I will trust you not that finish. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be keep. The goal will be here to find the revenge. Destroying level though, especially this bottom level, though, it's taking a lot of time. Go as you said, you know, then people can do it for 3 days. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down the result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back on this. This is where they like it. You can say from the other. You have some is the whole time. So what you ask now again, still say something. As the Yossi says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them with tables. So actually, the attachment was that the attachment is struck. The attachment is structure is Bahana. And you should back in the smart table stuff, break them as tables, Bahana. And you but that's not right. So you know, what's the burning? That again says, you don't the Akaka right? Or say, so they go to consume and then burn. You have to be a lesson of it was demanded here to the time of their life. Because of the demanded ultimately the time of their life, therefore, one, not the other is out of stones, equal something is for us, but then we can both of the kind of burn it now. So after that, handed by the open was for other. שצריך לשלש אחריך. Also, the Rabbi ultimately uses responsibility. That when you talk to that woman, sorry, it's not just enough to be ready. It's not shalish אחריך. So shalish אחריך. You have to expect me and best of the idolatry. Shalish אחריך. Most of you know the shalish אחריך. Where's the rest of you can learn? You have to go ahead and uproot that woman, sorry. Not to learn, you got to execute on the ultimately, the rest of the face shall destroy the meaning from this place. By giving it not just of yes, not giving it the access of the over the ability that this is place. So the table is so well. Because in general, you have to use this system. Maybe it's a so this credit what you sowed, I credit what you sowed, somebody can. So I forgot, so this sowed. This is the most of the same way I will be Zara, that is not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the calf, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the church is trying to Sahara, once in the world of making people say, not just enough to stop the negative character. Something. Everything negative is rooted in something. Not just enough to stop the believer, but a person is starting to shine after that. Let's go ahead and ultimately you can find the church part on courage. So what's that is out? So what I'm offering us is medical and humanity and for started so it's like Chinese was what is how much you do that, that's up to your discussion. But of course, you have to do that's You're not allowed to worship God with your arm. The Lord has proposed that the will knows cannot become God. So what's the truth? First class. Because you said when you say sin is not as the time. Like there is no difference between the two. That's the difference. Like the mountain is the most amplified. That's the phenomenal thing. That is the cause of those that the mountains will make themselves enough. That's the kind of says, well, something somehow highlights us. Ultimately, kind of comment says, do not come over someone that is hard to us, that is not enough to really from us, right? And only God gives us on. And if you're saying, he says, Elohim, Elohim, and again, that's people are heard Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that only God is on the mountain of Allah, not the mountain itself. As the essence of the essence of that Kasha, and the Prisma Ashira, Asura, which is I was at Ashira, what is that Ashira of us? It poses an existential difficulty for us. Like, what about the Ashira? The Ashira was the number of something that by definition is part of the struggle landscape. At least it is part of the earth that you see the image of so what's it? Just like before, it's not even the Amen or Elohim, Elohim. Why would I say this? Here we go. The introduce what Jesus God himself. Because it looks like really it has Jesus God on the living river. That man is super yeah, you this. But this other has man involved. That's the word man involved. Now, what do I love? Oh, a person time. So listen, one person that's with something by that. Or is it something by that? Or by that? It's subject only. That's one. It's like one of the that is not like that's a difference between what's the content of a whole So I said, I think that's all. So like it's wrong. As Elohim out of Allah. Your God's on the throne now. But Allah is also on the throne. The time that's called Israel. Every just said, Israel Moses. Why do you have to get this one out? This is over. Why do you do that? Because Jesus said the first act of giving us exactly what He can bring us and have all these other yes. That means that by the way you go to command and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to show you where the farm is. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Zarah is off of the trees. So therefore, it's going to be crossed. That one could very well be because the reason is from the camera that you see, at least you are not see. Everybody actually sees the city. Also, see this is the that's in front of you. The happens to be shown. That is the Mishnah without the focus. The Mishnah without the focus. It doesn't feel bad. It's not like spiritual black hat. Doesn't get better. Just without the focus, that's very happy. All that you're saying is you have to kind of peace. That kind of come that usually we run out of the process. There's another piece. But actually, I'm going to find for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to put. Listen, so bottom line, what's the definition of silence? We just had that what the definition of silence? And I love the nice silence. These are one words out of this morning here. So one we have to from that object into the are these only one words that not that silent. So it's only one voice that's the charming after that. Charming though, those guys just become a student is the that's why that we spend the each fucking second. That's the first thing I think was that is something therefore like that. The first time you go to the space and you see the defense of what's the system of and you'll say, we got to come up our something. And you also think about saying, if you want to come out, you can go ahead and put back on the mountain. The book says, no. You need to put out something. What happens if the mountain is conventional? What's the status of the company? If it looks like the company is going to be on the mountain or not. That's what again. Why is the company? Because the company is however, again, on the mountain itself, the trying to reduce this on the mountain, I guess that's not the transform the level or is the second side of the same? Transform this level of Tanakama Summer, Tanakama Home, C40 Iron, April Time, Tanakama Home, and covering up the mountain is not right in the mountain, and therefore, we will see. Therefore, if you look at it, the climate becomes Now, you'll say, C40 Iron, Hurry, you'll say, also know, covering up the mountain, climate is one, climate is right in the mountain itself, and then Also, only the heart. Also, no, even if you find it for just some reason, and then later on, you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like that is not like the love or the why not. So you use what Jesus is your argument. And also this is so it turns out that when you approach, actually that's the inside. But this is the shit. So Jesus says, what you are doing not welcome because that's what the same by the name of it. And I'm a son of a what was of the church. And I come home, he was planning to just stop the nation. Not about the dollar. Just trying to stop. And then only worship afterwards in his mother. Why? Because then kind of come at the God's type of like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. Hi, what about the peace guys for the awesome boat? Especially the other boat kind of conversation only the principle of fun. When the initial planning was done by the desire. Listen, the service is no, we learn from ourselves how to answer, even if you can stop without any intention and only word actions. The rest of the team will still be us. That was like, okay, that doesn't really matter because those discussing the other law person practices. So you know what I think there was no attention to tribal startup, seems to be catching out the tribal startup company on. Therefore, how much we might say we can hold the relationship, it's not like the announcing or the because if you like, it's crazy, well, if they're not do that. What's the other thing? What did you say? Why are you going to do that? Why are you going to do it? If they use what things that in the other, and those that be sure there was by person, suppose use both things that in the other, and anything that is has even involved with hospitalization, that anything I do involved with has the ability to cause that you get plus ultimately because usually SAS are the ASIA, especially says anything that has SAS are that is a company. My lab, the ASIA, like the natural universal one. What's it does that not come to the case of a tree that is in the practice, which was established and later on, ultimately, the worship, tell you that subject to the first the half that you'll see that he is suffering, he learns nothing of herself of the also, and ultimately again, he that you'll see that he got he is trying to establish and all worship is on that has been broken. Come on, Samuel, and you'll see that he got the folks, and you'll see the sacrifice. The folks, and the Elohim, Elohim, was an area that was supposed to be divided. The fight itself only takes the first place. Second place, Russia. First place is God coming out himself, wiped out all of the other like what? He had our hearts, like the gods of the mountains. Russia go 100 Elohim, but mountains cannot compare that. That means transform mountains. Of Apostle. Similarly, Joseph, Elohim allies, the gods on earth, what is that? So has from the boats, Elohim. The overview again the hills, so not to become your gods. I would say, so may I have not as colleagues, Ra'anat Elohim, so Ra'anat Elohim is everything. But not as colleagues, I would have taken away the other side. And that is fine with me. Now he's a scholar, the role that I like himself cannot become a believer. And the reminder for the Apostle says that Judas is considered right. Because it says in the Judas shall destroy the fire, was concealed in the trust. So that this is using said it is destroyed. Ever not much police that I don't know. That's the case. And why do I think that it's actually so I understand accelerating our running, but I like both. So this says you shall destroy your gods, so on the mountains and on the hills. You shouldn't choose them what. That's the opposite. is what love in itself is what yet when it comes to our state of what does the say? Hakas Laya. What? Why Hakas is what? Underneath I was like what it process. Itself can have come up with each other. But the idea is but one second, the Torah itself says that's your relationship with him. The Torah itself says that what? That tells me what? Tells me what? That the Asheris come. The Asheris can come about each other. What's going on? So that's the Torah that is every time about each other. So why is what the Hakas of the Adai? Who is the that's the best part of the that is that's the And yet he was reading the concept of Hashem not the concept of Hashem which was Hero Nehemiah. Você resolve Hero Nehemiah to say, but I don't accept not said you have to burn the Ashura. I used to own a Hashem Tizadeo. I would have said you have to cut down the Ashura. What is that? The Iman should not be the Kilo Makat. I would have assumed that means he had the Torah not said, Hashem Tizadeo. And all it would have said is Hashem Tizadeo. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Apple Israel. The Kat, Hashem Tizadeo was a matter of two psukim, Hashem Tizadeo, working to Tizadeo. Therefore, both sides have to find that's the simple thing. Therefore, then it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra portion of Hashem Tizadeo? Tell you, Hashem Tizadeo, Milan Shinato, Bolabasov. What's going to come to Tizadeo? Because initially science for regular purposes, and subsequently, I'm sorry. Hold on. This is much. Now, according to Yossi of Yehuda, this is for fundamental purposes. And then, subsequently, that the tree becomes as that over. So the learning now is that what about according to the understanding of the goals that also keep that the tree initially for regular purposes. And then you worship it. But the trees that is not transformed that way. So what do we do with this Hashem Tizadeo? How does it do that my activate? The food that you're showing me, what's the experience? This is for the judge of the you do it all those no problem. Ultimately, Bush Eretz Yisrael. Bush Eretz Yisrael, hold them in the finger about this question. So, the that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael was that. There were two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. The literally cutting down the Avodah. And then the primary objective was the conquering and conquering of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and conquered, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So what happened? Of these holding the bush, so they're not cutting down the Avodah Zarah. Constantly like the land. As they do the land, soldiers they can actually cut down, knock down, whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, they have to people. So, however, the first is not holding the field. Also, the country of the rest of the ultimately destruction of Avodah Zarah. To be back to this moment, what is called for the Eretz Yisrael. If the sunshine is seen, that doesn't matter. And you need to land you obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah immediately. And after people to start the operation, and after you conquer it, then you go back and you update. So it's like you're incredibly so right. Simple to with a number of different light recognizing right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to find the time it's not a right or a wrong, but how it's right. Not just depends on what's happening. See, the problem still again. The goal was I'm going to start doing that again. So if I'm in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal will be is keep point level results, especially the bar level results, it takes a lot of time. Well, as you remember, it goes super to 14 years. So first one is conquer the line, that kind of result as we go through it, conquer, then go back and so the weather is like these are so popular. Kind of see, the custom is the host of, so let's ask now again, still see conquer. As the Yossi says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them with your host. But so actually, the customer was that because the customer is instruct. We can instruct. The customer will give constructed Bahana, Yisibat Mismatsegosam, break Yamatsegos, Bahana, and leave it. Parashat Shaifa, Zero is the burn. The other again says, you are a Amrapino, you don't the Akata, right? Okay, so the joke is assume and then burn. The idea being that the land is the land. Because of the magic ultimate is conquering the land, therefore I think the opportunity was not to be able to try how to destroy the stones, keep the structure stable, but then we fold. Those are these kind of ultimates that burn it in the house. After that, אני בעיר לא אוקיי, לא אוקיי, אבל יש לך בצד בשליש אחרי. עושה גרפון לא אוקיי, זה מספר. אבל אוקיי, אבל בסדר, סטארט את זה בסדר. בצד בשליש אחרי, עושה בסדר, בשליש אחרי. You have to respect the need and investment of the idolatry. Rabbi Yosef, you can decide to have another. You're the listener you can learn. You have to go ahead and complete the idolatry afterwards. After that, you can find a extra man of the money. Ultimately, you learn from the base that you destroy the need from this place. That's the only the exercise that I was incredibly so this is an incredible yesod. Somebody check the contact. So I kind of find out. So in this yesod, incredible working on myself. This is also the same thing I told Zara, that it's not just that to stop working with it or to destroy the path or to go and destroy the idol. It's rather again one of the first started Sahara. First of all, was negative ego. So you don't have negative ego. No blood ego. It's not just that to stop the negative. So everything you do is something. Everything negative you do is something. It's not just like stop the behavior, but a person is trying to value after that. So has to go ahead and ultimately can find the church right and put it. So what's that? So Purim offers us this incredible and dramatically amazing opportunity for cathartic comprehensive. There was a very fun. What is I'll show you about it. Says something actually. Now look at this. That collaboration behind those. That's real. That I love the reason I want to say this. Somebody comes to that. Do that. And look at this collaboration behind that. The money is too much. How much do you get? That's up to your discretion. What you have to do. That's not how much. ultimately kind of common says, do not covet your own someone that is on them. Which indicates to us that it's not the master that knows to become ultimate, rather only that which is on them. And if you'll say, yes, Elohim, Elohim, and again, that's the Elohim, Elohim. Ultimately, the bottom line is to say that it's only that which is on the mountain that has it out of the Torah, not the mountain itself. I ask you about it, ask you about that, and the thing that I say, that I see that, versus I would not say that, nor did I say that, off the heart. But it is an existential difficulty for us. Like, what did I say that? The fear of remembering that this is something that by definition is part of the struggle life. By definition is part of the event that we see it is in both. So what's the reason what we just learned before? It's not even Aleim or Elohim, Elohim, Elohim. Why would I say that we see it? Well, there we go. If there's creation, it's used for Jesus, God did say. So this is guys, get in a rhythm. Shake the rhythm their kids. That's nice. Like, Peter walks down and goes, Josh Rothschild, no, I'm not enough. And what is the fact? So what's the by that? What is the anything that is some naturally by definition, I'm using that concept and I say that. even the high level of the scope of also open that somebody else, right? Who they planted the tree, that's the seed of the Lord. That's the seed of the Lord. Who the myself of and ultimately only worship later on. Just trying to stand. And then only what you work do is one thing. Why? Because you're going to kind of come down type of like what? Like the mountain or like the hi, what about the statue of the boat? Since you don't have to know how to come as a only a principle of God, in the initial chapter of the he says, no, you guys cannot rule myself up to awesome. And yes, only you can show up the trees. You have to see just stop without any specific intention and only worship at least. Nevertheless, the trees will still be awesome. What's like, again, that you also do that because you also do something that God doesn't like. You know, really don't have to travel. See, coming down to don't have to do with God. Yes, I recognize that it's a step on your list. It's not like what they have. Why you have to do that? But these have to be other. And also be because these folks these have to be other. And anything that has involved in the possible that anything that has involved has to be involved about it. As we look to transform information because we put two sides on them. The Assyrian is also very funny. It says anything that has two sides on them. What is that something? My love, the Assyrian blood is natural, or the rest of them. Does that not completely? It says, oh, after you'll see that you the summer, you learn nothing of yourself of the also, and ultimately attention that you see that you come with. And only work that you are, that has people come up with the center, and you'll see that people that focus, or you'll see the focus. Elohim al-Bahar, or Ahar Elohim, was known as a the question itself overthink the first thing. Second thing, Russia. The first thing is God comes down Israel, wipe out all of the enemies, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahar, like their gods on the mountain. Russia, my is below Ahar Elohim. The mountains cannot become their gods. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim halakos, your gods on the hills. Elohim halakos, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would say, Samaya below La'anat is everybody. Must say, not as for Israel, it's really every. I would have put it so that is below La'anat Elohim. Himself cannot become a Torah that's the way of he does himself destroy the fire, or consume it with fire. So that destroy. Ella Tamas Koish La'anat Elohim. And why do I think that his afterlife wasn't crazy? So I understand as Elohim because Jesus says, you shall destroy your gods, either on the mountains or on the hills. And he's here clearly proving that right. That's the opposite. So Jesus says, it's only that it's on the hill, not in himself, even in himself, is what even without himself is what. Yes, when it comes to our faith, what does the Torah say? Hamas coach La'ana. Why is that? I would probably look at Torah. The king himself cannot become his own. But I would Torah itself says, that's very specific. Torah itself says that but yes, it tells me what? That the absolutist have as much as it does. So that's the order in the first time so then why you got the now what do I do with the extra questions? Again, subsequently worship. That the tree becomes other as a what about according to that one? Behold, the Moses speak back to you, which is one of the then worship it. That the tree that is the tree does not catch some stuff. So you one of these three things how does it do that? Master, the tree that is shown in the for the church of children. So far, so pure apple so children schools from the complex art and first step was cutting down the apple itself. So really cutting down the apple over. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing the right system. After so conquering and capturing, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the apple. It was an amazing story. So what happened? Because really old people come totally into the so they knocked me down and cut down on each other. That destroyed the concrete of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers will do that to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. Right now, then it has to be pushed. So however, people try to start putting the field. Also, the country of the land has to receive also the reception of the field. You open the top of the military because if you start to establish the guys of the land, when you enter the land, you have to destroy a plot. You have to destroy a tank, cut down the opportunity. after he was discharged to Apollo. And after he conquered, then he go back and he also look at where he's going to be sometimes one goal that a number of different right recognized that right now they're all about 70%. Rather than a 70%, going forward, and I'm finally trying to open it again to the remaining 30% myself. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's right. 90% of what happens is so again, the goal was I'm going to start to knock that away. So if I'm in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal is to do is to count the event. Destroying level results, and see this bar level, you know, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as you said, remember, again, so first go ahead and capture the land, knock down every other as you go through it, conquer it, then go back in. What's the word of that? Because that's what we're going to tell you this. You have to finish the whole stuff. So what you ask now, that's still stay confident. Those things, guys, you shall go to the destroy them. But see the hot up. So actually, you should go to the difference. You have to stuff. You have to stuff is the hot up. And you start to make possible stuff. Bring to them as tables. The hot up. And you can. But I'm stopping. Otherwise, those the burning. That will get such a good to go the Akaka slopes. Right? Essentially, so soon and then burn. The idea being a message that you want to mandate is to come to the rest. Because of the mandate, also, because of the land, therefore, you have to was not level to our attitude. It's like the stones, just like the staples, it can be told, don't take the time open to burn it down. Hay baile oke oke abolus kami kita besari akala. Oke grabado oke this was popular started just kita besari akala oke besari akala. You have to study and just as that. Rabbi also used to study akala. When you listen to the word, you have to go ahead and update the abolus. So this is incredible you sow. It's incredible you sow. Somebody check this out. So I sort of point out, so this sow. Incredible. What's the next? This is about the same thing I hope you saw. That it's not just like it's not working in the or to destroy there, or to go to destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the sorry, what's the role of negative ego? So you don't have negative ego. What's not ego? It's not just that it stops the negative energy. It's not just sorry, something not just not stop it. The person starts to sorry after that. As whole so what it offers us is incredible, and started so it's like what how much you do that, that's up to your discussion. But I'm sure you have to take that's we see it is so você amanhã or why would I say that? Because here we go. If we create what Jesus has got on the living so that's kingdom. The idea is that this has a man involved, that's what is man involved. So other than so what the wonderful aspect is by man, all the something by man, and therefore by definition, he is subject to transform travel desire. So it's like anything that is natural by definition cannot be transformed into a natural concept of our desire, even for the so therefore even if I worship mountain doesn't have all desire. I use it like magic and I say that like the rest of it is shouldn't have all these arguments, otherwise it's viable science. But the true is planted by man. True is planted by man. Since the true is planted by man, it's the cause. The issue is what true starts to be good at them. Person was foul to his therefore this has a transformed into an act about all these other. The first is what true starts to be other and also whatever ultimately has, this starts to be I'm gonna be then what? And you have the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to find the Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain, the Avodah Zarah is on top of the tree, it's on top of the hills, the Avodah Zarah is off the so therefore, if you have to understand, so that it's not that stuff. Very well with me. Everybody actually sees me there's another piece that is find for us where to find that where to find it versus Spotify and I love them. So it's only one portion that is on the mountain. It's on the road. Rothschild is the power. Two ways of filter. One, number two phrase will be used once we test it. Therefore, by definition, and we will be what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? See where hard to hide. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. The Shiloh, let's say that one word is mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? Good. And so I said the Shiloh is what's the Shiloh? It's what's the or not. Remember again, why because of the completely different answers. However, again, the thing on the mountain itself, the Shiloh is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into Rabbi Yisrael. Whereas the second of the space is can't be transformed into Rabbi Yisrael. Tanakama Shabbat, Tanakama holds, seek where you have Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, who is and therefore, if you worship it, the commandments becomes Rabbi Yisrael. But Yosef really suffered, seek where you have Yosef holds that no covering of the mountain is not like what? Not as like the mountain itself, but if you worship it, covering is not Why is Rothschild? Why is Rothschild to Rothschild? It is used but used as to the other. Because also the Asheba was planted by a person. Because used both used as to the other. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its hustle, that's what it is. That anything that has human involvement has the ability to be solved into the practice of our religion. As the ability to transform ultimately into the foundation of our life. Because used both used as other. The Asiyah. What is the uniqueness that anything that has used as to the other? What is that coming from? My love, the Asiyah. And only worship later on. That as people, must be signed up, and you'll see that people from there. We told, so you'll see the December fathers. We told Shema Elohim al Mahari. Well, Harlan Elohim. Was another thing that just important to keep in mind. The pasuk itself only quotes the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia on the first phrase is God coming from Israel, wipe out all of the other Israel, like what? Like Elohim al Mahari. Like their gods on the mountains. Russia is below Haharit Elohim. The mountains cannot become their gods. Because it can transform the mountain into a Mepsa of Abolizar. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim al Akros, their gods on the hills. What did you mention? Below the bows, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shemaya Hani, Takas Kotis, La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim, which I would have actually, plus it says, Takas Kotis, La'anan, and beneath every tree. I would have said the original sense, but that which you find beneath the trees, because I would say, that is Abolizara, below La'anan Elohim. The tree itself cannot become Abolizara. The pasuk says that Shreya Kislev the pasuk says, and the Sheilos you shall destroy in the fires. What's concealed in the book? Torah which explicitly says that the trees are to be destroyed. Eva Takas Koritz La'anan La'anan. That's the case. Then why do I need that phrase afterwards? What's it? Everything that's happening over here. The phrase itself is confusing. Meaning, I understand as Elohim al-Harim. The Allah calls. So physically says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the application of the is that which is on the hill, the mountain in itself, the mountain in itself is worship. Even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to Ashira, what does the Torah say? Hachas called Yitzra'ana. Why is that Ashira Hachas? Hachas means what? Underneath the tree shelter, I would have thought, what is the Torah telling me? The tree itself cannot become a
Thick boy squad, thick boy nation.
The Torah itself says, that Shrei is the village. The Torah itself says that what? That is the Yeshua, which tells me what? That Yeshua's can become. Yeshua's can become Abolizar. So what's going on? So that's the reason why Yeshua Abolizar. So the one version of Achas of Israel, Aru, what's it? That's come to teach us what Rabbi said. Thus said, Aru look at the people. Let me give up. And he's moving for other people. And yet people keep along and said, I'll dash the muscle for you. Come up, track the most down the bar, but you're going to see people saying, start the Russian is telling us to come and us down. And he thinks you find a high mountain or a high hill. But it's the island or a beach. That's your son on the stuff. No, we'll see that. What? No, it's your example. This is what's so fascinating. As you come up, I mean, you don't want to what kind of stuff see now? Oh, sorry. No, Zara, travel design purposes. You'll see that you can actually buy it up. And this will be also teaching on both sides. That's where it's supposed to be. It was initially planned to travel purposes. In what? Never mind, get an answer. So we see when we're at Rabbi says, but this will be not invited up. How can I? I was looking at two pieces. Where we'll call it front. So the initial tree is different, and that is subsequently grows is going to be possible. Breaking it up in pieces like that. And the owner, even cannot do with a soft part. What's the matter for the trees? The tree that is initially. And then what? And then ultimately again, we leave the arms to the level. We'll say, let's just look at this one more time. And you'll say, you'll see, you would understand the phrase Ashrim to that they did. So listen, we're taken by Ashrim. One tells you Ashrim is taken by burning Ashrim. The other part says Ashrim to that they cut down the Ashrim. Now, why do I need to cut down the Ashrim? I bring the research that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. So I need to go cut it down. And you will see a new system that's going to be which is that case. That's the case of an Ashura which is planted for a stop subsequently worship. So what's the other things also that again, this is talking tomorrow afterwards, but what happens again is that that is appears, but only that which grows after the actual result designation, that becomes custom as an result. So if I go to a person who worships the Ashura, this planting is not purposes. Person worships it, only that which grows at the point of our result designation ultimately becomes our result. That's why the Bible says, Hashem to that demon. But in that kind of you have to spread no, what's happening? You have to cut off what it grew and the result designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that in some way. Also, therefore, the first two different pieces, and the reason we said for years that even if she initially planted before, mundane purposes, or subsequently worship as a Bomazara, and in fact, the United States, the hardship is for the Ushkanasima. So, ACH, you also recover, but the only English nothing but self harm. Also, what is the case ultimately again? Of the sea, with the primary part of the the only that which was cut off, or that which goes afterwards is going to be safer. So, the Gemara says, at the only English nothing but self harm. I have a hardship to the Ushkanasima, which we went to one second, but we're talking about the Gemara in the process. The Gemara is in the process actually. Right cross. That shapes something else. But you also need to and it makes it even better self confidence. You might be the Russian people will never what's this. And yet you might be of a shape not the person of a shape, which was people will never. So you have to people will never the person you have to say you have to bring the Ashira. I see Omer Ashira. I would have said that to cut that out. You do understand that to do that. Listen, I would have said that if you had the Torah not said, all it would have said is I should do that. I would assume that that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Apple Israel. The top must be I should see that from the Bible. Listen, now that you're speaking, I should see the Bible working to that you would. Therefore, both sides actually I should say that. That's the simple truth. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the text? Actually, that they work actually, they will make you like it up to all of us self also, the constitution that which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently says, my affidavit is what you're saying. I'm sorry. Rabbi, I got to the name of now, according to the Yosef of Yehuda, the woman is sheep for Monday services. And then, subsequently worship, that the tree becomes Hasa as a Mosaic. So the learning of that is according to God. They know it's fantastic. What about according to the Rabbi? The whole Jehovah says, you plant the tree of the sheep for regular purposes, and then what? And then you worship it. that the tree represents winter, like the tree did not transform to Rabbi Noah. So we wanted to do the first action to God, the animals, which is amazing. How that you figure that my activate, to figure the children, what's the amazing. The use for the just and children, what's the children, the amazing. The doing of all the small problem, ultimately, Bush Eretz Yisrael. He Bush Eretz Yisrael, Kojan in the Peter Avodah Zorah. So, this is what it means that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zorah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zorah. Like literally, these Jews cutting down the idol not to be over. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zorah. It was an amazing story. So what happens again? You do it also from Rabbi Koldman and Kibush. So the knocking down of the Avodah Zorah, that's the serious conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers again have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. Can't spend the time. Because right now, again, there has to be people starting with you and then the structure of all this stuff. You really not to this moment. You're over this public home with the people trying to all that says, if the structure is established, it's not going to be out. Actually, it's land you the obligation. You have to go ahead and cut down the obligation. And after people start to operate, and after we cover it, then you go back and you update. It was like, it's incredibly so right. Sometimes you get a little bit of sometimes you know, like a person has to go to one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue less. The number of different life issues is recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to stop to keep going forward, and I'll find the time to filling the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, like how it's right. It depends on what's happening. So see, slowly again. The goal was, I'm going to knock out a commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is to cut it down. Destroying the whole result, especially get this far the whole result, it took a lot of time. Go, as I said, remember again, people should do it for 2 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down the whole result as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy. Because the murder is like this. So actually, these customers are actually just giving you the customers to instruct, instruct. The customers you instruct is Bahana, and leave it. Back to the smart table sum, break them on tables, Bahana, and leave it. Bahana, something like that. See the way it's supposed to burn it. Rather against us, if you want to, you don't, the Akakak zero. Let's say, so the dope is and then burn. The idea being a lesson that you was in the land is to conquer the land. So because of the conquer the land, the acquisition was not shows, reconstructed staples, but then be told, don't put the kind of ultimately burn it down. So you have to let Rabbi, I'm by the okay, well, this will come, it's up the Shanish Akara. Also, the Rabbi ultimately use responsibility that when you upload up on the Torah, it's not just left to destroy the object. It's not the Shanish Akara. Also, the Shanish Akara means you have to make the new and best of the idolatry. Also, you from the Shanish Akara of it. Whereas the ritual you can burn, you have to go ahead and upload the Torah afterwards. Not the way, you got it from Esther, not in a Makkah. Ultimately, you have the face that you have destroyed the meat from the space. Like you can so this is an incredible you showed. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so this is showed. the most receiving Abu Bizarro, that is not just have to stop worshiping it or to destroy the path, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, it's not one of the Shari Shakara, also the most go ahead and ultimately try to find that for it. So what it offers us is incredible and dramatic how much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But of course, you have to do that's how much. I have to come about with something with some weakness and certain things, similar to the other two constitutions from the Old Testament time. And we today with eyes from my what do you say? What do you say? וגם חרבונה software. Even if someone is a carbon, an owner's a Russian with the church of Torah, of destroy. Even if someone is good, even if someone is good, even if someone is good, that Carbona, software. There is a Torah pushing back. that's the dolphin. Now, other stuff, a person's fashion, there was a person's by that, all the stuff by that, or by that, the subject of anything that is naturally formed to be still, by definition, is not transformed to a practice and habit of Allah. Therefore, even if I worship now you must become a star. I see that magic, and I say that, and the rest of So I think you are sure. As Elohim al-Ahoy Allah. The gods on the throne now. Allah calls. They want. Just as with the earth just said, the same on earth. Why do you have to get this one out on the shoulder? Why do you need that? But even says the first act to keep us, exactly we have to have what the Bible is getting to man, and you have to read out the Avodah. I mean, tell you where to find the Avodah. The Avodah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah is often so therefore, it's going to be strong. Not down the it's very well intentioned. Since you can cover that you are not. Everybody has this Mishnah is out. Mishnah comes from it's the bottom line. So I love that myself. Even if one worship is not more skill. So one is not transform that aspect of it's only one worship that not that the other so it's only one worship that is on the master. That's on the those are different. Why? Because it's very used about the second was about the Therefore, by definition, a person has a will. That's the what happens if the mountain equally hard to climb? So the mountain itself is everybody doesn't know what mountain is. So what's the sign of? What's the sign of? Great. So I think the timer is what's the size of the cover? As it looks like if the cover is essentially on the mountain or not. Remember again, why because the cover is different directions. However, again, the coating on the mountain is on the mountain. And therefore can't be setups or is the subject of the transform two levels of Tanakama stubborn, Tanakama seems for your hard able to ask Tanakama that is covering up the mountain, is not like the mountains, and therefore therefore worship it, the time is becomes a big stuff. That you'll say stubborn, for your hard hurry, listen and hold the note, covering up the mountain, that is trust, manage the mountain itself, and therefore worship it, covering up the mountain. Had a conversation with people how they know how to decide. See, start from that color. What the exhaustion is kind of starting. First it says, so start from that somehow are late. Sorry, not because you call it out. Something to the mountain, and then it becomes possible. And you'll see that you see summer super hard guy, you'll see cold that's coming from the mountain like the mountain itself. But over time, still got the cover. But will take it down itself. And even the high level will still come. That's what she said. Oh my God. Simply not covering also not anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its creation. Also, what I think that anything that is human involvement has needs to evolve into another design. And those who transform ultimately can have another design. Because usually Jesus Adam, the Assyrian, was the one who says anything that has Jesus is Adam. What does that come to? My love, the Assyrian, all of us are Adam. So does that not come to the particular case of a tree that initially is planted, which is tree purposes, and later on, ultimately, this worship will tell you that such a tree does have the act that goes through that you suffer, even struggle with ourselves on the also, and ultimately again, even that you see that you don't hold, but the tree is planted initially is going to be snap purposes, and only worship later on. And as the first time, and you'll see that wipe out all of the like what? Like Russia, their guys. I would have said, Shomea Halim, Takas, Ra'anan, Elohim, Ra'anan, Elohim, is evidence, Pasha said, Takas, Ra'anan, I would have said, that is that is the role that Anan Elohim itself cannot become a person. And the Roman Apostle says that they understand the Apostle says in the kingdoms shall be destroyed in the fire. It must be sealed with the blood. So that which is recently said that the trees are destroyed. Ella Takas Polisa Anan Elohim. So that's the case. And why do I need that place? After I was like, what's happening here? So I understand Thessalonian, up on the hill. That's the indication of what? That the application is travel is not a done on the hill, the natural is himself is what himself is what. Yeah, when it comes to our shade, what does it say? Hakas culture to the island. Why do you say Hakas is what? Underneath she's okay. I would have thought it was because of you. The tree itself can actually come out of each other. But the island is underneath the trees. But what second the Torah itself says, that's great to see from the Torah itself says that what? That's what the Yeshua tells me what? Tells me what? That the Yeshua is yes, there is can become Amonizar. What's going on? So that's this order in the Jews can become Amonizar. So then why is the question of Hakas of Ishla and so that's how people say that it's so that's like a little bit of anyway, and it also but other para and yet people feel like themselves and that's the possibility come back to the fact that the world is going to sound repeating the telephone and you can see either hydrogen or a hydrogen that is China or actually China all this stuff. Yeah, what's it? What's the old thing was that all these guys this is something that's it. As you come up, there's another one here and see now, no, see, but I bought on I actually that might happen. So the one I bought on which is very special. By the way, you cannot say nothing was a day of the initially planted for Apple Zara, Apple developers. It was the Yossi that we did not use widely about. And this would be also doing Avodah Sochavet, holding the Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, Kodam Yibir Avodah Sochavet. So the equivalent holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, with three steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. Like literally, basically cutting it down to Israel, not to over. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah. It wasn't amazing to see. Again, he's doing Orko Chavi, holding the Kibush, so they're knocking down and cutting down of Avodah Zarah. That's the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, then it has to Kibush. So however, the Kibush Eretz Yisrael called in the Diah. Also, the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The view of what is called the Kibush Eretz Yisrael actually says, if you such an established God on that, when you enter into land, you are obligated to go ahead once. You are obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you update. So what's that? Those are incredibly so right. Sometimes you get in the word sometimes you know, like looking at the both is one time, sometimes the person has to find the number of different license teachers recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right about 70%, but I think it's going forward, and I'll find the time also to get the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, not how it depends. It matters to know like what's happening. This is not just going again. The goal was of a start to be knocked out of the so come in, cut it down, knock it down. The goal will be to keep. The goal will be to start with the mesh. Destroying that Avodah, especially at this bottom of Avodah, it's taking a lot of time. As it said, remember again, people should feel it takes 14 years. So first go and conquer the land, knock down Avodah as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and let's go back there. You have them as the Hossa. So still see Kadosh. And the Yosef says, you shall go and bring the destroy the tables, Bahana. So actually, the Pastor was actually the Pastor is instruct. You can instruct. The Pastor, you will instruct them. Bahana. And you should back in the Pastor yourself, break them at tables, Bahana. And leave it. But that's not the idea. Similarly, what's the burning? Rather against us, you are a Amrafino, you go, the Akakam, right? Let's say, so the dope is soon and then burn. The idea being that the mandate is to conquer the land. Because of the mandate, ultimately to conquer the land, therefore, they have to use the earth, not the Avodah out of this. Destroy the stones, the structure is the folks, it can be cold. So you can ultimately burn it. So, and by labor, okay, I will listen to the studies after that. Also, the Rabbi ultimately use responsibility. That when you upload that one, sorry, it's not just lecture study. The studies after that, which is 7 times after that, you have to make the best of the idolatry. Yosef, you can decide to have another. Where you listen to the learn, but you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodah afterwards. Not to learn, you got to come as a man and I'm up. Ultimately, you learn the face, you start to choice the new from the space. Like, you can have a certain all of the Avodah is incredibly useful as well. So this is an incredible you sowed. Somebody check this card. So I was trying to point out, so in this you sowed. This is the most insane and bizarre that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the bad or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the sons of Shari Shahara, also the most negative videos, you don't have negative videos, you don't have videos. Not just enough to stop the negative character, negative behavior, it's not the Shari Shahara. Also, everything you do is really something. Everything negative is really something. Not just enough to stop the behavior, but first the son is Shari Shahara. Go ahead and ultimately find the part and for it. So Court offers us this incredible for starting what is this concept of a public level? There's something that collaboration still like the kind of usually I have a lot of sense to see the highest business historically they have been the young on the highest that you'll say you gotta come up our and you'll say thank you for saying you worship without understanding how to trouble with God of us. You can go ahead and put that on the mountain in trouble with God. The Bible said, look, you know, you gotta say rock the couple of times. So you know already that this was. You do something, you do about something. But he was going to just kind of come up and that was Listen to the other kind of camera. Our let's see what you had to hide for that. That really like this so what happens if the mountain is covered? See what you have to so the mountain itself is covered. The Shiloh is that's the one word mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? Good. So I think the Shiloh is what's the status of the cover? It was a new cover instead of being covered mountain or not. Remember again, why because I'm covering the street of the rest of this actually sitting on the cover. That's just sitting on top of that. However, again, it's fully on the mountain itself. China is on the mountain, therefore can't be translated or is it second see what you have covering up the mountain is not like therefore worship it. That you also use something and hold the note, covering up the mountain, but management of the mountain itself, and therefore worship it, covering it is not had a conversation with my artist and he said, the Sackbook Pesach Hamlet, most of it, kind of started using it. Plus he says, the Sackbook Pesach somehow Hamlet. And therefore, again, I'm sorry, not physically part of the action, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes muscle. And you'll see that when you see someone simply has that, you'll see people that cover of the mountain like the mountain itself. Rothschild was having high. Still at the companies, Rothschild to the mountain itself. The favor, the high level of the scope of the mountain can be covered by down. Where you can cover it also, and the natural. Yeah, they had is not the word covering, not the what? I think it's situated on top of it. No, it's not covering it. Then the function part of my whole business is now it's covering gold, what's the status of gold, kind of come home. It's not like you're not the custom, you'll see it. It's not like you're not how much everybody's helping up and out. That's somehow a later comes to the not just separate but value was, but covering on top of it out as well. What's not the alpha was the other things. The alpha, that's very interesting. We've already shaped up to about so it's like Şöyle bir şey başlıyor. Mesela Bible somebody else, like you in Bible not with myself up and also see it and leader off. Families had a come on a horrible boat and now who are people Tyson Russell and also it's almost different and Camels and Camels that level was just there, and then subsequently was the kind of camel that are pre-planted initially for regular purposes, food purposes, and then when you go on worship, food like this help. Therefore, again, rural high school class levels of enthusiasm frequently not camel what is the actual not really feel on the path. It's saciar other people and level about lots of values for the actually that Jesus is a other although that you cite the left back level of the man is like from the side of the social time comes up why? Because at that point in time, that is like what? Like a mountain origin. And what about success that on the other hand success that on the other hand other arboreal purposes. Now this is the one. And other so then you know nice stuff that because that's not what something other most. And therefore the most like this on the other hand, this is that's kind of business for us because we can see plus it was a really right, but it was a really from the long day. Even should not be very happy with the ocean that for ourselves also to know Zami the heart also open the resources no. Even if it's like for just and then you know on so ahead and watch it that is not like it's not like the mountain or the hill, why not? So huge, but there's also those who say that the because a person really ultimately again like you go to the transforming level was what it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's the outside. This is like shit. So it says what the argument about that's not what's the argument. This is second line of damages. Kind of southern, you know, doesn't myself up to what the kind of come on, she was trying to just stand right, not about the other, just trying to stand. And then every worship afterwards, he was looked why, and then kind of come to that type of Jesus, like what? Like the mountain or like the hill? Hi, what about the sound? On the boat, basically on the boat, kind of conversation, only a principle. The relation can be not travel. Dios se utiliza Ivan Shinato myself up to us. Dios maybe from just stop. Any specific intention, any worship action, never still the most like okay, that Dios uses us, but still uses us to as a God person. You know, intentionality level doesn't come from your heart. Therefore, it's not like the mountain or the hill. Whereas it is nice. You can trace it from it may not shoot us. Why is that? It is used by the Islam and also the Ashura was by a person. Because you spoke to Islam to the other person. And everything that is open has to do with the boundary of the customer service. That everything has to do with boundary. As you now, that's the about and you go to transform ultimately from having to what's beautiful Islam Allah. The Ashura says that what is that covenant? My love, the Ashura is right to the فحتى بيوصل في السماء يبقى الشهادة الرسول of the author and all the and only worship we are that has people comes in the center of your spirit and hope for a recipe hope for the heavens Elohim out of our hearts all of Elohim there's no reason that it's important the question itself is the first second place is Rothschild. The first place is God comes on himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like everything. Get out of our heart. But the God of now does us about 100 Elohim. But now it's connected that's the outcome similarly says Elohim Allah the God on the oh, Elohim. Also, again, the hills, so naturally comes Elohim. Below the Anan is everybody. Plus, it says, it's Diana. I would have put the but that is defined as that is the role that Anan Elohim can naturally come to the Lord. The spiritual correct says, ever can't go is the Anan why do I think that this happening? I understand as Elohim our holy but I like so it's what is it? So destroy your God, so how did I do God in it? That we have to know exactly his army, not to himself. Himself is what he is not himself is what yes, when it comes to our true electoral states. As us called Israel. Why is that? As us what? Underneath the something I would find what itself cannot be considered. But the idea for second for itself says very simple thing. Says that love tells me what? Tells me what? That yes, there is that there is can be about the earth. What's going on? The sense is looking at the earth and all of the earth. So why you say that's us for that? So that's how the teachers get that. That's like a little bit of anyway, and it only for us to find out. like you should not have something that was right. So they wanted to do the things هذا شيء كده ما أكله كده بيشتغل إذا وصل the reason for the Joshua children although the scope of it, culturally, which Eretz Hebrew Eretz Yisrael, told them to pure about the scope. So, this is important that in the context of the Israel, your two steps in the instruction about the first step was cutting down the Amos stuff. Because literally, was cutting down the Bible, not over. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and tackling of Israel. After Israel was conquered and tackled, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Amos. It was an amazing story. So what happens again? Really open for public culture and bush. So the knocking down of Israel, that's the seed and conquering of the rest. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers are going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be people. So, however, the people are to put in the people. Also, the country of the land has to receive ultimately as a destruction of what is going to come. Even the United States, we will overcome the people are to sell that. This is the sun that is established that of the land. The land is able to destroy and what? The able to destroy and cut down the able to destroy. But after what she says to Apollo, and after you conquer, then you go back and the other. It was like, you're incredibly safe, like, something that you won't touch. Sometimes I was like, let's work with charge. One goal at a time. Sometimes you have to go at the first lesson. So the number of shifts and devices is recognized. And right now, they're all about 70%. Right now, about 70%, but I need to back to just this going forward, and I'll find the time focus to get to the limit of 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's like, that's depends on what's happening. This is conference, so again, the goal was I'm going to knock that finish. So come in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal will be to conquer the rest. Destroying that all these especially this farm level, it's taking a lot of time. So as you say, remember again, so first go ahead and conquer the land, not kind of over the and go to it, conquer it, then go back there. Let's see where they're back there. These are so popular. Celebrating. You have some stuff. So what they ask now again, still some happen. And the roast is right. You shall go as a little bit, spread in the roast. But so actually, the pastor was there because the pastor needs to construct. The pastor needs to construct everything. Bahana. You should back this pastor yourself. Break them as well. Bahana. And you. See the lights, those are burning. That is against us. You are a the dope, the Africa, let's say so the dope, two, and then burn. The idea being a bunch of the cause of the bag is open to the land, therefore, not the level of how to destroy the stones, keep the stuff in the staples, and then we start broken, we start opening the furnace down. after Rabbanon, אני בעלי באופן אבל יש לך שצריך לשריש אחריו. Also, Rabbanon ultimately uses this possibility that when you come to that one, sorry, it's not just left to it's not the shari, it's never touch אחריו. You have to make sure to do an investigate of the idolatry. Shari אחריו, Yosef used on the shari אחריו. Where's this we can learn? You have to go ahead and uproot the idolatry afterwards. Not to learn, you got to get a tsunami off the box. Ultimately, you have the face that you have destroyed the need from yes, all of the episodes are listening to get incredibly so well. So this is incredible you saw. Incredible you saw. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so in this So, incredible Muslim Africa, which is a Muslim, the same way that it's not just like establishment or to destroy the chaos, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, when the church started Shakara, once the world was negative people, no have negative leaders, no blood idols, no king. It's not just like to stop the negative character, negative behavior, it's not to shut it down. So people usually is really something, everything negative is really something. Not just enough distraction behavior, and the person is starting to cherish after that. The person has to go ahead and ultimately then find the third part on courage.
What up, Alicia Misha? How you doing, girl? Yo, can you hear me?
act this upon us. We should make it even ultimately to ourselves by keeping it hard. Ultimately, we have to work to all, or we don't have time to gather a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time just to focus on our Avodas Hashem, give to ourselves. Now, looking at this, first of all, what we have discussed, we need to give our Hashemah, ourselves to Hashemah, give our time to Hashemah, give our Hashemah, and it's a piece of shower upon us, all these showers and breathing that she gives us in sincerity. Beautiful background of us tonight. Spanish about that. So let's begin. Go ahead, got it? Right? So although we're not going to begin by quoting the Rebbe, we're just going to begin by quoting the Mishnah. Let's begin. So Hanachim Ha'okin Asahar. So remember again. So we speak over in the practice of Avodah Zarah, specifically again as what could prevent Avodah Zarah. Hanachim Ha'okin Asahar. So if you have nothing, you can't help to worship a mountain. That's how it goes. Or the hills. In current, we must share a seat. So it says we're going to learn. So inanimate objects that well actually we define the scope of this. The far purpose is like both the mountains, wood branches, and the mountains or the hills can be named travel desire. So that is on the mountain or that is on the hill can be named travel desire, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot share a mountain. The Pasuk says, "Rosachon kesef uzahav alei." The Pasuk says, "You shall not go ahead." Literally, you shall not covet. You should go ahead and worship the kesef himself, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So you see over here, that is only that which is upon, only that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is probably not, which could become a holy zone. So the Gemara says, Yosef says, Elohim al-Harim. So what's that? Yosef goes, it's the same passage, just a different phrase. The passage says, Abed Kadun is calling Moses Sha'afi Shalagara Sha'afi Yosef himself as Elohim al-Harim. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So the Gemara of Yosef Yudashes Elohim al-Harim Elohim Elohim. That it's only the gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim al-Gvos. You're not allowed to worship the gods which are on the hills. Elohim Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So what's it say? First glance, actually appears that Yosef really saying the same exact thing as the Tanakh. Like there is no difference between the two. Like they're also the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become a Torah. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. We just seem to be dashing in some different things. The Tanakh says, Rosachmo Kesef Uzahav Alei. Ultimately, the Tanakh says, do not covet the gold and silver that is on them, which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hill which can become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And if Yosef says Elohim Elohim, and again that's Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain which is Asherah with Torah, not the mountain itself. As the Gemara estimates the Bamkashra, and Ema Asherah Asura. So it says, what about Asherah? What about Asherah? It's existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Asherah? So the Asherah, let's remember that this is something that by definition is part of the structural landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, you see it is Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, using what we just read before, about Sa'id, Alehem, or Elohim, 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 why would I show you answer? Well, so here we go. Because the most I literally translated, it has Sasiyad on the literally that study would say, that's man's think of the child. Yeah, it is, but this kind of has that Rashi verses and the Dalton, shall other come of a person's planet. So also because a person planted, this is considered to be something by man, because it's something created by man, therefore by definition, the subject ultimately transformed to our desire. So it's like, in other words, the definition is as follows. Anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be transformed into a lecture an object of Allah Zara, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship this mountain doesn't tell Allah Zara. I using that logic and I shade up like the rest of which is a tree, which people pray to, people worship, shouldn't tell Allah Zara either. Elamai trees different variables, right? If the tree is planted by man, the tree is planted by man. Since the tree is planted by man, this definition of laws, three separate issues, but three sides should be clear on them. First was foul, therefore this item can be transformed into an object of Abu Bizarre. The first which but three sides of the other muscle, and also whatever ultimately has three sides, whatever was created part and that's what is on its own. But my part of that tree is something that is done by man, therefore by definition it can be transformed into Abu Bizarre. I'm going to give you so you keep this as follows. I mean, over the other Muhammad. So you keep this says, I'm going to dash you. She says, I'm going to keep that open for other Muhammad. And punish the other Muhammad. So let me keep this. I'm going to teach you how to dash you in this muscle problem. How do you dash the muscle problem? The Prophet Shahat al-Motsi had Rabbi to give on his saw the Itzra'ana. God, Shirish, Sham, and the rest of them. Those that you keep on his words of the fathers. And in fact, something that we mentioned before, are in fact going ahead and giving us the markers as to where to find Abu Zara. Also, what is that? The Pakis at any time Venus color and promotes destroyed all the places with Gentile and worship idolatry. So Atem Yashua, some this is the land that you are as Elohim al Haparim Harab. The gods on the 12 mountains, the Halak Baals and on the hills. The Takas called Israel. To reach every, was it Israel going to reach every community? So that your people comes along, and you two will say, you understand. Tell us not to come to the obligation to subscribe on the Torah. How do you know that? How do you keep up? It's simple. In the Torah, negotiations coming from the Torah to subscribe on the Torah, then what? Then what? What do you like? It's not back there. Not a guy for the Justice, the Torah could have just said, just try on the Torah. Why do you have to get on the mountains, on the hills, on the tree? Why do you need that? And he even said the first actually giving us geographic markers. So he's giving us like an old GPS. Telling you that by the way you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is often in between trees. So therefore, you know, people understand. So let's keep it locked down. It's extremely important. It's very well.